Good morning, everyone. I, Monalisa Behra, research scholar, Dr. Ambedkar Chair, Symbiosis International Deemed University. It is my privilege to welcome you to the 2 days uh, National Conference on Reimaginary Educational Equality, Contemporary Application of Dr. Ambedkar's Chair Philosophy. Today, we gathered to explore and celebrate Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's contribution to educational field. To begin, to begin the auspicious event, we would like to invite our distinguished guest to the chair, to the dais. I invite Dr. Professor Jyoti Chandiramani, ma'am. Please come to the dais, ma'am. I invite Professor Ajay Chaudhary, sir, and Professor Gopal Guru, sir, please. Thank you all, our honorable guest. With We are ready to officially commence this enlightening journey. To begin our conference, I invite Professor Ajay Chaudhary, sir, uh, Chair Professor Dr. Ambedkar Chair Symbiosis, to deliver the welcome address.
So, thank you very much to all of you. And uh, it's really great, actually, to be here about talking about this inaugural talking about the inaugural address related to this conference. So, in fact, it is a very deep sense of the responsibility that I stand before you today in this inauguration of this important conference called Reimagining the Educational Equality, Contemporary Application of Dr. Ambedkar's Educational Philosophy. As we know that the education uh, always been a matter of acquiring the knowledge or prepare for the career as we always take for it, but it is also a cornerstone of the just cornerstone of the society and as an instrument to empower enlightenment and social transformation. The importance of the education is shaping the both individual and the collective paramount. As we gather here today, we acknowledge the growing role of education in fostering the social change and advancing the society and equality. However, we also recognize that the contemporary educational system, while evolving in many ways, continues to grapple with the deep rooted inequalities. The theme of our conference today is inspired by the visionary thoughts of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who is a social reformer, scholar, architecture of a modern India, who saw the education as the most powerful tool for breaking free from the entrenched social hierarchies. Dr. Ambedkar's educational philosophy was a response to the prevailing inequalities of his time, and it remains profoundly relevant in today's context, where the educational disparities continue to be exist. Dr. Ambedkar recognized that the education has a power to challenge the established social structure, which includes all type of inequalities, caste, class, gender, particularly those are perpetuated in this particular categories. For Ambedkar, education was not just about the acquisition of knowledge, it is about the moral and the social upliftment. He believed that the education could foster a more compassionate and equitable society by addressing the deep entrenched prejudice, caste prejudice, class prejudice, inequalities in social economic structure. His philosophy emphasized that every individual, regardless of their background or status, should have to assess the education that promotes equality, critical thinking, and social responsibility. As we look at the landscape of the contemporary education, we see remarkable achievements, especially with the integration of the information and communicative technology. However, this digital revolution also brings new challenges, including the widening the gaps between the privileges and the marginalized. This digital divide is real, and it continue to hinder the access of the underprivileged communities to benefit of the technology. Dr. Ambedkar's call for the inclusive education, where all individuals are provided equal opportunity and to equal opportunities to learn, to grow, to resonate today is more than ever. So, in today's growing globalization world, where the policies are increasingly shaped by the international norms, the need for the reimagining educational framework is pressing. A framework that not only seek to empower the individual but also work towards the collective empowerment of marginalized group. In this context, Ambedkar's insight into education and social justice offer a valuable guidance. His focus on the scientific mindset, rational thinking, and the principle of liberty, equality, and fraternity are essential for creating inclusive educational environment that foster the critical inquiry, nurtures empathy for all. As we embark on this journey of the reflection and exploration during this conference, we must critically assess the current status of our educational system. How can we build educational system that is not only accessible but also inclusive? How can we ensure that our policies and practices empower those who have historically marginalized? And these are the questions we must answer in order to align our education system with the goal of the social justice that Dr. Ambedkar was frequently advocated for. In the end of this addressing, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to all of you for being a part of essential dialogue. It is through the discussion like this that we can reimagine an educational system that truly serves every individual and contribute to the creation of not just society but equal society. Let us take Dr. Ambedkar's legacy as a both challenge and as an inspiration, working together to ensure that the education become the means by which we eliminate social inequalities and foster the human dignity for all. Thank you so much to all of you, and I look forward to enlightened discussion and insight that we will emerge over the course of this conference. So we welcome you on the behalf of Dr. Ambedkar Chair, and express that we have a meaningful experiences ahead. Thank you very much. And I'm really thankful to Professor Gopal Guru because he accepted our invitation as a keynote speaker. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank
Okay. Now we move to the felicitation of our distinguished guests who have been honored us with their presence. Mrs. Sanjeevani Majumdar, ma'am, Honorary Director of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Museum and Memorial, Pune. Because of her institutional engagements, she is not present with us, but she sent her wishes for our conference. Yeah, Mrs. Sanjeevani Majumdar, ma'am, is the honorary director of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Museum and Memorial, a dedicated custodian of Dr. Ambedkar's legacy. She has been instrumental in preserving the and promoting her life, uh, work, and contribution to Indian society. Her efforts have ensured that the museum serves as a inspiration for scholars and faculties. I request Professor Jyoti Chandiramani, ma'am, Director of Symbiosis School of Economics and Dean, Faculty Humanities and Social Sciences, to felicitate Professor Gopal Guru, sir, retired professor of JNU and editor of the prestigious journal Economic and Political Weekly, EPW. Now, I request Professor Ajay Chaudhary sir to felicitate Professor Jyoti Chandiramani ma'am. Professor Jyoti Chandiramani ma'am is the director of Symbiosis School of Economics and the dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences at Symbiosis International Deemed University. A visionary academic leader and accomplished economist, she has significantly contributed to the field of education, policy research, and economic development. To welcome our uh, distinguished guest, Dr. Professor Gopal Guru sir, I invite Dipali Kamble, research scholar, Dr. Ambedkar chair, to introduce him.
Uh, Good morning, everyone. It is my privilege to introduce the Gopal Guru sir. Professor Gopal Guru sir is a prominent Indian scholar and former professor from JNU and editor of the prestigious journal Economic and Political Weekly. He known for his critical work on caste, democracy, and social justice. His notable work includes the Cracked Mirror, an Indian debate on experience and theory. He has also written extensively on the ethics of public life, the dynamics of caste oppression, and challenges of democracy in India.
Thank you, Dipali. Now I invite Professor Gopal Guru sir for his speech.
Yeah, thank you. Dear friends, I am extremely happy to be invited to make an initial statement on the two-day seminars that uh, that is happening from today onwards. I said I am making just an initial statement, and I'm not presenting a keynote. So there's a difference between keynote and initial statement, because keynote may gives you a little privilege that you have a special key with which you can open up any lock. But that's not true. As far as I am concerned, that's not true. So anyone can make an initial statement. That's more democratic. So instead of using keynote, I would say I'm making an initial statement. I should thank uh, Dipali for her nice words about me. I have some little correction that I finished my 5 years terms with EPW as an editor. I'm free from EPW now. I'm not the editor now. But I don't mind if people say that I'm editor. I should express my deep satisfaction that Symbiosis Educational Complex has instituted the chair in the name of Babasaheb Ambedkar. And I'm doubly happy that the chair is occupied by Dr. Ajay Chaudhary, who has been a very active interpretative scholar. And I said to him, look here, I am going to come because in Symbiosis Complex, discussion on Ambedkar is happening, to which I am the witness, and witness is very, very long term. Actually, I'm saying this after a very long time. There are several chairs that are instituted around, but this chair seems to be vibrant, intellectually agile. So Ajay, chair is agile. Uh, Thank you so much for your efforts, and you got good scholars from the rest of the country. I don't need to speak much because Ajay has already covered many nodal points. What was Baba Saheb Ambedkar's vision of education? And he said, and I noted down, he said it was not merely getting a job. It was not, and this is going to be my focus as well. Actually, you have done a preface to my keynote. It's not simply getting a job, and I am putting it, it's not employability, but enlightenment. Educational aim of Ambedkar is not simply employability, but in enlightenment. It is not simply materiality, but moral upliftment. That is what Ajay said. It is not simply elite accumulation of education, but inclusion of the masses. So he also used the word inclusion. So there's already a democratization of education, which was a very core concern of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So I don't think I should make any further statement on this. Since I've been invited to speak something, so I have to make some points. Yeah. Okay, so just to structure my address, I will just make 3 points. And that 3 points will cover what Baba Saheb Ambedkar thought about education as an emancipatory project. It is not a project for placement, which of course is unintended consequences of enlightenment. Unintended consequences. You can debate this. Today's education may not like this. It is an intended consequences. Placement, campus placement is the major activity these days, which is fine, which is also not, I mean, which is not objectionable. It has to be there. Yeah. But this doesn't fit into the educational imagination of Baba Saheb Ambedkar. So what are these 3 points I'm going to make? One is, I mean, you have scholars. I mean, Eklavya's team has come here, so I'm really happy, Chetan. And they are wonderful mission. They are the role model, I would say. I have a very informed prejudice about them. I have a very legitimate prejudice about them. I keep saying good things about Eklavya, and which they deserve so richly. So the point number 1 is about that we require a specific language to understand what Baba Saheb Ambedkar mean by education. And my submission is that we normally miss that language. We have so much of description, inclusion, exclusion, percentages, and narratives of exploitation, casteism, humiliation, all that is there, which is fine, which happens there. And which is fine in the sense that you actually you document it. But you still require a specific language to understand the depth and width of what Baba Saheb Ambedkar was thinking about education. So the first is, which is not actually discussed in the classroom situation, whether it is education, training, pedagogical practices, or social sciences, even humanities, philosophy even. This language is missing. What is that language? And I would put a poser before you, and you can react to it, and we can have a discussion if you want, and I would certainly want it, that democracy is before modernity. That is the, you have, it's not the modern education that is important. That is, of course, important. But before that, there's democracy. Education has to be democratized, and that's why Eklavya reference comes. Or P Society, People's Education Society, or Rayat Education Society. I was told that Madam Madam studied there, Mrs. Muzumdar studied there, and I wish he was here. Bhaurao Patil made such an important contribution to make education democratic. And we need to start with Jyoti Rao, Jyotiba, and Savitri. There's no escape. If you want to think about democratization of education, you start from there. Yeah, of course, you can start from Buddha. But it's modern time, you have this. So you have Jyotira Phule in this the process of the history of democratizing education. We start from Jyotirao Savitri, Periyar, Baba Sahib, Bhaurao Patil, and Panjabrao Deshmukh from Vidarbha, Shivaji Shikshan Sanstha from Vidarbha region. And these are all colleagues. Of course, Jyotira was earlier, but Bhaurao Patil, Baba Sahib, and Panjabrao, they're all colleagues. They were together. So this was a collective thinking of democratization of education. There's three main figures. But the point is that why I'm privileging democracy over modernity. That is the point. Democracy is inclusion, Ajay. It is the inclusion of those people who are marginalized, particularly women, Adivasi, Dalit, and if you want, OBCs in the modern language. All these deprived, educationally marginalized communities need to be included into the education which is modern. But modernity will not allow this. What will modernity think? Modernity of education, modern people, they are elitist. They already lay down certain difficult criteria that you must know English, that you must really know the protocols, you must know the particular language, you must know analytical explanatory language, you must know argumentative language, you should have read many books before you enter the classroom. All these are modernist criteria. And of course, now you require percentages, a statistical, and your NEET and everything is there. So I don't want to discuss that anyway. So as a result, you find these people have no tradition of education. They barely have some documentary evidence for which Phule and Savitribai fought. As a result, you tend to keep many people outside the education because they are not completely, they have to waiting in the waiting room at the railway station. But trains will go and come, but you are not about to board the train because you're not as yet ready. Both intellectually and pedagogically, you're not just ready. You keep वाट बघत राहते ते बसा वेटिंग रूम मध्ये वाट बघत बसा, ट्रेन जातात येतात, तुम्हाला प्रवेश नाही, असं झालंय की नाही. In Pune, there are several important colleges, but just find out the social basis of those colleges. Just find out. You find that these guys have no place until and unless Bhaurao and Baba Sahib start and fully start. And this is not India-specific problem; it's problem of in the West. And I would like to request the young scholars to find out the social basis of Oxford, Cambridge, and Harvard. Women are not allowed to enter those education, those so-called premier, popular, now Ivy League institutions. So this is, would you please come and sit quickly? So modernity is the gatekeeping. It's a gatekeeper. Even in very interesting, Nalanda University has been revived now. You are going to phone call? No, I'm sorry, I have been so distracted. I'm a teacher anyway. I want to discipline my audience. Like Foucauldian. If call is important, please give the call. Isn't it? I'm sorry, I don't make it. I have to also go back now. Nalanda University, which is revived now, Professor Samartha Sen took some initiative in this. What was the criteria to enter Nalanda some 2,500 years back? Many Buddhist scholars, they are just Buddhist scholars. I'm sorry, I'm also critical of them. Some of them are quite good. But there also you find that at the gate of this Nalanda University, when it was intact, the administrators, the bhikkhus from Mahayana tradition, would ask 10 questions to people who would enter. They would not be allowed to enter unless they ask these 10 questions. Out of 10, they should score 5 minimum. All those questions are based on the content from Mahayana Buddhism, and I don't really like. I mean, there's so much of problematic things about Mahayana, but that's a different story altogether. It's only out of 10 people, 2 could enter. Only 2. Same thing happens today, isn't it? Whether it is UPSC or whatever. Out of 13 lakh applications, you get about 700. So there's a benchmark. There's a cutoff point, whatever. So, but in Right, Jyoti Rao, Punjab Rao, and Bhim Rao. Bhav Rao, Punjab Rao, Jyoti Rao, Bhim Rao. Gates are open. And Naksen, and I am the student of Millian College. I must say it proudly. I joined that college in 1972, 71, 72, PUC, pre-university degree. You should call now it is 12th. So they were actually scouting and mobilizing students from the villages as Bhaura was doing. All the teachers form, and this is also pedagogical exercise, telling parents the importance. So the students from the deprived communities were mobilized from Marathwada, Vidarbha region, not so much from Western Maharashtra, into the college. Modernity was not the criteria. You have just finished 10th. You know English? Yes. If you don't know, it doesn't matter. And they were mobilized into the classroom. That never happens now. Of course, on ashram shalas of the denotified tribes, if you can, I have data about them. I've been to the ashram schools. Ashram schools are different logic altogether. They do. Because, parents still are not motivated sufficiently. Motivation is modernist, but it's basically democratic. Motivation has to be democratic before it is modernist. That these people should be the part of education, they should also learn, they should be morally ready to be uplifted, as Ajay said. Now you can use this sequential order I am maintaining. Democracy first and modernity second. And I'm not suggesting at all that modernity has to be got rid of. No, I think modernity is important. So the first point is to get people into the classroom, make them teachable from being untouchables. That's the Anvisha Hyderabad, that organization. They have used this phrase, from untouchable to unteachable. From untouchable to unteachable. So from untouchable to teachable was the project. And this process from being touchable, untouchable to teachable is definitely deeply democratic process. अब जस्ट एकलव्य हैज एक्सपीरियंस आई थिंक आप जानते होंगे कि कैसे होता है लोग भेजते नहीं स्कूल में डिनोटिफाइड ट्राइब्स का यह है भेजते नहीं है अभी तो क्या हो जाएगा सब लोग ऐसी बेकार पढ़े क्या क्यों क्यों एजुकेशन करे and I'm also sharing with you education is not exemplar now बाबा साहब के जैसे बनो अभी ऐसे नहीं बताते लोग मुझे बता दो तो मैं आपको 1000 रुपए दूंगा I'm just absurdizing it. It's very depressing. This only modernist motivation. इतना फीस करो उतना दे दो हो जाएगा काम Ivy League तक जाएंगे if you don't go you can't make it to Ivy League, make it to some Ivy League in India. There is also a scale. So this is the first point, democracy first and modernity second. So modernity is the intermediary stage in Babasaheb Ambedkar's education. And he said that you have to be democratic, but you have to also make them modern in terms of language skill, ability to make good argument, use all those methodological protocols to make tantalizing arguments. Your arguments are so important as others' arguments. Your arguments are universal validity. They are not local arguments. They are not your private arguments. They are not the arguments from your kitchen or drawing room. They are sensitive, sensible, resonating to international, in universal spirit of argumentation. All that you have to be argumentative. So, to put it differently, your modernity is to make yourself so much empowered intellectually, cognitively, intellectually, so that you can, your argument is robust. It can sell anywhere, any troubled water. It can stand its international universal validity. Now, this is modernist. For that, you require a very competent faculty. Baba Sahib said you require a competent faculty. And he was himself sitting on the interview board sometimes. I was told when I was studying in my Million College, can you imagine Baba Sahib sitting on the interview board? No backdoor entry. अपने जात का है तो कर दो अंदर. No caste criteria. Therefore, you find finest minds of philosophy, English, literature, social sciences, history in Aurangabad. Best college so far. Best is not the right word. There are other best colleges as well. And you have somebody called Bhalchandra Nemade who wrote Khosla and Vida, the 3 novels. And in that novels, you have the description of the institutions based on caste. But was this a caste institution, People's Education Society, Baba Saheb Ambedkar Law College, Commerce College, Arts College, Millen Arts, Millen Science, Siddharth College in Mumbai, Vadala, Aurangabad, not Aurangabad, but Mahad, Delhi, that's it. If you say they, of course they were, social basis of this college had to be lower caste. But modernity gave them a universal angle. Because all these so-called caste are driven, motivated by universal aspirations on becoming modern. If they are in the internal desire in our urge is universal, how can they be casteist? This is a term in contradiction, isn't it? But some people are Millen College. Oh, you are from Millen College? Yes, I am from Millen College. Because it is the most modernist college that Baba Saheb Ambedkar established. Now, do we have such kind of robust modernity that is actually incipiting in institution? Is it really there? You have to find out at what level of your modernist manifestation your institution exists. Just take the call. Irrespective of all private, public, everything, just take a call. How deeply you are modern in terms of your spirit, application, and universalization. Just find out. So modernism is important because he said that if the Dalit fellow is modernist, no problem. But modern, you have to be a very competent faculty. And then when I went there, when this is a personal experience, I don't know whether anybody of you have really studied in my Millen College. I mean, you're all young. But we were taught by a very competent faculty. Classroom was the site for debate. There was no silence corner in the classroom. Everybody was empowered. No asymmetries. Because the moral, ethical training of the teachers was into distributing not only knowledge, but distributing attention equally. Distributing academic attention equally. That no corner is silently sitting there. And not only one text, but several plural texts were distributed to study. नाही नाही हेच वाचा ते वाचू नका असं होत नव्हतं. रशियन लिटरेचर वाचलं मी, ग्रीक फिलॉसॉफी वाचली मी जेव्हा मी BA ला होतो तेव्हा. So it was completely modern. आजकाल तसं होत नाहीये, मग वाचतच नाहीत लोक. पहिली गोष्ट टीचर सुद्धा वाचत नाहीत. लिहून देतात नोट्स, कुठे कुंजी बिगडी पकडून लिहून देतात. Anyway, let's not. I'm also a teacher, so it also applies to me. So modern is modern, and so you find out, use modernity as the measure, a standard to measure the caliber of institution, and you get the result. You get the result. Okay, now point 3. Any point on the any problem on this? Do you want to discuss this? I can stop and get your response or your feedback. Is if some does somebody want to? Yeah, Chetan ji boliye. हाँ, ओके. तो डेमोक्रेसी का मिनिमम क्राइटेरिया है. मिनिमम क्राइटेरिया है, मतलब एकदम से कोई आपको जानकारी नहीं, वैसा नहीं है. मतलब आपको 10वीं पास करनी है, स्कूल में जाना होगा, ऐसे थोड़ी उठा सकते आप. थोड़ा सा मिनिमम क्राइटेरिया है डेमोक्रेसी में. जैसे हमारे लोकशाही में 21 साल का हो गया, तो आप वोटिंग कर सकते हैं, इलेक्शन लड़ सकते हैं. So the minimum, morally minimum criteria is democracy. हा, हा? मी थांबतो 1-2 मिनिटं पाहिजे. काय चालू आहे? मी काय केलेलं नाही बरं का, हातही लावलेलं नाही. हाँ ठीक झालं. थँक्यू दादा. तो ये ये है कि मॉरली मिनिमम क्राइटेरिया है उसके अंदर. जैसे हमने बताया कि 21 साल होने के बाद आप वोटिंग कर सकते हैं, कंटेस्ट भी कर सकते हैं. अब वो क्या करते हो जैसे डिफरेंट थिंग, मगर वो है मिनिमम है. तो वो अगर से मिनिमम उसको क्या कहेंगे हम, एडल्ट एजुकेशन है, सब जगह पे कर रहे हैं. When you don't require to, you have to be adult. That's it. That's one criteria, isn't it? But in a formal education system, you have to have some minimum criteria. मगर उससे ज्यादा हो रहा है ना, लोग बढ़ रहे हैं. Democracy means in the mass education, mass appeal. So that systems can't take that pressure. So you have to put some banister, some filter. You have to put some filter. So filter is modernity actually. You put a filter and then just get the top of it. But democracy is not filter. It's minimum, morally minimum. So anyone can come from any region, any caste, any gender, they can come. There's no criteria. Minimum is the only criteria. That's it. बढ़ू आगे थोड़ा. Okay, thank you. अभी और भी बात कर सकते हैं इसके बारे में, मगर उसमें बाद में करेंगे हम. तो second, the third point that thought I should make is about it is more comparison than competition. That was the core of Babasaheb Ambedkar. Somebody wants to get in or what? Just find out. I don't look at the door, but it's more comparison than competitive. Now, this is an interesting part of Babasaheb Ambedkar. So as you said, Ajay, moral upliftment. Why I'm saying competitions are always problematic, painful, and coercive, isn't it? And I don't need to tell you, ma'am, you know what, milna chahiye. Get up, a kid is forced out of the bed, not a club. Forced out of the bed, चलो निकलो. बस आ रही है, 4 बजे बच्चे उठते हैं, फिर जाते हैं, इतना स्कोर करना है, उतना स्कोर करना है. All that. Anyway, I have to do better than others. So what are the side effects of this competition? Enmity, bad feeling, all that. You may become argumentative, but can you become a good person? You have good argument, but no good. That's the moral upliftment. So what is comparison? Why it is qualitatively different from competition? You are not comparing with others. You are comparing yourself with yourself. That's the moral ethical challenge. हमारी लड़ाई हमारे से, हमारी आमची स्पर्धा आमच्या सोबत आहे. And that comparison with the self is an ethical virtue. And you are actually comparing with yourself in the light of the universal principles, not the principles which are already embedded in modernity. The principles which are given, for example, fraternity, maitri, dignity, tolerance, all these are there in the air. And it is up to the institutions to get them into an institutional life. आणि नेहमी सांगतो की ज्या संकल्पना आहेत, नैतिक संकल्पना आहेत, त्यांना ऍड्रेस नसतो. All these normative concepts don't have address. They are just floating in the air. You have to catch them, get them into your institution. That is your ethical challenge. How to behave with each other, students, student teachers, all that. That comparison comes in the light of the concepts or moral goods that exist outside the institutional frame. They are not privatized. They are available to everybody, depend on your capacity, your willingness to get them into your institution. And therefore, Baba Sahib said, look here, you have to compare with yourself. Okay. Therefore, college, Million College, Naksen 1, I think if you can go there now, of course, this is a different story. But if you go there, you find that the discourse is happening on its own terms. Not because somebody is doing, there's no role model. There's no comparison with the self. There's no role model. But are you comparing with yourself or you are competing with others? And I was in JNU, and so we could hear the stories. If somebody is from Delhi, you can find colleges always rivalry, competing for fame, popularity. Okay. So just ask questions to yourself. Where you stand. And you find that, the faculty, students in Ambedkar's perception of education were like spider. Spider-Man, not man, spider. Spider can be woman also, gender spider. I won't add any gender to it, spider. Neutral, gender neutral term. That spider has its own internal energy to weave a beautiful design. Does it borrow energy from outside? Have you seen spider borrowing energy from out? ऐसे करते निकलते हैं ना अभी जो Spider-Man है? No, it has own energy. So it only means that students, faculty should really generate their own energy, comparing with themselves all the time. And then you can feel a deep sense of self-worth. And this is called Kantian enlightenment. किसी से मेरी आइडियाज उधार लिया नहीं मैं खुद प्रोड्यूस किया इंट्यूशन से, स्पाइडरमैन की एनर्जी से. तो आप बोले कैसे होता है, पर यू हैव रीच एक्सपीरियंस विद यू. एक्सपीरियंस आपको मिला है, जैसे वुमेन्स एक्सपीरियंस सो इम्पोर्टेंट, एंड दैट्स व्हाई यू फाइंड दे आर फर्स्ट क्लास फिलोसोफर्स. और मैं बताऊं आपको, आप स्टडी करें कि व्हाई इज दैट they are leading philosophers from Jews only. आप कर ले 50 में से 30 तो मेरे ख्याल से 10-15 तो आसानी से वुमेन फिलोसोफर है. उसके बगैर हमारा काम नहीं चलता, मेरा तो खुद काम नहीं चलता, क्योंकि they have actually built on metaphysics of emancipation on their own energy. What time do we close? मैडम जी कैसे कब खत्म करेंगे बताइए आप. 10:30 बज गया अभी. 11:30. मैं ऑलरेडी 40 मिनट बोल दिया अभी. मैं क्योंकि ये लोग आ रहे जा रहे हैं ना, इसलिए मैं सोचा बंद कर दूं उसको. नहीं मैंने सोचा कि दूसरा सेशन शुरू हो रहा है क्या, इसलिए. And नहीं ठीक है वो नहीं नहीं sorry, it happens, but we just no, it's all right, and I'm not a major complaint on this. Just I thought thinking that another session happening, and I'm overstepping my time. It's not. Okay, so okay, with your permission, okay. I'll make another 2 points because it's not. I don't want to make it a long story anyway. Unless and then it becomes boring if it is a long story. Hmm. You know, that's so nice of you. I'm pampered. I'm being pampered. No, it's all right. No, it's all right. I trust you. I trust you. No, it's all right. Let me complete my argument and then we can have a discussion. The third point was about comparison and competition. I think that is in terms of value load. Competition takes less value load than comparison, isn't it? But job placement anxiety will always put more pressure on competition than comparison, isn't it? So this is what Ambedkar I mean, he wanted to do something comparison. Okay, the fourth point. So I would say I would put the same thing, comparison, competition. I would say it was Baba Sahib's conception was more normative than competitive. More normative than competitive. What do I mean by normative? Because you become a good human being. You can make good arguments, but are you a good human being at the same time who's making good argument? And no, normally doesn't happen. And let me count that Kierkegaard, philosopher who's a Jew, and I would have named philosopher, feminist philosopher, but that's for another time. Kierkegaard, Sartre, another Jew, Albert Camus, mixed, and Michael Walzer, another Jew. I mean, say use him because it's a very inspirational motive. Why there is no Dalit scholar who's like a Jew? Feminists, I won't raise this point because there are many feminist scholars, philosophers who ask tough questions to Plato and Aristotle and even Kant. Why Dalits who are Ambedkar educationists do not ask tough questions to all the established philosophers, including myself? It's just a rhetorical question, but rhetoric also has its own pedagogical relevance and significance. You need rhetorics just to arouse. थोडंसं बुक्का मारल्याशिवाय नीट होत नाही. का नाही असं? का नाही त्यांच्यामध्ये असे लोक? Suresh, I'm just raising this big point. It's a rhetorical point, but it's a very interesting point, teasing point anyway. And I've been asking this question for last 20 years. And I hope there's some answer in the near future. So these four scholars, philosophers, said, because their experience has been different, they were so much rattled as you. And these questions could come to them only on priority, like a spider. Okay? They would say, philosophers write about the poor women, Dalit, Adivasi, and OBCs, and blacks. Philosophical texts and discourses, but at the same time, they hold these people in utter contempt. So you can make a good argument, but there's no guarantee you can be a good person. So our challenge in the classroom is to be a good person before you become a competent argumentative philosopher. Yeah, and that's the moral of Pip and Ajay was talking about. ethical. So it's only the priority of women teachers and all these teachers on the margin to be a good speaker, a good person, and you can become automatically good argumentation. So we can ask this question to Professor Amartya Sen. Yes, sir. And you are recording this? Us, we are all argumentative Indians. But are we good Indians? That's the question. And he might answer this question. You can just send this clip to him. Now don't send. I'm saying you can say it's a democratic ways of this. So this is the point. So you have to be, your challenge is normative, not academic and competitive. Isn't it? And any subject you teach, and madam is from economics, and I would like to submit to you a kind consideration now. That why is that who is this person? Nation, Wealth of Nation. Thank you. Adam Smith wrote Theory of Moral Sentiments before he wrote this. He said, before you become a good economist, you become a good person. You treat your poor people nicely. England, 1776 something. Every subject has this requirement, ethical requirement. You become a good person. So this is the connection between normative and competitive. Competitive, you don't care. Teacher will get, should get, तुम्हारा problem मेरा नहीं है. जैसे मुंबई के local train में तुम there is no nicety, there is no civility, no decency, nothing. All normative values are trampled down. मुझे घुसता है पहले जाना. It's like that. Modernity force is like that. You are blown away with the modernity, which is so ruthless at some level. Because rationality actually drives you mad, crazy. I'm also offering critique of some kind of instrumental rationality. So in Ambedkar's concept on education, it's not instrumental rationality. What job do you get or what placement do you get? It's fine. You get it. You have to do it. It's not an empty, pedantic things I'm giving. You require job. I finished my job, so I can. But you have to also have a practical reason to be a nice person. What do I mean by practical reason? That you have to set rules of normative behavior by yourself. That I will not really hurt my student, my colleague. I will not, and as they say, I will not keep on. When you are equal. So that's the thrust, core of what Baba Sahib said. Therefore, you find that when he came to Millian College, when it was being constructed in late 40s, he would go not to the teaching staff, but he will go to the construction labor there, sitting under the tree, eating something, their lunch or something, and inquire about them. Isn't it? Similarly, Bhaurao, Jyoti Rao, everybody. So that, I think, ethical caliber was achieved by these people because they were experiencing themselves. So that's the point. Okay. Point fifth. मुझे रुकना चाहिए शायद, मगर चलो एक आध बोल देता हूँ. Very difficult, complicated as far as I can see it. What was his aim behind education? जैसे आपने philosophy of science सुंदर का किया है, तो वहां से वहां जाए. एकलव्य ने किताब निकाली सुंदर सर का फिलोसोफर की, बढ़िया काम आपने किया, तो मेरे पास में है वो. Now, do you want to be knowledgeable or theoretical? ये difference है. What do I mean by being knowledgeable and being theoretical? Being knowledgeable or being thinking being? सोचने वाला है या नॉलेज कलेक्ट करने वाला है? कौन सा बाबा साहब के जहन में दिमाग में था प्रायोरिटी के हिसाब से? Oh, you be a knowledgeable, tons of knowledge with you, pocket full of facts with you. Is that the criteria of being intellectual, philosopher? Like bees make efforts to collect honey from different flowers, and they collect into that, bee hive. छत्ता होता है ना, उस पे collect करते हैं. And you benefit, they also benefit, you also benefit. All these texts written are knowledgeable text. ये पढ़ा क्या, पढ़ा आपने, वो पढ़ा क्या, वो पढ़ा क्या, वो पढ़ा क्या? अरे क्या नहीं आता आपको, कुछ नहीं आता. That is not the criteria of assessing the caliber of the people. कितने किताब पढ़े वो नहीं है. आपके घर में कितने किताबें हैं वो नहीं है. बाबा साहब के लाइब्रेरी में जब उन्होंने पढ़ा, I mean that you just find out and somebody did a work on this, he raised questions right on the page. ये क्यों, ऐसा क्यों? When you mark a particular page with a question mark, that is called thinking. That's called thinking. और मेरे किताब बहुत अच्छे हैं, वहां लगा दिया मैंने, उसको टच भी नहीं किया. There are all sanitized books there. ये नहीं, that's not the caliber of a good scholar or identification. So knowledge is accumulation of information. You can feel confident about your being. You can acquire some respect because you are knowledgeable. You can give references. Therefore, when you are quoting yourself and others in your introductory chapter, Suresh, your book review and your review the literature, it's important, but not that important. When you're writing a PhD thesis, PhD proposal, you give so many references. Is it really necessary? Is it really necessary? No. Kalma, Nietzsche, no, and people. Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, never give any references. And हम तो उसकी पूजा करते हैं अभी फिलोसॉफी में लोग. हमारे यहाँ बहुत सारे हैं विशाल, बहुत सारे पागल घूमते इधर उधर. उसके सब बिना उनका रोजी रोटी का सवाल है. डेकार्ट के बिना चलता नहीं उनका काम. ये इसको कट करना, इसको इसको कट करना, थोड़ा सा इसको डिलीट करना एडिटिंग में. So he never gave any, but he was a great philosopher. How did he manage it? He said what he said. I am the producer of my own knowledge. I won't go back to the references. I don't require any contemporary references. No. I can really cancel out doubts on my capacity. My experience की जरूरत नहीं है. So you require knowledge base, accumulate. Our education system is examination system based on accumulation. But question mark, thinking. Thinking being is a very challenging personality. You have to be creative, imaginative. You have to have an ability to produce new questions as the feminists do. And that's why Baba Saheb Ambedkar's books, majority of them, start with question mark. Isn't it? Who are the Shudras? Who are the untouchables? Why only untouchables? What Gandhiji and Congress have done to the untouchables? Emancipation, which way? Mukti kon pathe is a Bengali word. Mukti kon pathe is a Bengali word. All that why? Why? After having read so much, why question? So there's some element of energy of creativity. And you can be creative when you are thinking. When can you think? When you think that whatever is written in tons is useless for me. I am bored. Heidegger. I am bored. The thinking, what is, when you are at the crossroad, when you are confused, when you are doubtful, that is the beginning of thinking. If you are a मैं तो कुछ सब चंगा सी सब ठीक ठाक है, no thinking. प्रश्न पडायला पाहिजे. प्रश्न कोणाला पडतात जे विचार करतात त्यांना. विचार न करण्यावर प्रश्न पडत नाही. प्रश्न पडणं हे जिवंतपणाचं लक्षण आहे. प्रश्नाशिवाय मनुष्य जगत नाही, त्याला मग एक्झिस्टेन्शियल प्रॉब्लेम आहेत सगळे. So when you are teaching in the classroom, I did that. I would not give them so many books. I just take one or two and raise questions about it. Why? And how can you read? You are confused. It is not, our experience has not been sufficiently represented. That is what feminists say. In social contract theory, feminists say, and many others, Anna Pitkin and others, we are not the part of social contract. Women are not the part of social contract. It was the contract done between one man and another man, and one male and another male. They raise this point. I mean, you can use several examples, but I am leading on feminism. So you have to be thinking big rather than knowledgeable. There's the fifth point. And last point, very, very last point, and I will stop here, definitely and honestly. Okay, so you have to position yourself now. Where do you want to position yourself? And if you want to position yourself in the project that Babasab gave, then you have certain criteria. And you have to, as the criteria are laid down, the basic point is that education is basically fundamentally ethical, and afterwards it is different branches. It moves on into different directions. So it is ethical that becomes so important in Ambedkar's education system. And so you are actually, when you are talking about Ambedkar's conception of education, you have to necessarily convert opportunities into an asset. Democracy is the sphere of opportunity, inclusion. What is the asset? Job, getting job placement is the material asset. Bringing good names to the institution is another asset, equity. Equity asset, and I'm not dwelling on that. But asset for humanity. You are an asset for humanity. And you are an asset because you have decided, without competition, you have decided to be a good person. That is an asset. It is an asset which is unconditional asset. There is no price tag attached to this asset, either job placement, degree, rank. No asset is attached to this. This is the most unconditional asset that education has to produce. And I hope you will take this project forward. Thank you, Ajay, for inviting me to make some points this morning. Thank you so much.
They questioned each other and they became so empowered that they could lead by putting that, you have to sow the right seeds. As educationists, we have to do that. And then you talked about robust modernity. So that's exactly where you said that are we here to gain knowledge or are we wanting to be just theoretical? In what way? What do we want to be? Or just being ourselves? So there was that point. You talked about the normative and the competitive in a world that is so influenced by rankings. We are totally into the competitive world. But along with the competition, I think many of us have two sides. While we know that we have to comply with the competitiveness there, I think the wisdom, the critical thinking, being enablers, looking at the disorder, we don't call it an orderly world, we call it a disorderly world. Every day we are reading what is happening around us. And as we look at that, we wonder what kind of generation that has come. So a truly very inspiring lecture, and it took me time back to the times when I was a student of diploma in higher education. And I remember one particular teacher, I remember his name, was Dr. who was big at Philadelphia College where I did my diploma in higher education. So students, when we are young, we're not very attentive. Then we would sit on wooden benches which were not so cushioned. Chairs are very comfortable. At that point, one day I decided that I need to hear every word what he said. And then after my I could stop writing because every word he said had so much of meaning to it. I think you just took me back to my era of 84, where I was a student and every word that you said was endorsed. While I am supposed to chair the session and chair is supposed to be really knowledgeable, I will humbly submit I'm not that. I've called I have my colleague Sophia, they are more educationists in terms of them because one is into education philosophy, pedagogy, and the other has taken that as the line. But coming back, there are certain questions that I ask of you. Response that we're talking about modernity, we're talking about democratization. Today's modern education in India is undoubtedly, while the policies talk about it to be inclusive, I term it as elusive inclusive. All right.
I feel it's missing the target that is required. So while we've had a lot of interventions from the 70s and 80s of inclusion of the marginalized, the right to education which has come in, the policies, be it the 1968 policy, 86 policy, the 92 that got revised, then the 2020 with the right to education. I mean, these are landmark years. And it's not as if the policies may be few, but interventions were many. But we still find there's a new caste system in education that has been created. I'm from IIT. I'm from IIM. I'm from Symbiosis. All right. We take pride in saying that. And I feel, because I believe in the philosophy of equity, that today education needs to have a common quality across. And sir, I therefore request you to respond to this question.
You already answered your question, sir. I don't think I can. I agree with you completely that mm, the bogey of policy, a bogey I would say is a policy bogey. There are several policies. The policy elusively inclusive. That's the correct use you made. That you, when you produce more policies, at some level, you admit that there are limitations in your policies. Because one policy deficient, you require another more adequate policy. But by the time that policy becomes adequate, it becomes elusive and deficient. So that's why you have education policies happening and with frequent interval. Why do you require that? How many countries have done this in this way? Just find out why you are in need of frequent revisions in education policy. If policies for betterment of people, both material and moral, you have some set criteria for that. And you abide by that criteria. One criteria is that to make education compulsory. That's what Ambedkar said, make education compulsory. People are opposing this in 1920s. Compulsory education means you are actually compromising with standards. Modernity is already dominating democracy. And so that is your, I mean, if you think that education has some worth for enlightening people, you must make it easily available to you. But that doesn't happen. There's a filter. And every filter, one filter is not enough. You require more, much stronger filter. So it becomes elusive. So elusiveness is internal to your policy. That's the point with make. The other one is about caste system. There's a caste system already. Because caste system is not the correct word, because there's a hierarchy and there's a painful hierarchy. There are also one college is fighting. One college considered to be superior than another college across the road in Delhi. So why that arrogance? Bandising. Why that arrogance? Why do you want to rate back? There's some profit motive in all in this. I don't require any comparison, any competitive comparison. I can stand on my own. So you need to actually make it, if education is a universal good that everybody should be benefiting from, you should not create island of excellence, and whatever that excellence means. Island of excellence, Ivy League, for example. Why do you require that? There are asymmetries, inequalities stepping in, new inequalities stepping in. Just because I can't go to Ivy League, I will go to some university. And yet I'm paying more fees, public, private, super private, all those things are happening. So what kind of human being are you producing out of it? consumerist. Yeah, so you are consuming, isn't it? So again, what, so the point I missed, and I want to repeat it, thanks for that. Ambedkar said to uh, becoming, individual success in education, and this is what he said, individual success in education is praiseworthy, worthy of praise, but is it worthy of imitation? I, there's a difference between the two. So you have to be worthy of imitations of some level in modern sense, but that you have to actually transcend that imitation to become one who doesn't require any imitation, no reference point. Cartesian, no reference point. I mean, there's some very Marathi song. I don't know how many of you know Marathi? Okay, so let me repeat the song. मी कशाला आरशात पाहू ग, मीच माझ्या रूपाची राणी ग. Just see, this is so wonderful. I don't require a mirror. I am the mirror myself. It's like Narayana Guru. So many. He put not the idol, but the mirror into the temple. You see, look at yourself and find out how ugly or how whatever you are. So that's it. So I think so we are into a different. I mean, it's all this. We are lost to the flow of modernity, of a fake end. It's like, and I would say it's a mistaken modernity by the way. No, it's not a problem. I've said modernity we require. Because if you suppose, I mean, how do you disabuse that if it's a feminist college? How do you disabuse a casteist college, a lower caste college, middle college? How do you disabuse this accusation? You require modernity. Modernity is very, might be who? I'm sitting there, I may not be speaking in the classroom, but I am full of energy. And people should take due notice of I'm sitting. So I think you require modernity. But modernity has its own problem. As I said, egoism, competition. If it becomes competitive, then I think you are lost in your energy, you're taken over. The instrumental rationality becomes so coercive, isn't it? So therefore, I think up to a point, that's an intermediary. I would say, I think educational institutions in this country or any other country are so important that they play a mediating role. What is that mediating role? That your raw experience, raw thinking is converted, as Rajay was saying, into a scientific, systematic thinking. But that's only one aspect. The systematic also requires, you become so positivist. You are actually given into procedures, protocols, methods, and then your angles, normative angles, or how whether you are a good human being or not. You are a good scholar, but are you a good human being? You are following all these protocols. Are you a good human being? That answer doesn't come from methodology. So you really require modernity as an intermediary, because yeah, I'm also there with you. I follow your all the procedures, language, methodology, sequencing arguments, putting coherence into argument. All that is methodological and modern, therefore we require it. Can you write your MPhil thesis in your own private language? गाली गलोच भर सकते हैं आप? तो गाली गलोच देने से is good. आप गाली गलोच की भाषा समझते हैं दूसरे, but I won't defend that. You require some kind of a language, You just can't bring पर the Dalits. अपने लैंग्वेज में लिखो, कोई चलता रहेगा, ऐसे थोड़ी होता है. They'll say, oh, okay, then there's a difference. You fine. आप अपनी लैंग्वेज में काम करो, हम हमारी करते हैं. उसमें ये नहीं होता कि आपकी लैंग्वेज बराबर है, ऐसे नहीं होता वहां पे। हमारी ठीक अच्छी है, आपकी रही ठीक ठाक है। सो द डिफरेंस प्रिंसिपल इज अ प्रॉब्लम केस। सो देयरफॉर आई थिंक व्हेन यू आर, हाँ आप कौन सी भाषा में बोल रहे हैं, बोलिए बोलिए, हम समझ सकते हैं। आई एम लिसनिंग टू यू, आई एम फ्रेंडली टू यू, आई एम कंजेनियल, ऑल दैट इज वेरी पेट्रोनाइजिंग। कभी इसका इस्तेमाल नहीं होना चाहिए क्लास के अंदर। यू आर नॉट यू शुड नेवर बी साउंडिंग पेट्रोनाइजिंग। हाँ ठीक है बोलो, मॉडर्निटी से क्रिटिक करो, that critic is important. So I'm not sending modernity on holiday. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You're absolutely right.
You, and then we'll leave the house open. Anita, you could also think of a question to ask Sir, and Sophia, you too. Coming here, do you feel that the Indian education system has failed the nation? Because, I mean, while on the one hand, yes, we have progressed and we are saying we are going to be the third largest economy, but what kind of a society we have? All right. And I'm giving certain examples, like when we come down and we're driving here, we see indiscipline on the road in terms of no helmets, braking signals. After we are going to celebrate the 76th, you know, Republic Day and the framing of our constitution. And you still have 51 million cases in the court, which have got still unaddressed. That means, again, it is not addressing a large segment of society. When you look at the gross enrollment ratio and higher education, whether you want to look at the effective enrollment ratio of education from a 9% in 2000, can you believe it, a 9% in 2000, you've come to a 28 to 30% depending which data set you're looking at today, and you want to reach 50% by 2035. And yet, amongst G20 nations, we have the lowest gross enrollment ratio. So, ethically, morally, critical thinking, where do you feel that the education system has failed the nation in some way?
You are raising such a big question. Has education failed our country? I mean, this is a very, uh, uh, it requires a straightforward answer, but I can't give straightforward answer to this because I can foresee some. Yes, censoring the answer. But I would qualify it, moderate this. I would say, and you already mentioned that we have made progress and all that. But why do you require liberal arts now? I'm putting a counter question to you. Why do you require? What is the content of liberal arts? Is it not a critical reflection on your own being as an institution? You require liberal arts because you have not taken it seriously before. Very simple. And what is liberal arts? And one point, there are several of them, but one point you have to promote critical thinking among the students. Critical appreciation to film, arts, painting, design, theater, all that. But what did you do with this? Is the question that will answer your question negative. But the language of compassion is also going out. The language of compassion. And people, I mean, the institutions are not compassionate, they are competitive. हम शुक्र है कि एकलव्य जैसे है कि जो कंपैशन से काम कर रहे हैं, कंपैशनेट है। मैं बार बार जिक्र कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि उसका जिक्र करना जरूरी है। What was the compassion? That, for example, let me give a very bad example. Remedial classes. Do you talk about remedial classes now? If you talk, people don't come to the because they are stigmatized. UGC started that, but UGC क्या बोल सकते हैं इसके बारे में? It's not remedial. It is transformation. Remedial is post facto, which has its own problem. Why do you come to the remedial? Because you are not sufficiently right from the beginning compassionate towards their needs. वो भी खत्म हो रहा है. So it is a sliding. And you only have competition and its own standards of how to really efficiently conduct your competition in education. Compassion takes a back seat. I'm not suggesting a babysitting as a compassionate activity, but you require compassion. It's not, it's some compassion means good feeling about students, concern. What is called in Maitri in Buddhism, it's love, generous love, generosity. पहले ही देखते क्या हो रहा है. 2 चोटियां लगा के आइए कहीं कहीं से, मैं दिल्ली की बात कर रहा हूँ. एक स्टूडेंट 2 चोटियां लगा के, बहन जी, that's the language they use. You don't have understanding. Luckily there's no दो चोटियां वाले यहाँ पे, नहीं तो मुझे पकड़ लेंगे. Stereotyping. So you have this problem. So, but I mean, it's a downward journey. Compassion is not a word that we will really endorse. But that morally minimum virtue is also not there. इतना गड़बड़ हो गया. And there's some kind of a very deep indifference. I don't know whether we should really understand, evaluate education and nation on the basis of indifference, the degree of indifference. Schools बंद हो रहे हैं. Public schools are getting closed, shut down. It's really very, very worrying. You can ask the question, why are not parents taking any call on it? क्या हो रहा है? But this parent now say, look here, babysitting हो रहा है. बैठो बैठो, जल्दी बैठो. तो ये सब कैसे? Oh, this is something. And my Sundar and I, Chetan ji, हम जा रहे पाड़ा पे जा रहे, छोटी छोटी DNT के ऊपर जा रहे, इधर जा रहे, उनको पढ़ा what is philosophy for children. बच्चों के लिए फिर what is Sundar? Wonderful work. It's wonderful. But we shouldn't be losing hopes. तो करना है. Although the conditions are not very, very proficient, but we should do, and that's what we should start from the classroom discussion. And you are very right asking this question. These are questions people don't like at all. Inconvenient questions they don't like, but you keep posing them. Though you are in minority, keep posing them. Yeah. Huh?
Keep saying that we have the right to ask and debate whatever it is, as we say, express yourself in whichever way, and pose those questions. So again, one is not trying to prove intellect over here, but just the question that where should the philosophy of education be as we move ahead? And I think all of us here are here because of a particular common minimum agenda that we are all into education some way. So how responsible we are and what kind of foot soldiers are we for this change that we look forward to in society for future. So Neeta, if you have a question to ask,
Said, I mean, you said the morally minimum virtue and also education. So we are talking about the institutionalized education. So do we hold the institutionalized education responsible, or is there something larger that's going wrong? And then, or do you see education having that power at all to hold things together?
Yeah, but I mean, public sphere is a very ambiguous, vague sphere. If I go to, where do I go? Okay, I go to Tilak Bridge or go to Deccan and shout. You are not allowed to enter. Come, come. because बस बसून गेलो का. You cannot tell the importance of education at the public sphere. We can. People talk about politicians do it all the time because they do it because people will forget. That's why they do it. They don't want people to remember. And that's why public spaces are very nice places where they can uh, uh, play the game. You really require, there should be some kind of space holder for this, and space holder is very important now. Like Jantar Mantar is space holder, because there you go and protest. There's space holder, with definite places there. Institutions are placeholder. They can hold the concepts, they can hold your values, they can hold your concerns. You not only hold, they also give concrete shape to these concepts. And that once the concrete shape is given, you can transmit those into in the classroom situation, and that transaction is taking place to a very deliberative mode. And so I think you require institutions. You begin, but for that you require people from different background, and that's why you require democracy. But they can't speak in cacophony. There's some modernist angle to it. You have to speak in different. So once they are inside, you can then the modernity can pressurize democracy. I'm just putting it differently. Pressurize democracy has to listen to modernity after you enter the classroom. No, I won't I will speak in my own language. I will not argue, but I will polemically put my thing. There will be no debate, no. That arbitrariness will be out because modernity will discipline you. So modernity is required. In the common good, common interest, you require modernity. That's why Ambedkar was sitting, no? So I think it is, you require institution, but their own ethical practices have to be in place. As I said, you have to equally distribute attention in the classroom. One small thing, isn't it? So you require modernity because that it finds it is a space, institutions are space holder. So people are debating, they are knowledgeable, but they are theoretical. Are they raising questions? Is the question.
Gopal Guruji. So any questions from you? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll take the first two because at 11:30 you want to stop, right? 11 o'clock? Okay. 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 No, it was anybody for a question?
Yeah, any question?
Yes, sir.
I'm bit like 99% I'm in both but what was this when you reference to it says that no, it will be a backlog, I will not be taking a full step. That is really bothering because if you are not the follow, what kind of democracy will not be?
But I think it's not, I'm not worried about it. I don't care. I already answered the questions, why? And madam said that, I said, I'm asked, you have to speak truth to the power, truth to the power. That's the buzzword. But are we not speaking, what is it really, is there a strategy involved in speaking truth to the power? Or is it a pragmatic option that we have, speaking truth to the power? This is a different question. Speaking truth to the power is adventure, avant-garde, isn't it? What are the consequences of that we face? Uh, because there's only one voice. I'm just saying this, and this is matter for everybody. कुछ भी हो जाए मैं बोल दूंगा, अरे कुछ भी कैसे बोल सकते हैं आप यार? There's a pragmatism involved in your thing. But you know, I have already said, look here, where are we and what is the government doing? We have said that. Why liberal arts now? What were they doing? Why private public schools are being shut down? Whose concern is this? Isn't it? Why compassion has disappeared? Why there is an indifference? I'm raising 4 questions. And I ask any government fellow to answer these questions. There is no backlash. I'm not worried about backlash, but I am also scared. I'm also very careful. I should not be unnecessarily adventurous. Because we have to think together, no? We just can't go ahead. No. Avant-garde is the truth is with me, you have to follow. It's your problem to follow me or not. Avant-garde. Monopoly of truth. I mean, I don't have monopoly of truth. Everybody has truth. So this is it. But good that you try to set the record right.
So on this note, I take this opportunity to, thank Ajay for bringing Gopal Guruji to this particular platform for us to have this wonderful discourse that we had from him today, where he shared his views. A great theme for a conference, I feel, reimagining educational equality, contemporary applications, and of course, looking at Dr. Ambedkar's education philosophy embedded into it. I think it's going to be 2 days of a good session. Thank you, Professor Gopalji, for your wise words and deep intellect that you've shared with us. And I hand over the mic to the compare for today to take the proceedings forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes. To conclude this session, I invite Dr. Himangi Kadlak, Assistant Professor, Dr. Ambedkar Chair, to deliver vote of thanks.
Good morning to all the distinguished professors, assistant professors, research scholars, students, and contributors attending the conference. It is both an honor and privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for this inaugural session. Before proceeding with the formal expression of gratitude, I would like to provide a brief overview of Dr. Ambedkar Chair. The chair was established in December 2024 and is dedicated to exploring Dr. Ambedkar's thought and contribution to education in India. It holds a distinction of being the 25th chair in India and the first in a private university housed here at Symbiosis. For updates, yeah, correct. Yeah. True. Yeah. I already 1 year completed. Yes. So, yeah, good. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. For updates about the work being done under the chair, we encourage you to visit the display board here. We have put all the activities here, so please have a look here. Okay. So additionally, we have 2 WhatsApp groups. One is dedicated to the students, but unfortunately, most of the students, they don't reply and they don't even attend our seminar, conference, discussions. And I'm really very sad about when nobody, yeah.
Take the hospital.
Yeah, correct. And another for faculty members, development sector professionals, and anyone interested joining this initiative. So those who would like to join us, they can come to me and my other professors or maybe the PhD scholars, and they can enroll in that WhatsApp group. First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Professor Gopal Guru sir. His insightful and thought-provoking address has enriched us all and provided a new perspective on the importance of educational equality in the contemporary era. So, sir has listed a lot more things: democracy, modernity, competition, comparison, and literally, I think now it is there in my memory. I don't have to go into my notes that much. He has very well explained, and I'm really thankful for that. Uh, Sir, your words will resonate with us as we move forward. The special note of thanks to Mrs. Sanjeevani Muzumdar ma'am. Although she could not be physically present with us today, her motivation and guidance remains a constant source of inspiration, and we call as a mother to us because like she has a nurturing kind of nature, and we have evolved under her guidance. I am also profoundly thankful to our Dean, Professor Jyoti Chandiramani ma'am, for chairing this session. Ma'am, your unwavering support and encouragement and even guidance. And like now only madam has corrected me, so I'm really thankful for that. For your no, you should. And this is a minor kind of this thing. Okay. So are invaluable to us. And I a heartfelt thank you to our chair professor, uh, Ajay Chaudhary sir, for his progressive leadership under his guidance. And these are my words, okay? I have not taken from any this everything, all text. Because I have experience, and whatever experiences I got from them, I have listed down here. So I have learned the importance of collaborating and subordinate by valuing their perspectives, because you always value your perspectives, and encouraging their self-expression. Sometimes I get little bit agitated, but sir, I know that he is very accommodative to listen to me. So yeah. So finally, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the contributors and participants of this conference for your active engagement and attentive listening during this session. We will now take a short tea break and reconvene promptly at 11:20. Already, it's already done, I think. It's 11:30. So we will take 15 minutes. So we will come back by 11:45. Yeah. To commence our first session on time. So thank you once again, and I look forward to seeing you after the break. Thank you. Yeah, and even I would like to thank ma'am, Nita ma'am. Yeah, but last thank I will do tomorrow, please. already missed some time, so we should not. So we should start now. I would like to request Professor Nagraju sir, please have a seat, and your name being now prepared. So please sit, sir. And other panelists, Shweta Zare, Professor Ramesh Zare sir, please have a seat, sir. Um, Rashwant A, Dr. Vidyanand Khandagre, and Dr. Avinash Bhale, Dr. Ellen Venkatesh Raman, and Professor Nita Waghela. This is our first session. The session heads on education and equity. So our chairperson is Professor Nagraju sir. So I'm requesting sir, please proceed this session. Thank you. There are 8 minutes for each presenter, and we have to conclude within 2 minutes. So maximum 10 minutes you will get. Yeah.
And after a very vibrant, intellectually stimulating session with Professor Gopal Guru, now we are going to have one more special session with reference to the school education, the quality of school education in Maharashtra. Now we have some of the best speakers in the field of education in India. So now I'm going to request, we have 5 presenters. Now I'm going to start with Miss Shweta Jare and Professor Ramesh Anand Jare. So I request them to present their ideas, followed by Rashwant, Vidyanand, Ellen Venkatraman, and Professor Nita Waghela. This is the order. So over to Professor Jare. Come this way.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected chair of the session, myself, Professor Ramesh Jare, and with me, Shweta Jare. We are presenting the quality of primary education in Maharashtra, and particularly we are going to talk about scheduled caste students in the school. And this study is from Nasik district, Sinnar Taluka. Basically, this is based on Shweta's MPhil dissertation. Shweta has done a study in MA dissertation also on education from our own village. Then this is again MPhil for on education quality. And Shweta is also doing on her PhD on education. And in education, she is in PhD, she is trying to see the inequality within scheduled caste. And but this is MPhil, so here she is assessing the quality of education. Before I go to her presentation, let me remind you the Mahatma Phule's famous quote about the education on Shudras. Mahatma Phule says, "Vidya vina mati geli, mati vina niti geli, niti vina gati geli, gati vina vitta gele, vitta vina शूद्र खचले इतके अनर्थ एका अविद्येने केले." It means in English, without education, expertise turned into lost. Without knowledge, morals had been lost. Without morals, improvement changed into lost. Without improvement, wealth change into lost. Without wealth, the Shudras have been ruined. A lot has been placed via loss of education. This is by Mahatma Phule, pioneering anti-caste and feminist leader from India in the mid 19th century, who envisages a future where societal advancement was deeply intertwined with the advancement of Dalits. Education was an integral aspect of his vision of Mahatma Phule and Dr. Ambedkar for the progress of women and lower caste, that is Dalit masses. I will directly go into the conceptual framework because it's very less time. I don't want to make a long presentation. So this is the conceptual framework we have used for her thesis. There are four factors responsible for you know, education, and then there's a social factor, the family, the psychological factor, and the educational institutions. Under social factor, you know, there's a caste discrimination, living standard, and poverty. These are the aspects comes under social factor, and the family, a lack of awareness, parents can't pay attention, and daily wages of laborers. This will come under family. Then there are psychological factors. Under psychological factors, there's a learning difficulties, psychological needs, and the other needs, lack of interest. This will come under psychological factors. Then educational factors will come under that pedagogy, that in the schools, learning environment, and lack of support. So all these, if it is not going properly, then you will have low learning outcomes. And that low learning outcomes will find out that, you know, facing several learning difficulties, primary level, weak performance, hold back at the secondary level, lack of strategy to create interest, enhance learning abilities, and there is a high attrition at secondary level. This is how it happens. And then finally, you will get the high dropout rates and low quality of education. So this is what the conceptual framework we have worked on her thesis. Now I would like to present directly the data before you, how it goes in the school.
Size of the sampling. Stratified random sampling method has been used for selection of sample for the study. The 18 students from Ujni village, 32 students from Nimga village, and 84 students from Musalgaon village. All 34 students, 67 boys and 67 girls from 5th, 6th, and 7th class from ZP school. Parents 25 and teachers 10. Total of all the sample is 169. This is the demographic profile of the study area. The demographic profile, there are village from Nasik district. This is the Nasik district map. Finding based on descriptive statistic. Data analysis index. The analysis is done on the basis of following 10 different index. Uh, First index activities, teaching satisfaction. 83 students from Ujni village, they are satisfied in the good teaching. 80% students from Nimgaon, they are satisfied with good teaching, and the 100% students satisfied with the good teaching. Playing with friend with other caste community. 39 students from Ujni and 25% from Nimgaon village student says that they are facing problem in playing with other caste students. third activity is midday meal. Almost everyone is happy with midday meal. And fourth activity is sport activity. Ujni and Nimga village, Ujni and Musalgaon village, they are happy with sport activities, and Nimga village, they are not happy with sport activities. Next index is status of teacher-student relationship. Caste-based teacher-student relationship. 100% students are biased towards two SC students in the Ujni village. Almost in the other two villages, there are 50% students looks to be unbiased, but still there is a 40% teachers based with the SC students. Second one is economic based relationship. In Nimgaon village, 30% students face that the teachers are behaving with on the basis of economic situation. The third one is gender-based relationship. One can see that from the Ujni and Nimgaon village, the teachers are highly biased towards the girl students. Next. Next index is status of peer students in school. Caste-based relationship. Caste-based relationship with peer student, 100% students are biased on the basis of caste. The only the fellow students of their own caste they are playing. Second one is economic-based relationship. Almost the Ujni village is not having much differences in their economic condition. But why the data is showing 100% 100% students are unbiased. Under gender-based relationship, 100% students highly biased towards peer students, and 15% from Nimgaon students are highly biased, and in Musalgaon, 74% students unbiased. Next index. Next index is subject are difficult to comprehend. Mathematics. It is observed that in Ujni village, 90% students face difficulties in mathematics. From Nimga village, 60% students facing difficulties in mathematics. In Musalgaon village, it is showing that good result in mathematics. Second subject is English. Some same results is showing in both the subject. The third one is Marathi. Third one. In Ujni village, 73% students agreed that they are difficulty in Marathi subject. Okay. Okay. Next one. Yes, yes. Facilities provided by school. Uniform and book. It is provided by government, so everyone is satisfied in both the facilities. Toilets for girls and boys. Ujni and Nimgaon village, they don't have toilet facility. They have to go for open defecation. And Musalgaon village, they have good toilet facility. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes.
So I'll just read the recommendations quickly. Yeah, I'll just read it. So on the basis of this data, we have recommended certain things that, we find that education emphasis should be given on, now it is secondary education, it should be given on primary education by the government. The content of primary education needs to be simple and in local language. It should be the school management committee at the rural area should be active, and they should take care of quality of education. It should be compulsory to all the teachers to stay at the village And it is finding now almost 99% teachers are not staying in the villages, their own villages. Regular performance appraisal should be conducted on the basis of students' performance of teachers. The teachers should be trained to teach the language in a differently and professional manner. The more focus should be given on practical exercise and task-oriented exercise. The management committee of the school should be involved in a local planning, and the Gram Panchayat of the village should be responsible for the school facilities and infrastructure. The Gram Panchayat should provide water and sanitation facilities in the school. Next one is very important, the workshop on caste and gender sensitivity should be conducted for all the teachers in all the schools. And the last one is the caste and gender subject aspect should be also included in the curriculum of the primary education. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rashwant, studying first year MA Sociology in Madras University. And my title for today is Striving for Educational Equality, Analyzing the Political Interference and the Need for Dr. Ambedkar today. So the title, which says Striving for Educational Equality, is something that symbolizes the class conflict and class struggle that is undergone today. So looking into the perspective, it is more of a convenient sampling through empirical data, but the interpretation and perspectives are with respect to the philosophy of Dr. Ambedkar. So when equality is denied, everything is denied. It is said by a JNU scholar before their suicide. So what does it mean? There are a lot of institutional suicides happening all over India, and there is no justice to it. We cannot see any change. So what is the philosophy of education according to Dr. Ambedkar? It is the knowledge with respect to the idea of his justice. What is idea of his justice? So moving on, according to Dr. Ambedkar, the right of a group or individual is ensured by the representation of it in a socio-economic, political, cultural, and other legal spaces. Through it, liberation is attained. So, looking into the education system today, in education, in most of the universities, I am from Madras University. So, looking into that perspective, the student body election is not happening. When the students come to know about their rights, only then they can ask for it. If there is a 10 rupees hike in exam fees, it doesn't affect much. Just 10 rupees for 10 subjects, just 100 rupees. Even the lower middle class people can pay that. But the knowledge to ask question to the management, what that 10 rupees will come in return to me, in what form? Through infrastructure, to education, or through faculty, in what form does that come back? That kind of asking questions is through education. Education should make people to ask questions. Only then that is education. So we have seen from history that the great protest led by students led to the freedom of language, speech, and etc. And it has changed many regimes. The student protest for Jallikattu made history. Also, in Jallikattu, there is caste that has been revealed now. But why there is no protest now? That is a strong question. One, therefore, suppression is through the denial of accepting facts and not hearing the students. Even though if the election is conducted, it is conducted for namesake. They appoint students who are in favor of institution and authorities inside the management, and through that, for namesake, they are doing that. But it is not conducted in a proper way. Former election commissioner Lingoth formed as per the guidelines of Supreme Court and insisted years ago that elections in colleges should be conducted. But in favor of institution, people are selected, and because of that, there is no social change happening. Through this, what education does is it produces the slave mentality within the students. There is no campus freedom. And what they say as reason is that it creates chaos within the students, though we don't, so that we don't conduct elections. But the actual reason is, actual thing is, if the students are formed outside the classroom, learning actually happens outside the classroom. So when the election is conducted, students will be politically aware. That fears the authorities there. Because ignoring the social injustices happening before their eyes inside the students is what the management want. There is a continuous trend stating that people who are socially conscious or so politically aware are unfit to live. They don't know how to live. They are not capable of living in the society. So the whole purpose, what they tell us is, one's life is to become just rich. So are they insisting the concept of individualism? And that is fundamentally against the concept of education. So moving on to that, the concept of individualism arises from that point, and because of that, lot of commercialization, privatization starts there. Looking into the privatization, in the recent times, we can see a lot of changes in that. And yeah, Dr. Ambedkar was deeply influenced by Dewey in the means of education of changing the world and not merely a tool to understand. So that symbolizes, according to Ambedkar, education is a blend of pragmatism of Dewey and Dhamma of Buddha. So the idea of education is systematic analysis of society, religion, politics, economy, and history. Coming back to individualism, since last decade, education sector has been involved with lot of corporates. So what is, when I say corporates, there's corporatization happening. Ambedkar was totally against on the commercialization of education. When there's commercialization, the commercial exchange is totally against the educational philosophy of Dr. Ambedkar. So what that does is, the content population of masses who are entering into the portals of education for the first times are denied entry because of the corporatization of education. Sure, sir. Yes. If education becomes privatized, it becomes a commodity. So the basic elements is changed and learning method is changed. How is the learning methods changed? It is changed into an irregular structure, which is transformed into single purpose and motive to goal attain only of high marks. So because of the commercialization, the people and students who score only the high marks, they advertise that, and because of that, because of that, the institution or corporates can demand high fees from the students, and parents and society also want to enroll their students in those institutes. Because of that, there's a lot of things going. If education changes in this way, the discipline, morality, social understanding, gender equality, sports methods, history, culture, civilization will lag behind. Only the motive will be scoring high marks and advertisement behind that. So, what does the impact the students get from that? Because of the only motive of high marks and eliminating all other factors, students' future will be in suffering stage of mental distress, and they commit suicide. According to a data from National Crime Records Bureau, majority of criminals activities done or involved by the people below the age of 25. Dr. Ambedkar said, cultivation of mind should be the ultimate aim of human existence. So, the does the cultivation of mind happen? There's two wars going on. That is the accumulation of self and transformation of self. What education should do is transformation of self. But what happens is accumulation. When I mean accumulation, what I mean is it creates a one-dimensional workers with same type of skill and same type of thinking, which produces workers for the capitalist people. So the psychological problems uh, in students in universities include drug addiction, caste discrimination, sexual violence, society, uh, in today's children. So the people in society, what people suffer is all happening in institutes also. According to Article 44 of Indian Constitution 1950, free and mandatory education for children until the age of 14 with 10 years of its formation was declared. Okay, sir. So even after the 75 years of independence, that is not done. Looking into the historical background, not all was educated. Even in the upper class, women were not educated. So even in today, women face sexual harassment, violence in the name of love, gender discrimination, menstrual problems, cruelty of caste, punishments in institutes, etc. Such being the case, privatization is all against the citizens of the country. Commercialization also affects the sports. When they charge people for each sports, from swimming to chess, hockey, football, then how can we produce sports persons for Olympics? Education is free in Cuba. So medicine is available free of charge. Becoming a doctor in Cuba is as easy as becoming a factory worker. So during Corona, we all know what happened. But what in India, the reality is because of NEET, we can see a lot of suicides due to the mental trauma behind that. So the concept of corporatization is much worse than just the privatization. What I'm trying to say is corporates in manufacturing sector, each role of certain contracts is given to certain sectors. In a car making company, glass contract is given to some tire. It is a given contract. So even in education, if contract basis the corporatization is involved, what happens is there's a lot of only the motive of capitalism is played in the corporatization of education. We all know the NEET scam that happened last year in Hardaya Public School. And looking into the deep context, the private limited contracts that was given was Edu Test Solution Private Limited. It is a Gujarat-based company. It was banned in Bihar and UP. But the Gujarat government approved it in the state. Also, for the post of constable post exam in 2024, there were 63,244 vacancies where 42 lakhs applied. There was a question paper leak in the exam. Also in Bihar Staff Selection Commission, before 2017, it was banned. There was a question paper leak and the collector of the state of the city was arrested, and Vinita Arya, the chairman of EduTest Solution, was also arrested. Apart from that, they conducted high school teacher examination where 5,057 people were passed. But the shocking thing is nobody scored even the minimum marks. The list doesn't stop here. They conduct National Law University exam in Gujarat, subsidy service exam. Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. And they even conduct exams for Bill. Bill is the company that produces EVM machine. And so what I'm trying to say is alteration of education system is much needed. So the plundering of corporates mob is must be eliminated, and new education policies and structure must be formed. Thank you.
Much, Mr. Raswan. Though he's a MA student, he's very much confident. We should appreciate the degree of his cognitive understanding with reference to theoretical framework as well as empirical data. And also our previous speakers, Professor Ramesh and Miss Shweta, they have also done a wonderful job by bringing the police idea of education to the everyday notions of education at the empirical level, based on a village study in Maharashtra. So now I request one of the leading intellectual, Professor Ellen Venkatraman, right, to share his presentation. We can go up to 20 minutes, Professor Raman, then followed by discussion about all the three papers. Over to you.
Okay, good morning. I just want to thank a good friend of mine, Ajay, for giving me this opportunity to work on the paper, which I have not done for quite some time. Because for the last 2 years, I have been out of academics. So it's indeed a blessing in disguise for Ajay and Dr. Ambedkar for trying to come back to the academic side of it. I want to call this paper, this is a working in paper, like it's a very draft paper. I just want to have all your critiques and comments to improvise it. I just want to call it as an equality of what in search of subaltern towers. Because in 1979, Professor Amartya Sen wrote this paper called The Equality of What. In that, he provided some argument in terms of taking us beyond the resource-based understanding of providing access, for example. Because if most of us, when we are talking about social justice, we'll be talking more about the access as if the massification will be solving the ideals of social justice. Access without quality, for example, right? For example, if you are providing universalization without quality education, there is no use of it, actually. So we have been talking about universalization of elementary education, for example, as if like this will be solving the subaltern questions when it comes to equity or when it comes to the social justice. So the broader idea, what I am actually trying to understand is what Sen did in 1979 and how can we look at it in terms of this great man's vision, in terms of providing some kind of a breakthrough, intellectual breakthrough when it comes to justice is the point in which I try to look at the ivory tower, which we call the university sector or the higher education institutions in this country, right? So let me provide some context to this. I'm actually talking about few concepts like plutocratic populism as a first concept. I call this phase as a plutocratic populism because I was asking the same thing to Professor Guru also. Uh, this is a two different word. One is plutocracy and another is populism. Because this is a monstrous alliance actually, what we are going through today. Why did I say this is a monstrous alliance? Because plutocracy means it is dominated by few capitalist individuals who are always obsessive about the surplus. So they don't care about any sector, including education. So they call it a shot in terms of providing a new education policy or old education policy, whatever the name they want to give. So these Ambanis and Adanis control your education sector directly or indirectly, straight from the Prime Minister's Council during the Manmohan Singh's government to the Narayan Murthy Committee recently to the current disposition where the current NEP was framed predominantly by the Asim Premji, this Wipro group is the political economy on which we need to look at it actually. So I call it as a plutocracy for this reason. What is the second word am I talking about? It is about populism. Populism means all narrative will be rhetorically provided to us in terms of kind of this popular sentiment in terms of providing rosy picture about this country and not taking positions and addressing to the galleries, etc., without disturbing anything which is institutionally located in terms of the social justice is the concern I'm talking about. So this is a very disturbing phase on which we need to look at it in terms of the plutocratic populism. Higher education, we know what are we essentially talking about. We are essentially talking about the kind of a Byzantine sector where the structure is flooded with all kinds of universities in the world. Like we have an audacity to say that we are a good university, but we don't have accreditation in the country. Or we are a good university, we don't worry about the quality, we are worried only about the access. So there is a pressure out there, and the ranking pressure is there, which Professor Guru has highlighted. Where are we heading in terms of that expansion in the name of social justice? My essential idea to look at this ivory tower is to look at this humanities and social sciences as an anchoring point, trying to conceptualize the ivory tower in terms of what is it happening in our life as an academic, for example, right? And I situate this entire argument in terms of this plutocratic populism, in terms of the sector, what we call the NPM model, new public management, where there is an extreme amount of perpetual pressure is there in terms of publications, which Ajay you know very well, research, teaching. You are expected to be a magician in front of the student to continuously do this drama, right? So which we call this as a new public management, right? So how this academic labor is getting shaped and reshaped continuously by this NPM is the starting point in which I am trying to understand a new concept called the educracy. Educracy is a kind of bureaucracy which is controlling this education sector. And this is my terminology, which I published in EPW in the year 2016. What I was trying to mention is, like, this is a very kind of new kind of a bureaucrats which are coming up in education sector, where they are not connected to education, but they call the shot how many publications you should do, what kind of material you should teach, right? It is similar like your Narayana Murthy and this great Mahan L&T guy, how many hours you should work, whom to marry, what to eat, what not to eat. So this kind of a regulatory panopticon regime is happening, which I call this as a educrats or educracy in the country, right? So my central position is beginning with certain assumptions. One is in 1979, what he said is, it is a capability equality. He was actually, so if you look at Ambedkar's expressions, because I'm not aware of Ambedkar's writings as clearly like that of the chair or Professor Guru, but I'm trying to understand what are the resemblance actually. Sen was talking about the same concept as a capability equality, right? It is not equality for resources. No, we are not talking about providing resources, wonderful resources like this, and providing access to everyone. No, we are talking about capability equality. Capability is more than the skill. It is the freedom, right? You do whatever you want to do, right? Beings and doing what Sen is saying, right? So this is the starting point on which I'm trying to argue in this paper. What I'm trying to argue is, one, what are the enabling and disabling conditions are available in this sector, higher education institutions in the country, and how this educacy controls the ivory tower within the plutocratic populism. That is the second argument. Third argument is, how are we looking at the perpetual pressures in terms of all these dramas, whatever we are doing in the name of education. Lastly, how are we locating the comfortable or discomfortable zones in the tower? And because this is very essential, because there is no public sphere here, right? We are talking about plutocratic populism. Where is your civil society? So this Gujarat model has come to universalize in this country where there is no civil society, right? Gujarat has been notorious for the absence of civil society. The same is happening in India today, right? There is no civil society. Very hardly we have very few individuals who provoke our brain. Other than that, all are like organization men to fall in line to the system, right? So the context on which what we need to do is, the sector is heading for a very peculiar phase called the governance without government. Governance is happening, but without government. Why did I say so? If you look at the funding pattern, for example, there is no money. Professor Tilak has been writing for the last 30 years in my studentship in this sector. 6% of higher 6% of the GDP will be promised from Kothari time to TSR Subramaniam time. Nothing will happen actually. So it's a kind of a joke where we just keep referring this kind of path-breaking commitment, but nothing we deliver. So there is a kind of a phase which is going on where governance is there, and what we don't agree with that kind of governance, but this is a governance. This is a kind of a neoliberal governance, but there is no government. This phase has to be seen like that. And second is, most of these institutions, primarily the public universities, are seemingly, this is unfortunate, they are living in the past glories actually. We are from Stephens, we are from JNU, we are from DU. These are all past glories. Okay, you are from JNU. Are you the next Tapas Majumdar? Or are you the next Yogendra Yadav? Or are you the next Yogendra Singh? We don't. So we just, we are affiliating with this institution, but we don't live up to those glories actually, right? The third important point is, most of these universities do not have leaders who are renowned for their research, who are renowned for their teaching, who are renowned for their administrative credentials. So this kind of failure, what I'm witnessing is due to, maybe it is due to the structural adjustment. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not sure about it, because this reduction is happening for the last 3 decades, crystal clear, and the last 1 decade has been painful, pathetic, and we are enduring with that. For various political economy reasons. But somehow down the line, I am looking at the sector based on these confusions only. Because I look at this phase as a governance, and with governance without government is based on one syndrome called the power without accountability, power without responsibility syndrome. Most of these guys who are manning the system, or what you call the educracy, they have the power, but they don't have any responsibility, right? They will expect you how many papers you should publish. But if you look at them, they don't do anything substantial, right? Or they don't teach actually. So this is a kind of a different kind of syndrome which is happening. And this is happening mainly because there are 2 parallel trends are going on in this country. If you look at the broader political economy, there is a fiscal withdrawal which is happening for the last 30 years, right? Money has not been pumped. You look at any kind, irrespective of the differences between Somen Chattopadhyay, Tilak, Verghese, or Tirtharani at the personal level, predominantly all of them are establishing one simple fact, that government is not investing any more money on education, specifically on higher education. Nothing is going on, right? So there is a fiscal withdrawal going on. On the other hand, there is a regulatory overreach also coming up, right? How many hours you should work, who can be the vice chancellor, who can be the pro vice chancellor, how many years they should be managerial, right? All kind of systemic regulatory overreaches were given to you without giving you any responsibility, right? So this kind of a syndrome, what you call the power without responsibility syndrome, is not only killing, but it is affiliating to the phase which I was saying, the governance without government. Because universities, as Pankaj Chandra, the current vice chancellor, Ahmedabad University, wrote in his book, a wonderful book, everybody should read. What is he writing is, universities are no longer the self-governing institutions. They're always under these managerialism, the pressures of the educrats, actually. So you look at most of the vice chancellor's appointment in the public universities, most of these appointments are all because of the ideological affinity, reward for ideological affinity, rather than the gradual accumulation of scholarship, actually. The kind of a screwed up system where nothing, no impressive vice chancellors there. Our friend panelist, he's coming from Tamil Nadu. You see the kind of vice chancellors they are appointing. They are like a worst to the core, most of the vice chancellors. Thugs, criminals, rapists. One guy got arrested when he was taking money during his official time in the university campus, in Bardiyar University, right? So this is the situation on which I'm trying to argue in this paper, where these educrats, these bureaucrats are actually pushing the system more towards Taylorism without investing any money, but putting a lot of regulatory overreach on you. So it's a kind of compromised system at all level, actually, right? I should stop. Oh, okay. I think I should stop there. The major debate is like I'm trying to conceive to provide a simple fact that it is not just a kind of a Marxist critique on this complexity. It is because I'm not a Marxist, I'm a liberal. But somehow down the line, what is it happening here is a kind of celebration of mediocrity, which is actually universalized in the sector, where there is no vibes, there is no organic intellectualism, there is no passion, there is no all kind of stupid excuses. It's just quite depressing, actually. One is institutions are all marketized. Second is it is institutionalized markets, actually, right? So this is a very, very, very dangerous, actually, right? Third is there is an entrepreneurial twist, right? You bring with the professor of practice, right? So you begin the set, you look at the current last 10 years of traces, you get a lot of ideas, actually. Vice chancellors with a 10-year management credential from any sector can be a university leader today. That is the current UGC draft is saying. It is not a surprise for us, for people who are studying higher education. It's not a surprise, because we know all these things long back, right? When your prime minister is not giving his own master's degree, we know what is on the menu, right? So we know all these very well, right? So you appoint anybody, any Tom and Jerry to be a professor because he has some practice, and you tweak the system because there is a placement pressure is there. So you keep pushing the boundary towards the industry, where this is the usual route, actually. So you look at look at the last 20 years, what has happened in this sector, actually. All kind of signboard universities happen, and I'm completely with him in terms of corporatization is the extreme form of privatization, right? Now the entire sector has been hijacked by corporates, actually. 2001, we have Reliance opened this teaching shop in Ahmedabad. Second, 2009, Jindal, right? Mining money become white money now, right? 2010, Wipro. 2011, Shivnadar. 18, Geo. 20, Mahindra University. 25, we don't know, right? We don't know. So this is a kind of hijacking is going on, right? If you look at the current draft regulation, this is very crystal clear, actually, right? So, I mean, irrespective of all these things, what I'm trying to say, only one thing out of it, because of the time constraint, is a simple fact. Is universities reduce their ideals to mere systemic complaints instead of fostering creative destructions, right? NAC data, NAC RAA, turant data, fatafat. As if like a NAC is the school inspectors, and we are all like a pliant principals, so we have to fall in line. Yeah, what the hell, boss? You are an academic, you are an intellectual, you are an organic scholar. You should stand You should provide a original picture, right? This regulatory regime, nobody is actually critiquing, right? So there is no creative destruction. What is it happening? The systemic metrics have tamed the professoriates, while the very nature of India's public sphere has significantly shrunk. We did a publication together, Suresh and me, in an edited book. This is what I wrote in 2019 before I died because of these administrative positions when I was alive. I mean, like, it's just like a pathetic, right? Really, really pathetic, right? Uh, Everything there is a technical solution, like as if like we are in an engineering university, any social issues or any complex issues of justice or equity or anything, there is a available solutions immediately there, right? As if like we are talking about the positivistic world order where everything is actually can be quantified, right? So I mean, so what I am trying to argue in this paper, of course, I'm not only complaining. I did write a section on what is to be done in terms of some kind of a reflection is we need to create some kind of civic universities in terms of providing these intrinsic ideals, speak truth to the power clearly and very bluntly. Because this guma guma ke, what he said in terms of pragmatism, practical, all these things are fine, boss. At least we need to call the spade as it is because बहुत हो गया, मतलब really, really it's pathetic. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatraman. Very intellectually stimulating presentation with reference to the very idea of university, what are its goals, and what is the current status of the university. I think this is where I think one can also reflect from the ideas of scholars like Ramachandra Guha, Shivishnadan, and several scholars who have been writing on this idea of university and what kind of structural and functional changes which are happening in the context of LPG era, especially for last 20 years. Very nicely we have mapped the multiple debates based on the lived experience as well as based on the statistical data. So I'm really, let's say, thankful to you. So now we had the three presentations. The three presentations are quite interesting, starting with starting with the primary education at the micro level, that is at the village level in the context of Maharashtra, to the idea of Ambedkar and his notion of education by our young friend from Madras University, to another scholar from Pune, Professor Venkatraman. All of them, they have highlighted some of the important issues and challenges with reference to the idea of education, with reference to quality, and the notion of social justice, with reference to Ambedkar vision, and the idea of autonomy with reference to the university in the contemporary times, which primarily comes from Dr. Venkatraman's paper. So now I request all of you to reflect on their ideas because we have some time. I think we can go up to 1:15. Dr. Chaudhary? 1:10, 1 hour, right? So now open to discussion. Refer to the answer first. Okay. Yeah, please.
Limited to the tools which we largely use while engaging with students. So that sense of morality, which I think I'm almost done with, yes. So that sense of morality which education has a responsibility to convey, somewhere getting lost. Not implemented in separate level system, but right somewhere at minimum at university level or education system, separate elections.
So thank you, all the presenters. It was very nice listening to all of you. My question to Laksh, not really question, but see, just as you connected populism with, the system, educacy, and then do you also see institutional isomorphism as also a problem? Because that's as a lot of, and that is actually perpetuating the entire problem that is generated by these educrats. So that's an idea. Institutional isomorphism also can be, I think, can be linked to this, the entire thing, that the argument that you're developing. I don't know. It's up to you. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a wonderful panel, and all of them actually made a very interesting remarks on the theme. But I am going to the not to the details because of the paucity of time. To begin with, Laksh, actually, Laksh, these are predicaments. We knew this, what is actually happening, right? When Professor Manmohan Singh was finance minister, he went to World Bank and then he wrote a paper in 1991, I think. He was predicted, I think, what is happening today, almost fall in line with what he thought about. This is the way Indian, perhaps the political economy also moving to a direction. There's a lot of compatibility in these two. The way political economy is growing at the global scale and the way how higher education taking us to. There's not much of contradiction the way we see political economy. Therefore, it is, I think the predicament is almost clear too. The other ambiguity to my mind is that the state, right? Why in this entire deliberations, why you made a state as a silent obstructor out there, right? What made us to be silent on the state? In these entire discourses, why silent? Why state becomes silence? Is it a very deliberate in this entire policy deliberations on our discourses, our own political presence to make sense of what is higher education? Why state is silent? Right. And that also asks my own presence, right? My own political presence. It's a very important question. Why we become silent as a citizen? Right, this one. The other one, I will go to the second presenter. Certainly, I love your presentation. I want to listen to you, right? How students are thinking about, how much they are worried about, how much crisis they are going to face today. This voice has never been. When we were also student, I think we have not seen that crisis right? The new generation, what we are going to teach a new generation, no matter whether you are in a public university or private university, what we are going to offer to them, what imagination we have for the future of a society, for an economy, right? I conclude by saying that if economy trying to drive education, this is what I am more teleological now, right? If economy is trying to drive education, we are going to see what Laksh predicted, right? Or we have to take education very seriously and see what will happen in economy in the future, right? Perhaps that's what your point all about. That's why I think legacy of Ambedkar also very, very important. Why these, some of the the illuminaries thought about education, right? They made a powerful statements on the future of society and looking at education also, right? Looking the future of society, right? That's also political. So in this entire the movement towards a privatization or corporatization of education, something I think the language of politics is silence. Why it so happen? That's my question. Yeah. Thank you.
Indeed, it was wonderful presentations by all the paper presenters. My first question to Shweta and Zare sir. You quoted based on your empirical data, the caste-based relationship among with students and teachers, economic-based and gender-based. So my question is that what would be the practical applicability of these index which were presented in ground realities in as far as primary education is concerned, with respect to quality education? Second, Rashwant, my question is that you quoted somewhere university elections are not happening due to some political interference and all that. So as a student, like MA student, what would be your stand as a part of student community? That is my second question to you. And third and last question to Professor Laksh. You have wonderfully presented educracy, irrespective of corporatization in higher education. But I had observed and experienced in central universities in context of recruitment and selection, as far as political interference and ideologically impressed universities. So please have some inputs in that context. Not question, but it's an observation. Thank you very much. Thank you to Chairperson. Thank you.
Now, number of questions. Now, just I have one more comment about the Professor Jare's paper. So, sir, we're talking about the sample of the study. Most of these schools, especially government schools, have become like a homogeneous school. The social composition of the school is primarily comes from the margin of the margins. So that means what I'm saying to say that when most of the children goes to who are going to the government schools comes from the marginal sections of the society, what is the notion of discrimination? That is my question. And my comment to Professor Laksh is that we are talking about the intellectual leadership as well as the academic leadership, especially with reference to intellectual leadership. When there were few universities in India, the idea of intellectual were very much celebrated. But as for the last 30 years, the universities are undergoing a form of massification, and the intellectual base has also expanded from different quarters as well as different social communities, right? So I think we need to take note of that point. But my most important observation is that how do you understand the ideological convergence between the different political parties in the privatization and especially corporatization of education? If you refer to the ideas of National Knowledge Commission of 2010, which advocated for thousands of universities in India. India needs thousands of universities. But now, at the same time, when India needs the thousands of universities because of its demographic dividend, what is the role of the private philanthropic industrial houses such as Tata's? Because these are the people who are known for establishing like this almost 60 years ago, right? So this is my comment. Yeah, please. One can start with Mr. Zare.
Okay. First of all, thank you for these questions. I will first answer the question about, the teaching satisfaction. So, yeah, three criteria were um, three index. One can say that, teaching performance and caste biasness and gender biasness. So, the test was conducted in the class, and like Asar is doing every year, um, that fifth standard, seventh standard were given the question paper of sixth standard. Sixth standard were given the question paper of fifth standard, and fifth standard were given the question paper of fourth standard. On the basis of that result, and this was test was conducted. On the basis of that performance, we come to the conclusion that this is what the quality of education. So this is one aspect. And then Prakash, you have asked practical applicability. Means I didn't understand actually. Yeah, yeah, yes. How the seriousness of this aspect? Basically, yeah, we didn't get the time to focus on that point. But it's not only the problem of school; it is basically problem of community. So one has to work with the community, and then only because that all that problems come from the community to the school, because the community themselves are not very serious about all these things, and it is what the school teacher and community, they don't feel it is a problem. But the only people, those who are facing the problem, they are day-to-day life. And this is how, quality of education, you can see that those people, the SC community people, they are facing the problem. So the problem of community, that reflects in the school, that the peer, she was talking about the children. Even the children, the SC children, they feel they are, they are neglected. They are excluded. The other community people, students, they are not playing with them. So this is how the problem, the practical applicability, you can see that, the discrimination is there with the children, and the children are carrying that. Even the students, the peer students, they are carrying that caste discrimination. So that is why I felt that, we have given the suggestion that, the sensitivity, caste sensitivity, gender sensitivity, that workshop, that kind of awareness program should take place in the Gram Panchayat, then in the schools. So this is how I feel that we feel that, this should happen. It is a long-term project, but it has to begin. Thank you. Yeah.
Actually, this is for first presentation. So for providing me this opportunity, and thank you for listening. First question was asked by Sir. The marginalized communities and people are eliminated or alienated in the process of student election. So yeah, I failed to address that in the conference. The thing is, a polarization happens. There's small groups that are formed within the students. What I was trying to make is that within that, the leadership qualities develop, and through that, world politics is aware by the students through the process within the communication outside the classroom. That's what I was mentioning. And apart from that, at the moment, I cannot articulate anything for the answers, but I would love to speak off stage. Thank you.
I got multiple questions, so I'll try to combine everything together. One of the mistake what we normally do is we take these policy declarations by any government, whether it is NDA 1 or UPA 3, we take it as a constitutional gospel actually. So we need to understand the political rhetoric which are embedded there. So we should never refer NEP as a gospel, actually. We need to understand this is a political document. It has its own limitation. Tomorrow, if Mayawati becomes the chief minister or prime minister, things may change. This is simple. This is a very clear-cut understanding. So we should not refer this as a constitution India of document. Okay. So, so working within that pedagogy, I always hide behind Socrates, actually, Socratic tradition, trying to, if the life is giving you lemon, make it a lemonade. That's it. So use your situation in such a manner where you create your own headache to the immediate situation in such a manner where you keep your desk clean as much as possible. That's one to Vikas, actually. I mean, the institutional isomorphism, because I do not know what is isomorphism, so immediately I looked into the Professor Google. I actually, you know, I mean, like as a student, when I was actually listening to Professor Anil Sadagopal, always I found that he's always panicking. He was panicking, he is panicking, he was panicking, he will be panicking. Actually, now I'm in my middle age, I'm a faculty, I realize how great he was actually. Such a stupid guy, I didn't understand what he was trying to say. Whatever he said in the year 2000, 2002, 2003, as a polemic rhetoric, which was dismissed by the mainstream academics, it's happening in my real life, actually. So, I don't have the guts to reach out to him, actually. I'm feeling ashamed, actually. So I'm not in touch with him for that reason only, actually. So this isomorphism is happening because there is a managerialism is happening. There is a educracy is coming. There is a kind of privatization happened in his time. Now it is completely hijacked by corporates. Because if you look at the star academics, whether it is Dipankar Gupta or Ashwini Deshpande, anybody, corporate hijack will happen from JNU to Delhi University to Ashoka. You look at their history, actually. She went to Ashoka now. So, I mean, this is how it operates, actually, right? As a next generation scholar, although I am holding the private capitalistic flag, I need to do the Socratic tradition in such a manner where I will not be, mistreated in my history, actually. So what I am doing, the dialogue, what I am doing in my everyday life is very important, right? I do not know about the paper, Manmohan Singh's paper. I will take it from you. But I mean, the state actually, state is always a soft state. It always soft because whenever there is a scandal, it will panic. You remember in Gorakhpur, 80 children died one fine day, right? State responded as if it is going to create an earthquake in Indian health system. What happened during Corona? This happened before Corona. Even during Corona, it did nothing. So state has been a player, actually. So in fact, I was unhappy when Rahul Gandhi said that I'm disagreeing with the Indian state. I'm saying with the very state. It's not about Indian state or a Pakistani state. The state is like this only, actually. State has this politics, actually. So the problem here is because the global politics, which we were talking, Anita was telling, actually, we need to understand the global politics, actually. Global politics is one fine day, our readers became the associate professors. We didn't realize. We were very happy. So we got a new nomenclature. Right? With that decision, our reading has gone, actually. Now you are a Twitter generation, actually. Maggie Noodles generation. We don't read, actually. So problem kya hai na? Very simplistic ho gaya. We don't create a dense narrative, complexity samajhna nahi hai. We put everything, so we approach everything in a reverential manner, actually. So this is a very, very problematic one. So if you look at this institutional isomorphism, in terms of the homogenization, I put the state and market as a contradictory, but serving the market only. Because state will come with a different thesis. One nation, one subscription. One nation, one system. For what? It has its own principles. It will universalize education without quality. So that the ideological appointments will happen, what he rightly mentioned, in the state universities. But there is a clear planned role, actually. It will always be a subservient because we create a kind of a stupid, mediocre public systems so that star performance will be taken away by the corporate. So we create a parallel robust system where the same kind of reverse engineering will happen actually. So this is the ploy actually. We need to understand this ploy. State is not doing it out of its inefficiency. It has its own politics actually. Because state, by which what we mean, it is controlled by the same apparatus actually. Gramsci was so right. It is controlled by the same cronies. It is controlled by the same plutocrats actually, right? Ordinary Nitin Gadkari may not have the access to the PMO directly. Adani may have. This is the apparatus I'm talking about, right? The last point is the chair's point, actually. I like the word margins of margin. It's a very interesting expression. I mean, this ideological convergence you are talking about between BJP and Congress, I think Arunidra said very nicely. There is no difference between Surf Excel and Tide, actually. Both are owned by the same company. For you, it's BJP, Congress, they are opposing each other. It is a subservient player to the global capitalism. Right. So, I mean, because what is it happening? We can easily see an econometrician who doesn't know today. We can easily, they don't know the philosophy of economics, but they are very hardcore economists, actually, econometricians, because we have reduced knowledge into information, actually. We are misusing this, interchangeably using. I don't want to say full of liberal arts, which is full of illiberal people, actually. The casteist, fanatics, religious fundamentalists, you name it, actually. So we need to understand and try to put them in their own game. How do we do that? We need to evolve our own Platonic liberation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I request for vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It will be lunch break. Please try to come by 2:15. 2. Try to come by 2. Yeah. Can you send me the PPT? The PPT has no video. Okay. And we send it to you, it won't come in the PPT. I'll check if it can come in the pen drive. Before closing the session, participants and person. That's all. जरी सेकंड सेशन स्टार्ट होगा ना अर्जुन कुमार Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We will proceed to our second session, which is pedagogy and curriculum in education. I invite Chairperson Dr. Sophia Gaikwad ma'am to dais, please, and Dhyaneshwar Shejwal, Research Scholar TIS, Shravani Sontakke, Biju Rani Devi, and Nishu Gupta, Vikas Jadhav sir, Pramod Kumar. please follow the time, 8 minutes for presentation and for winding up 2 minutes. We will start with Ganesh.
So I have written the summary of script of the summary, so I won't take more than 10 minutes. Just read the. That's what I was just saying.
I was waiting for that. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the post-lunch session where we are going to hear from our scholars their views about how pedagogy can be a tool for change. And I'm excited to hear your views. So as Mona Lisa has told that we will follow the time, 8 minutes for your presentation and 2 minutes to wind up. So we'll start. Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. Jai Bhim. It feels really nostalgic to be back to the museum here, where I have come several times as a undergraduate student in Ferguson College back in 2013-16. And with utmost pride and compassion, let me introduce you to the title of my presentation, Critical Curricula of Social Sciences in Western Maharashtra, their evolution and intricacies through the fully Ambedkarite frame of reference. The paper, using historical method and content analysis, unfolds into 3 sections that attempts to unravel the evolution and intricacies of 2 contemporary critical curricula of social sciences. One is Dalit studies and the other is gender studies, which have been institutionalized almost a decade ago and currently practiced in 2 higher educational institutions in Western Maharashtra, that is TISS Mumbai and SPPU Pune. The first section of this paper will call out the theoretico-epistemological debates and context concerning this curricula while interrogating them with the fully Ambedkarite and feminist frameworks of knowledge. The second section deals with the evolution towards their formulation into the master's degree program. Lastly, it will propose a few emerging patterns from these processes. I wanted to add another section on the experiences of students and teachers with this curricula. However, in this presentation, I shall restrict only to these 3, which I am borrowing mainly from my initial phase of fieldwork of the doctoral studies. Due to the time constraint, I shall discuss the major proposition in the conclusion section. A few notes for all of us to locate my engagement with the subject. I'm offering only prepositions and not assertions or claims through this paper. There are 2 reasons for that. First, the study is being under process, as I said before. Secondly, Dalit and gender studies are 2 of the most complex, dynamic, and evolving fields. Therefore, they need an in-depth longitudinal engagement to make claims or assertions. I myself have studied these courses. Therefore, the paper involves more than content analysis vis-a-vis my own auto-reflective notes from experience. It does not propose solutions to any particular problems or issue within or across social sciences. Instead, it offers an interrogative approach to historicize their evolution in building coherent questions, prepositions, and arguments that might help direct my ongoing project. Heavily sourced from the fully Ambedkarite frame of reference, Dalit studies have undergone debates on various platforms, seminars, forums, and conferences like this. To summarize it, Dalit studies is a field of knowledge that aims at political, interrogative, and anti-structural engagement with academic habitus and theoretical streams governed by discourses of Brahminical domination, and offer visions for ontological, epistemological, methodological, and axiological thirst in search for truth and freedom. Now, decoding each of the heavy terms that I've used, it will take some time, so we can clarify those terms in the discussion if so. This discursive engagement with Dalit studies in the last 2-3 decades also show a contextual need, yet considered a rhetorical grill in its negation to recognize, institutionalize, and materialize its existence in the higher educational institutions. There's also ambiguity about whether to have Dalit studies as a field of research or a degree program or a certificate course or a diploma course. On the other hand, gender studies instead had a different trajectory through wider, in-depth, and in critical interactions with and across disciplines towards an anti-structural, epistemological, methodological, rather complex engagement with movements and state. To unravel the paradox, gender studies is a popular yet a field that is taken for granted, established, systematically negated, and has been reviewed multiple times as it lacks a representation from sectional locations such as caste, gender, class, region, etc. To point out the context of the evolution of these fields in general, I might skip going deeper into this part and shall get back to it if there is time left. Dalit studies and gender studies have evolved in various phases, tracing back to women and Dalit movements on the roads, platforms from global to local and local to global, in the seminar halls, through curricula and entries of new generation of intelligentsia and debates among students and faculties. From given background, evolved two particular courses that I am gonna refer from now on, which I am mostly sourcing from Dr. Bodhi, Dr. Darorkar, Professor Bhagwat, and Professor Rege's work. The first course is Dalit and Tribal Studies and Action Program offered by School of Social Work in TISS Mumbai. The other course is Gender Culture and Development Program offered by Department of Women and Gender Studies at Savitribai Phule Pune University. These charts refer the institutional evolution of curricula in formal higher educational settings, which I propose are fundamentally linked with the discursive evolution as curated in the last slides. Moreover, I also acknowledge that within the DTSA in this presentation, I'm only taking the courses offered with the conceptual framework of Dalits and not tribes, because I think engagement with tribes need a separate attention. With initial dialogues, Dalit Studies in TEAS goes back to the conference on towards the people-centered development and its publication in the Journal for Social, Indian Journal for Social Work in 1996, where the plight of Dalits, a challenge to social work profession by Professor Ramaiah, addressed the caste question in the social work pedagogy, curriculum, and methods, and offered alternative perspectives that dealt with caste. This was followed by a restructuring of the institutional setup from 2005 to 2007, where a concentration or super specialization with Dalits and tribes was offered, and later was turned into a full-fledged YMA course in social work with Dalit and Tribal Studies and Action from 2012. Gender studies came as an extension of the development program, followed by Towards Equality report in 1974, which led to the establishment of 4 Women Studies Center in 1987. One among them was Pune as part of the sociology department. Taking optional courses, later offered certificate and diploma courses autonomously and started with a full-fledged MA course in Gender Culture and Development program from 2008 onwards. Dalit studies through DTSA in its offer of philosophical and contextual thirst with a wider scope and theoretical depth has also proposed a conception of Dalit curriculum. Envisioning to turn the social experience into an educative experience, perspective from within and perspective from below. Navayana as a theory in conversation with and at times contrast to normative and discursive social theories. On the other hand, gender studies have also proposed an extension of gender, class, and later caste and sexuality, not mere identities, but also concepts, analytical and methodological tools through their curriculums and reading materials. Their critical engagement across ideological streams, especially Brahmani feminism and Phule Marxist Ambedkarism, led to conceptualize Dalit feminist standpoint and Phule Ambedkarite feminist pedagogy, along with a many more conceptual kit. However, both the curriculums in the departments have evolved after a formation of these programs. They have majorly seemed to be influenced by the social, political, cultural dynamics of structures in power. The closest implication, particularly on the curricula, is the introduction of CBCS, that is choice-based course system, and courses on the Indian knowledge system.
Nyaneshwar, I think you'll have to wind up.
Yes. On the other hand, there seems to be an opportunity to offer courses harboring the immediate needs of skills for the neoliberal market and experimentation with the voices from the margins in the name of Indian knowledge system. However, the shrinking of academic spaces for expression and debates has altered the experimentation within the dominant metaphysical discourse. In conclusion, through its engagement with preliminary sources, the paper arrives at a complex theoretical juncture and contends that three propositions could be made about Dalit studies and gender studies, taking it forward. Both the curricula are the outcomes of the very complex processes that involve not just state, but also masses and movements, particularly from the margins and groups that were historically excluded from higher education. They are unique from one another, as well as cross fields, as they are interrogative towards structures like categories, structures as categories like caste, gender, class, sexuality, and so on. These curricula have discursive potential to unfold the dynamic, intertwined epistemological, analytical, and methodological interrelations among each other. And I think that is where I'll stop. If there is any question or clarification about the concepts and terminologies that I've used, I'll be very happy to take questions. Thank you.
So I think if all of you can make note of the questions that you may have, and or you can ask it right now, but then after all the presentations are done, we can have a discussion on those questions. So I would request you to please make the note of the questions that you may have on any of the presentations. And I think let us move on to the next presentation. Next we have yes, Shravani.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shravani from Department of Sociology, and I'm a postgraduate student in SPPU, Department of Sociology. Yeah, and I'm presenting my paper today called Pedagogy for Social Justice and Ambedkarite Perspective on OBC Emancipation. In the unprecedented era of rapid global change, achieving social justice is still an elusive dream. Education is considered a powerful tool for bringing positive changes, empowering people, and creating an equal and just society. Despite this advancement in the field of education and policy, deep-rooted social inequality pertains in our society and often marginalize Dalit and OBC communities. In the context of India, education on the one hand is empowering groups, but on the other hand, it pertains to and reinforces social inequalities rather than dismantling them. Thus, it is vital to rethink our perspective on education to move forward social justice and make it a norm. So, here I am looking at B.R. Ambedkar's vision to look at education and social justice. Through his work, he advocates for education as an influential tool to empower marginalized community and dismantle caste hierarchy in our society. So, in incorporating his vision into practice through pedagogy and curriculum in the context of education will aid us in reforming the lives of marginalized. So, in this paper, I seek to explore how Ambedkar's perception can be applied and incorporated into practice to enhance the pedagogy and curriculum and lay out a foundation for a just society. So, along with Ambedkar, I am looking at Paulo Freire's concept of critical pedagogy and have a perception of John Dewey's views on democratic education to understand the problems of current pedagogy and curriculum. So, it is crucial to determine the clear objective to provide a direction to the study. So, the objectives of the studies are as follows. First, to critically examine contemporary pedagogy and curriculum. Secondly, to address disparities embedded within current educational frameworks and to explore the B.R. Ambedkar's vision of education for social justice. Along with that, to
reimagine pedagogy and curriculum for emancipation of OBCs and the advancement towards social justice. These objectives are guided by key research questions. They are as follows. How can pedagogy and curriculum be reimagined to dismantle existing inequalities? Secondly, in what way we can such reform works toward achieving social justice and how that can work toward OBC emancipation. And thirdly, how can Ambedkar's vision of social justice can be practically applied in pedagogy and curriculum. For this paper, I am drawing upon ideas from three influential thinkers. First is B.R. Ambedkar. Ambedkar viewed education as a tool for dismantling caste hierarchies and empowering marginalized community. And his vision of a free social order based on liberty, equality, and fraternity is pivotal to think of education and pedagogy. Secondly, Paulo Freire, he is known for his concept of critical pedagogy. He emphasized in which he is put emphasis on education as a means of challenging operation and fostering critical consequences. And John Dewey is advocating for democratic education, highlighting the role of participatory and inclusive learning in strengthening democratic values. So after reviewing existing scholarship, we find certain gaps in there is in intersection of social justice, critical pedagogy, and OBC emancipation. There has been various study on Dalit community, but there are very few focus on OBC community. So and also in while Ambedkar's contribution have been extensively studied in our academics, but they are often limited to his role as a Dalit leader, or it is going toward the political aspects of Ambedkar rather than an educationist. So his broader vision of inclusive education remains underexplored. Similarly, the Paulo Freire and Davies, they have shaped the discourse of global discourse on education, but we can apply that in Indian socio-political context. So we can study that in depth. So this study seeks to address these gaps in the and so this research employs a qualitative and exploratory design relying on secondary sources such as books, policy documents, and theoretical perspective from Ambedkar, Freire, and Dewey. I am conducting content analysis to identify recurring themes and contextualize them within India's socio-political landscape. So right now, I haven't collected primary data, but I am working on that in near future. So we can say the Indian education system often perpetuates existing social inequality instead of challenging them. So the way caste is presented in educational curriculum is deeply problematic. First, it imparts the notion of caste as a foundational social structure. Then it offers very minimal criticism of its inequalities. So, and it often neglects caste discrimination or diluting discussions around it. So, this approach normalizes caste-based division in our classrooms rather than challenging them. In some cases, caste is often framed as historical phenomena rather than an persistent social issue, leaving students unaware of its ongoing impact in society and their own lives. So this show us a lack of orientation towards social justice in education, and we can say dominant ideology heavily influence our curriculum and pedagogy. This ideology decides what is legitimate to include and how it should be taught, and often reflecting and it reinforces the social hierarchies. To understand this, it is important to recognize that pedagogy and curriculum are not neutral, that they are deeply influenced by ideological forces, and it is like determine what is legitimate. So this has led to marginalization of various communities. If we think that, as there is a lack of awareness of history or even like caste inequalities that the communities are facing, especially the OBC community, they are like unaware, like unlike Dalit community, they are unaware of lack and they lack class consciousness and a unified voice to like advocate for their rights. So and this is arising from internal division within caste itself and limited representation in the educational narrative.
Sharvari,
So
you'll have to wind up.
okay, yeah. So from an Ambedkarite perspective, and we can look at this in a way. As Ambedkar emphasized, the education must empower marginalized community to question and resist the oppressive structure, and it should cultivate that like critical consciousness and enable student to ask the question to the system rather than like making them like slave of the system. Secondly, for this, I think that it is important to challenge this dominant ideology that shapes the knowledge system, and rather than we should like decolonize this theory that are existing in our curriculum right now and incorporate narratives from various community, including OBCs. And we also need to like recognize that caste is very intersectional here, like there is the aspect of class, caste, gender, and that intersects within the groups and even with OBC. So education must address this intersection to create the solidarity and social justice. So developing curriculum that promotes critical thinking, that like incorporates that intersectionality and challenges systematic operation is important. So in conclusion, education must go beyond imparting knowledge, and it should empower students to challenge the operation and create an equitable society than making a students like a slave mentality of the system. Thank you.
Next, we have Ms. Nishu and Ms. Biju Rani Devi. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. What we are going to do is, because we came after lunch, and since morning we have been, absorbing so much of information, or maybe also trying to focus on the theoretical learning and refreshing it. We will begin with a video. We come from a practice space of a school space. So without further ado, let's watch a very small video and then we will begin with our paper.
Why we called it the space house? Because almost in every room we will separate the ceiling black and then we will add some stars and all the planets. So we made a pool over here. So here's a sliding door so that we don't need to open it like just put the handle on it. We just slide it. There's a pool. There's a slide attached to the window. And so if you want to go through the slide, open the window, then just go. It's like
so the purpose behind showing this video was not to tell what is happening in the video, but just to give a glimpse of the kind of classroom that on a daily basis needs to happen. From the morning keynote speech, where we talked about that every corner of the classroom, there should be no silence, but conversation happening. So that's a glimpse of that. Now to begin with the paper, We are here to present our paper titled Effectiveness of Universal Design for Learning, a framework of training in enabling teachers for inclusive and equitable education. It's a study through the lens of Ambedkar's educational philosophy. This paper is co-authored by Ms. Nishu Gupta, Dr. Jayati Bhattacharjee, who is not here today, and I, Viju Devi. We are practitioners from the classroom space of schools, of Sivnadar School. And currently, both of us have moved beyond that, and we are working with teacher education, training and mentoring them. So this study, next slide, please. So this study is an attempt to assess the applicability of universal design for learning. Going forward, I'll call this as UDL, framework of education in re-establishing the educational philosophy of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, particularly in the context of contemporary educational practices in India. I'll not go deeply into Ambedkar's philosophy because we have been delving about that since morning. I'll just talk about the tenets that we have taken from there. So from Ambedkar's educational philosophy, we took the practice of democratic values and fostering social justice in educational ecosystem. Education, according to him, should promote equality and inclusion of all communities within the main educational systems. So this is the tenets we have taken about how we can practice democratic values inside the classroom and foster social justice for everyone who is part of a classroom or a learning environment. So this idea of Ambedkar that education is a powerful tool for removing social oppression can be a strong lens for achieving social justice and eradicating multiple forms of discrimination in today's classroom. Aligned with this philosophy of Ambedkar is the UDL framework grounded in the research of neuroscience that is globally recognized as a structured approach designed to accommodate the diverse needs of all learners. UDL is an educational framework that provides flexible teaching methods to meet diverse learning needs of all learners. It emphasizes multiple means of engagement, representation, and expression to ensure accessibility for all students. For example, teaching a science topic might include videos and diagrams, which is representation, a group discussion, which is an engagement, or going to the garden and doing an observation and letting students demonstrate understanding through essays, drawings, or presentation, which is a means of expression. Guided by these three principles of multiple means of engagement, representation, action, and expression, UDL equips teachers to address inequality and foster equity in diverse classrooms. Research highlights UDL's potential in enabling culturally responsive teaching and addressing intersectional marginalization, particularly for underrepresented groups. Here, when we talk about underrepresented groups, it's not just about the social and economic underrepresentation, but also other form of underrepresentation, which is the challenge in metropolitan classrooms. A lot of challenges related to physical challenges. Those are also there. So despite its transformative potential of UDL, the UDL's implementation in the Indian classroom remains underexplored. So this study, as we say that we are practitioners, so this is more than like sharing our practice rather than a research-based paper. We examine how UDL can serve as a structure to strengthen Ambedkar's ideas of social justice and democratic values, and also emphasizes empowering teachers in practical training to design inclusive learning environments, moving beyond theoretical knowledge for effective implementation. So the focus move on to understanding the aspect that teachers play a very important role. So effective training of the teachers to empower them to effectively implement creating designs is more important. So the objective of the study is threefold. First is it assesses the impact of UDL training in empowering teachers to whether they are equipped with the knowledge and tools which can help them foster inclusivity and equity in the classroom. Second, it explores the tools provided by UDL for promoting inclusive education and evaluate its applicability in re-establishing Ambedkar's educational philosophy, emphasizing social justice and democratic values in contemporary Indian educational practices. Lastly, the study also highlights the need for a robust training teacher training methodology to ensure effective implementation of the UDL framework in creating equitable and inclusive learning environment. Next. The theoretical framework. Yeah. So what we have done is we have integrated our understanding of how we understand Ambedkar's educational philosophy and our understanding of the UDL framework. The UDL framework actually comes from CAST, which is formerly known as Center for Applied Technology. And they run training courses. And in our study, we have categorically purposely selected the sample of teachers who have actually undergone the training provided by CAST. So as I have already spoken about it, these are the tenets we have taken from Ambedkar's philosophy, and these are 3 principles that we have taken from Universal Design for Learning to actually understand whether UDL can help us. And next page, next slide. So this is actually, next. So it's a multi-method qualitative study, more of a practice inside the classroom, I will say, where we have used structured interviews of 8 defined questions and interviewed 15 UDL trained teachers. And along with that, we have also collected evidences of their practices post the training. After they have gone through the training, we have collected evidence of their own practices. The purpose behind that is we wanted to see what comes out from the interview and what comes out from their practice. Can they be aligned, and is it speaking the same language? Yes, since the data was collected from school space and children were involved, we have taken care of the ethical consideration and have taken approval from the school principals of the particular campus from where we had collected the data. Consent was taken from the participants, whether they are okay to be part of this interview and okay to share their educational practices with us. From here, related to the finding, I'm handing over to Vishnu.
Thank you, Biju. So when it comes to taking it further, we are going to share the findings with you. So key findings revealed that the UDL trained teachers foster collaboration, respect, and student voice. For example, one teacher involved students in creating classroom norms, forming for projects, and selecting lesson approaches. So teachers also shared use of open dialogue on societal issues during homeroom, circle time, and subject classes. Lesson plans often integrated cultural diversity and discussion on systematic inequalities, such as addressing women's empowerment through math problem. Differentiated instruction was widely practiced, often offering multiple ways for students to represent their learning. For instance, economically and socially disadvantaged students received bilingual instructions, and students could express their learning through plays, essays, poems, podcasts based on their preferences. The participants also shared challenges in implementation due to resistance from colleagues and parents accustomed to traditional teaching methods, systemic hurdles in embedding social justice into curricula, large class sizes, and insufficient teacher training to sustain inclusivity and equity inside the classrooms. Let's come to the discussion part where
Issue? Yeah, you'll have to wind up.
Yeah, sure. The UDL framework empowers teachers to prioritize inclusivity and equity. Evidence shows that teachers integrate democratic values and address systemic inequalities, fostering a student-centered and socially just classroom culture. Frameworks like UDL can therefore be instrumental in applying Ambedkar's philosophy, using education to empower students to think critically, challenge social barriers, and drive societal progress. Let's come to the conclusion part, where our study reaffirms UDL's effectiveness in creating inclusive and equitable learning environments, where study actively engage with real-world issues like marginalization while representing and expressing their learning through diverse methods. UDL-trained teachers develop the ability to empower students to be active learners, fostering democratic values and participation. And the findings highlight UDL's ability to accommodate diverse learners through differentiated instruction and resource allocation. This makes it a powerful approach to strengthen Ambedkar's vision of education as a tool to challenge exclusionary practices and promote respect for diversity and inclusion. On that note, we say thank you, and we will welcome your questions further. Thank you.
Thank you to the both. Yes.
And now we have, yeah. Yes.
All right. Very good afternoon to all. So the title which I have given to my paper is Educate, Agitate and Organize, a call for an Ambedkarite pedagogy of the oppressed. So let me confess initially that I'm at a little toddling stage of engaging with this theme where I'm trying to philosophize this larger idea with the kind of life experience larger oppressed community in India has in relation to that of the interventions which Baba Saheb has made in his entire life history. So yeah, I have begun to work on this broader theme. So to be precise, I have jotted down certain points. I'll focus on those points and try to try to keep my presentation a little crunched one so that we can abide to the time. All right. So I have begun to work on this broader theme in order to respond to some of certain situations which we could observe or experience around now. One is in the post-Ambedkar period. If we look at the history where the way Baba Saheb has dwelt in the sphere of education is really immense. Na? So whether it is the state of education of the Dalits, his first deposition to the Indian Statutory Commission, or whether it is his first article on subsidy for education based on his speech to the Bombay Legislative Council, or his later interventions through Bahishkrit Hitkarni Sabha, or his later intervention through People's Education Society, we could see there's immense intervention which he has done. However, the way he has theorized or philosophized for a universal view through his propositions in the area of caste, religion, finance, for that matter, polity, economy, public policy, law, we couldn't find that in the domain of education. And that's where I think the role of post-Ambedkar or Ambedkarite civil society, Ambedkarite academia, Ambedkarite citizenship at large becomes more instrumental, I think. And that's the reason why I have not used the phrase Ambedkar's pedagogy. I have used the phrase Ambedkarite pedagogy. Moreover, the source of such theorization and philosophical construction should exist in the life history of Baba Saheb, as he is someone who has acquired highest level of education in the community as well as in the society at large. Yeah. Also, he's someone who has experienced ostracization while acquiring such education, as well as he has envisaged, struggled, and even succeeded in many cases in implementing education programs for the Indian oppressed at different levels. The second important dimension of the Ambedkarite theorization of education should be in response to the dialectical situation which the oppressed is facing in the contemporary times in the domain of education. That is, on one hand, following Ambedkar, Dalits and various other oppressed groups believe education to be the only weapon that would empower self in the society. Such development among Dalits is evident in the biographies of Dalits, such as Baba Saheb's his own autobiography, his autobiographical work through Waiting for Visa, or Vasant Moon's biography. There are many such kind of biographical works, memoirs that could locate this shift. Now, such development among Dalits is evident even among the oppressed community at large, where they claim acquiring education for the formation of social capital in the larger crisis which they face because of their social positions in the society. The said vision in education has motivated the Indian oppressed to become part of education system proactively. For example, between 2001 to 2011, the share of Dalits and tribals attending college increased with a staggering rise of around 187% and 164% for tribals, respectively, against the comparable rise among the other caste groups to be around 119%. These are NSSO's figures which I am using here. So this trend we are finding among the Dalits and the tribes, many of whom would have been first generation entrants to the university or education spaces. This is all the more remarkable considering the chronic poverty, historical backwardness, discrimination, and difficult conditions they live in. I'm kind of skipping the data which I am working on at this stage because it would kind of take too much of time to focus on. No? However, on the other hand, there is also a situation, a scenario where we see that education system forms an unfavorable condition for the oppressed and the marginalized in terms of affordability and accessibility. Among Dalits, the share of school students drop out from 81% in 6 to 14 years age group rises to more 60% in the age group of 15 to 19. It further plummets to just 11% in 20 to 24 of age group among Dalits. So besides this, these groups also face social discrimination and sometimes abuse. Shockingly, the same atmosphere prevails in the centers of higher education such as IITs or other important central universities. I would not repeat that information here, but we have many examples. Insight Foundation has done a very good study on the kind of institutional discrimination which the oppressed groups face in the university domain. So Dalits and tribal groups such as OBCs, Dalits and tribals and other oppressed groups such as OBCs, DNTs, so on and so forth, although get access to the educational space because of their immense hard work and the provisions of affirmative action program, it is found that deriving benefits from such provision remains difficult. One can experience the subtlety of caste system, and reproduction of caste-based norms, resulting in new forms of social inequalities in the modern spaces of education system. Now, such as universities, schools, so on and so forth. Now, this is a larger pedagogical issue where you are given the opportunity. On one hand, you are given the opportunity, but on the other hand, we see there is a lack of access to it. So there is a politics of opportunity on one hand versus the politics of accessibility, which is questioned even after getting the opportunity. So in response to such situation, I have mentioned initially Ambedkar's life history becoming very important to be referred to for the larger Dalit masses as the inspiration, the moral inspiration to become part of the education system has come from Baba Sahib. Now, there are various episodes in Baba Sahib's life where he has faced ostracization within the educational domain. If we refer to his Khair Mode's biographical work on Baba Sahib or Baba Sahib's own work on waiting for visa, we would get many such episodes. However, here I would like to focus on one example, one episode which is related to the annihilation of caste, the publication of Annihilation of Caste. So, yeah, Annihilation of Caste was not created as a book or a literature for publication initially, right? Its content consists of Baba Sahib's undelivered speech to the Jatpat Todak Mandal. He was slated to deliver the president's speech at the association's conference in Lahore in 1936, but having been given an advanced copy of his speech, the conference organizing committee decided that its content could fuel anti-Hindu sentiments and spark unrest from conservative Hindus in the region.
Dr. Vikas, you'll have to find.
Yeah, can I just take 2 final minutes and I'll just find. However, Ambedkar himself felt that this was merely the reason they provided for the sake of pretension. And the actual reason existed in the fact that an Antyaja, meaning the last born or the low born, was supposed to assume the position of a guru through this talk. to the Hindus, especially the Brahmins, which was according to them actually against the Shastras. As he quotes in the preface of Annihilation of Caste, the bundle may ask to explain why it has disobeyed the Shastric injunction in selecting the president. According to the Shastras, the Brahmin is appointed to be the guru for the three Varnas, is a direction of the Shastra. The Mandal therefore knows from whom a Hindu should take his lesson and from whom he should not. The Shastras do not permit a Hindu to accept anyone as his guru merely because he is well versed. As a result, we see Ambedkar felt it was necessary to publish his thoughts regardless of speech's deliverance. He then set out to publish around 1,500 copies, and that's where I think the real pedagogic intervention comes from Ambedkar. Right? Yeah, and that's where he kind of questions the hegemonic understanding in the society and tries to claim that right over the deliverance of education to the larger masses by the oppressed. That's a larger moral claim which he's making, and that's where this idea of agitating for their right, that right comes into picture. So education, agitation, and organization cannot be seen in isolation. They act as a package which one needs to strive in order to gain education and deliver education. I think I'll stop here with a final word. In this context, we see the way he is applying the idea of Dewey's understanding of education for democracy through largely to inculcating a sense of democracy within the citizenship of the country. Dewey largely locates this idea into the larger institutional context. Baba Sahib tries to expand the domain and locates this idea in the larger context of society. And that's where I think Paulo Freire also comes into picture, because Paulo Freire has expanded the idea of Marxist framework from the industrial society to the peasant society. I think that's where this critical conscientization framework from Paulo Freire also becomes applicable to Baba Sahib's larger pedagogical framework of educate, agitate, and organize. I'll stop here. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. I think we have just heard four different views, but I think all of them pointing or taking us through or making us think of our own beliefs, especially we as teachers. So now the floor is open. So before I ask my questions, I would like to know if any one of you have any of your questions. We could take that and then maybe I'll summarize. Yes. So those who are asking the questions can introduce themselves and then to whom the question is being addressed to, so that they can make a note of it.
Hello. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah.
So I'm Purva. I am a second year student in Gender Studies Department at SPPU. So Danish, I actually have three questions. One is for Danish, like since you're studying the curriculum, earlier and specifically this is about Gender Studies Department, that there was more engagement in terms of original text, say Baba Sahib ka text usme tha in the syllabus. But now the syllabus has changed in the sense that we engage more with the scholars who have studied these theorists and so. So how does that sort of, does that change the politics of the students? Does that in some way, like whatever, inside and outside the classroom, does it has an effect on the politics of students? Because we are talking about higher education. To your presentation. My question was that what is the demography of the students that you're dealing with? And if you are intentionally making sure that the students are diverse, and if yes, then how? And third to you was that when we say that the caste manifests itself in a different form, when we are talking about modernity, then how exactly are we saying that? What are the things that have changed, and specifically keeping it to the urban spaces, what are the changes that we see in modern day caste discrimination, if I have to say?
Thank you. Thank you for your question. Any other questions? Okay. So Gnanish, maybe you can start. Yeah.
All the presentations were very good. One presentation I missed actually. But when I was trying to understand this whole presentations, I was remembering the Ambedkar's, one particular viewpoint related to democracy and the caste, where it has been mentioned that how the democracy should be percolated and should be strengthened. So in that, he brought the education as a main tool for bringing. But at the same time, he's saying that education can be a tool for challenging the hierarchies and the caste system. But he said that it's depend to who is getting educated. It's depend who is getting educated. And when we try to contextualize this particular statement in the present context, then it's really difficult that why there is no change. Means education is there, everybody is getting educated. All we are sitting here and trying to understand the Ambedkar perspective, but there is no challenge. So why it is so? Like whether it is a part of the pedagogy, whether it's a part of the syllabus which we are talking indirectly, directly, and what roles there, why it's this type of role is coming out. Means are we trying to disqualify the Ambedkar statement? Means whether somewhere the Ambedkar statement is disqualified. That education, anybody is pursuing the education will challenge the hierarchies. And in present context, everybody is getting educated. So I wanted to get the reflections on this particular idea. Anybody can, but I feel that all of you will make more sense. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question, Purva. I mean, I mentioned in the introduction of my presentation that I have not studied the experiences of students and teachers with relation to the curricula as of now. But the question is actually very methodological in nature, in the sense that how does the interpretative text have different consequences on the experiences of students inside the classroom of the ideology that we kind of, think Ambedkarism would, propagate or maybe conceptualize. It will definitely have sociological loss. It will definitely have methodological loss and epistemological loss. But I think before I give the conclusion, I need to study the experiences of children and students and teachers, and then only I'll be able to comment on that. But thanks for that question. I think I can include that in my questionnaires while interviewing teachers and students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. The first one is about the democracy of the student, and the second one was about how are we ensuring that the students inside the classroom are of diversified different group of people. So first of all, that's the reason why in our study, we talked about the context. The context plays a very important role. The kind of context that we come from, Sivnadar School Trust as a group, we are not just working on providing K-12 education in the Delhi NCR space. We have two schools, Vidyagyan Bulansar and Vidyagyan Sitapur, who are actually looking after the rural children, and another one is coming up in Chennai. So coming back to the context of our K-12 education in the Delhi NCR space, we all know that right to education actually talks about the implementation of 25% of the seats in every class has to be from the economically and weaker section, socially weak EWS students. So as a school, we can take the call. What do we want to do with it? Do we only do the checklist ticking, of meeting the compliance by just putting in admission of the EWS students and then say that this is impacting our so-called academic results, because Indian education system is still focused on evaluative model of examination. So we can do that, or as a school, because we have the liberty to within our context to bring in changes with the amount of students who are with us, we can work with them. So we work very deeply with this student. This is one category of diversified group. Second category of diversified group is the classroom has both males and female students. We have students who are exploring their sexes as well in the grade 9th onwards, 8th onwards. We get that kind of students also. And we also have students who are physically challenged and mentally challenged as well. We don't believe in segregating the classroom for the physically and the mentally challenged students. They are part of our own classroom only. So that's the reason why we emphasize so much on what is it that we are providing. The factory model of one size fits all in education is not what we believe in. What we will do is, for example, if I'm teaching about Constitution of India, I will not just teach about Constitution of India because I believe that the Constitution of India is like this. But there might be other ways, the stories, or songs, films, everything will be used, and the understanding the context of the child. So the Constitution of India cannot be just taught by bringing Constitution of India. Going to the context of the child is very important. So the child might be coming from a family who is a joint family, or the child might be coming from a single parent family. So both the contexts are very different. So bringing their context is very important. Nishu, if you would like to add to that.
I think a very important thing is that Shivnada School also has linguistic backgrounds, like where children are coming from different spaces, not just from Delhi NCR. However, they are still living in Delhi NCR, but the family is coming from different linguistic backgrounds. So it is important to understand that how a teacher and the school is taking a call where she or he is going to the level of the child and bringing the expression and action from the student side in their own context. So that is what I wanted to add.
I would like to answer sir's question also regarding the gap between the curriculum or the pedagogy or the practice. I think when we look at curriculum is a very broad framework, and curriculum, see, so I'll go again in the school space. CBSE is doing well. There are a lot of different perspective about how CBSE works. I will still say salute to CBSE because they have made sure that education reaches to every corner of the country. So they are catering to a large population of students. So they are providing the curriculum framework. So it is the responsibility of the space, the learning space, to figure out how the curriculum framework can be contextualized to fit in their space. So something that is done in Delhi NCR should not be done in Rajasthan, Uttarakhand, or Arunachal. The teachers of Arunachal should be empowered to train to take their context into consideration and infuse the context of Arunachal with the curriculum framework. So the gap is there in the pedagogy and the empowerment of the teachers is what I like. From my experience, I can say that, especially in the school space.
Yeah, please. Right. I think this question is something which I need to think about more. But yeah, uh, in the morning, what Professor Guru was also focusing on was once if the candidate is part of the institution, it is the modernity which should supersede
the idea of what was it? I forgot. Morality. Yeah. However, I personally feel that this format is somewhere which is more or less practiced nowadays within the university space. And with such kind of explanations, many a times the margins which are the first generation kind of candidates who have become part of such spaces, even after becoming part, there are cases where they drop out from the institutions. All right. So in terms of data, you would always find that the opportunities, the number of opportunities have increased. But when it comes to exit, that's the reason why I talked about there is a politics of opportunity versus politics of accessibility which is taking place. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that the situation is completely worse. Now, we see changes taking place. I took the example of annihilation of caste by Baba Saheb Ambedkar and the way he went ahead to publish it. We see in Marathwada where there was Namantaran Andolan. So largely I see pedagogy to be the philosophy which runs behind the teaching learning tools which we adopt in the institutions, right? So it's a larger philosophical question. Yeah. So if Dewey's pedagogy focuses on inculcating the sense of citizen, sense of democracy within the citizenship of the country, then that is probably the larger philosophy which drives the teaching learning tool. So in the case of Namantaran Andolan, we see the sections of the society claiming the larger stake of the oppressed intellectuals to towards the educational philosophy by asking the change in the name of the university slowly so there was a huge, we all know there was a huge violence on this entire issue, but later we see there is some form of sensitivity which is evolving in the society, in the state to a certain extent. So we see examples such as Pune University after a certain point of time getting a new name called Kranti Jyoti Savitribai Phule University. We are having curriculum. So he took the example of Tata Institute of Social Sciences having a course on Dalit and tribal social work. Now, Government of India coming with the initiative of having Center for Excellence of Center for Social Exclusion and Inclusive Policy Studies, right? So probably the situation is not completely worse, but we are still in the process of addressing this larger issue. Yeah. All right. So there's subtlety of caste in that context. Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Yes, yes, sure.
Henry Xerox is another philosopher or theorist. His work on critical pedagogy, looking at students as cultural producers instead of students as cultural product, is, I think, something which will be useful for your study, is what I feel. Thank you.
Because I forgot to respond to working, right? So, so my work specifically goes into the domain of theory and not really practice, but I'll just give my reflection on the word that you use, that there is so much of gap in the pedagogy curriculum and then the practice that is going on inside the classrooms. Looking at the word praxis itself, it composes both the deed and thought and deed both. I studied for my MPhil, I did a comparative analysis of Freire and Foulet, and I'll give that reflection also a little later. But I want to tell you that I studied the training modules for teachers, specifically for higher education, if there are models. And I saw that, I just made a list of what kind of models that are available. And then those models are also very much influenced and sourced from the theoretical debates. Like one model is a Gandhian model, there is Tagorean model, there is a Marxian model, Freirean model. There is also a model which is, led by liberal NGOs. Now, all of this, if you look at the evolution of these models, the question of caste didn't really arise in all of those models in the beginning.
It is only after I guess, I want to assert this, that after Rohit's case, I think everybody started acknowledging caste in their models. And there is one model that actually came last year in one paper called Dalit curriculum, which I mentioned also in my presentation, wherein which um, the pedagogy or curriculum should have a theoretical base which is in the social experience of Dalits, which will govern the educative experience inside the classrooms. So that is one model that is coming in, which is very new, and which is also because we've come so late inside the institutions and in theory building specifically. The other progressive models, even though they are now started talking about caste, but I feel that historically they have also invisibilized caste in their own ways, and we need to acknowledge and critically evaluate them in order to have a discursive conversations with them. That is, I think, I'll just talk about theory. Thank you.
Thank you. Uh, so thank you so much to everyone, and also to the questions. I think as we come to the end of this session, I come from the field of education. So what happens in the classroom excites me the most. So, so that is what I tell my would-be teachers also, that many a times we feel left out because we are not part of the policymakers. We are not part of the people who drive the engine maybe. But what we can do is over here, because once we enter our classroom, what happens in the classroom is something that we can really make difference to the lives of so many students at any given point of time. So when we are talking about that experience, and all of you have worked mostly in higher education, one urge that I see and one need that I see over here is that whatever transactions, whatever discourses are happening over here, they should percolate down in simple language. Not only in English, but also in regional languages. Because if we are to understand or appreciate something, we have to first understand it. And that will happen only when it is done in simple language. So maybe the upcoming scholars can think of how we can trickle it down right to the nursery level also, where we want to talk about inclusion, but not making, आपण मराठीत कसं म्हणतो, त्याचा बाऊ न करता. It should happen very subtly. Yeah. Because when we are talking about the RTE, where we see that, okay, it is a compulsion that is made that, you have to accommodate a certain section of the society. I mean, I, as an educator, look forward to that day where it won't be a compulsion, where, we would do it by choice without bothering about the results, without bothering about our reputation, so-called academic reputation. And we could start with Socratic method. I'm sure all of you know what Socratic method is, where we invite thinking, where we invite, talking. Right now, it is very sad to see that questions are getting answered by violence. Because that's the easiest way to do, right? You just shut down the person itself who is asking a question. So we as teachers, if we can, help our students to counter argue, I think that was beautifully put in the morning, where we can sit and talk. I may hate some person for, the love of my life, but can I sit with that person and talk? I think that is what is extremely needed at this point of time. We have to, bring down this violence. This is not the society that, I want my children to come in and live into, so where we can, again, coming to the point of being a good person, then putting forth an argument, having that innate faith in goodness of humanity. And lastly, I would just like to say one point, that many a times we see small children also singing songs, and then we know, like adults, because it may be composed by one of my favorite composers, or music is given by a favorite composer, and we just ask that child, do you know who has written this song, or do you know iska music hai? So many music directors we don't know also, but we sing their songs so happily.
Today, since morning, we are talking about the principles of education of Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. I mean, I, as an educator, would look forward to that day where everyone is just practicing those principles, even without knowing who is the author of those practices. So I think at that end, at that note, I would like to end, and thank you everyone for the participation.
Yes, absolutely. Totally agree with that.
Sense of belongingness.
Yeah. Sense of belongingness, choice and voice.
Thank you so much, Sophia ma'am, and all the participants.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will proceed with our next session, which will be a special lecture from Professor G. Nagaraju sir. And for chairperson, I'll ask Professor Suresh Babu sir. Professor G. Nagaraju sir is Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Hyderabad. His topic for this lecture will be Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and Education, Decoding Epistemology and Pedagogy.
Good afternoon, friends. Without taking much of time, let me invite my friend and long-term associate, Professor Nagaraju. He has been a head of the Department of Sociology, University of Hyderabad. And Professor Nagaraj has been working on this area, and then this one of the core theme, perhaps we have been engaging with it almost more than 2 decades, right? So it's lucky to meet him after almost a decade. So it's also a happy moment to informally discuss about our own research, how we've been looking at many of these issues. That as now as a teachers in the universities, we are also confronted with many of the issues that we have been discussing over a period of time, and these issues still keep on, disturbing us as a researchers and teachers. This is also a happy moment to look around how Professor Ajay brought us something very interesting that also peripheral in our understanding, right, Ajay? Yes, certainly. When we were discussing education, some of these thought processes were very peripheral. So this also thanks to the Ambedkar chair out here to bringing to the center idea about what certainly we were thinking about, but certainly these ideas were at the peripheral level. Now it's coming to the center stage. We can also something to look around how certainly pedagogical issues, because the just a technical session finished, open up some of our minds that rich pedagogical content is there in the thought process as well, right? Very rich theoretical possibilities are there. So I think Professor Nagaraju's writings also now shifting certainly. Some of these recent writings on Dalit questions that he has been working on, and the latest book he has just published it on gender. This also would give a new insight to understand what are the intricacies as student of education, and he has been education and he works on education. And his own research work also would give a much more depth understanding about what you have been going to listen. So thank you giving an opportunity to listen. And now the floor open to, and I invite Professor Nagaraju to speak. So 40 minutes we can take it, and then we can have a
Thank you very much, Professor Suresh Babu. At the outset, I'm extremely thankful to my beloved friend, Professor Ajay Kumar Chaudhary, for giving me a chance to share my thoughts on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. And also, I'm thankful to the Symbiosis Institute for welcoming the chair on Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. When you look at the idea of Ambedkar, Ambedkar is primarily imagined within the public domain. It refers to the state-sponsored institutions. I think first of its kind, first time I got a chance to see a center such as Center for Ambedkar Studies in one of the prestigious institutes such as Symbiosis. So now, at the same time, as my friend Professor Suresh Babu rightly said, three of us, we are meeting for almost 1 decade, and we have been engaging with the intellectual ideas and as well as the intellectual history of the youth movement and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar for the last 2 decades. But now, as a matured intellectuals, are intellectuals in the process, right? As a student stage to the professor stage, we have acquired a new reading of the Ambedkar studies, for that matter, the critical social sciences and humanities. So, as some of my previous speakers, starting from Professor Gopal Guru to Dr. Vikas, have touched upon some of the core ideas of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and his notion of education, I wish to locate Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's idea of education. It refers to epistemology and pedagogy at 6 stages of his life. So let me start with Dr. B.R. Ambedkar as a part of historical sociological context. So how to locate Dr. B.R. Ambedkar within the Indian history of ideas? When you look at the late 19th century and early part of the 20th century, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar represents a transition from the feudalism to the colonial notion of modernity. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar also represents the globalization of egalitarian ideas to the globalization of colonial imperialism as well as cultural imperialism in the context of India. So therefore, when you look at Ambedkar, Ambedkar represents the age of oppression and age of reason. That's how I wish to locate Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and his idea of, let's say, late 19th century with reference to his birth. So therefore, the point is that how to navigate between the pedagogy of the oppression on the one hand and the pedagogy of the reason, which was cultivated by the modern Western philosophies as well as the Indian Indology. So this is where, dear friends, when you look at the historical sociology of the birth of Ambedkar, Ambedkar is a product of critical Indological tradition with Western colonial modernity, with Western colonial rationalities. So now the point is, it is the mixture of these two bodies of knowledge which primarily shaped the ideas of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and his navigation and his notion of, let's say, justice and his notion of a constitution. So if you look at his education, if you want to locate Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, we need to also locate Ambedkar and his educational journey. So what is the meaning, what is the sociological significance of Ambedkar's sociological journey of his education? So as all of us know that, Ambedkar was one of the first person from the Dalit community to, let's say, to pass the 10th standard of the present times, or let's say PUC or UG, as well as PG or PhD. So the idea of higher education, when the education was itself was considered as a prohibited fruit. So we are talking about Dr. B.R. Ambedkar obtaining PhD from the top universities in the world, such as London School of University of London and Columbia Universities. So I think that itself, the making of Ambedkar as a global intellectual was primarily possible from the small villages or from small towns in the Bombay presidency to the capital of colonialism or the capital of ideas such as London and Columbia University. I think this is where, dear friends, we need to locate the philosophy of Ambedkar between the phases of, let's say, the ideological methodology with Western epistemic liberal tradition. So that's where when you go into the details of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, he was always very much keen to deepen the very idea of justice. And he was very much keen to understand the idea, he was very much keen to master the pedagogy of protest. So what do you mean by deepening the theories of justice? So I think this is where we need to also understand. Ambedkar is a product of the lived experience as well as product of the achieved status. When you're talking about Ambedkar as a product of lived experiences, his Indian experience with the educational institutions informed him that his experiences with the Indian education always represents a pedagogy of humiliation. Where at every stages of his life, he was always reminded of his caste. At every stages of life, he was not allowed to be treated as equal. I think it is the sense of depriving the sense of equality. Depriving or negating the sense of equality was primarily, let's say, primarily deepened Ambedkar's understanding of injustice and Ambedkar's understanding of the orthodox Indian ideology. Orthodox Indian ideology. Dear friends, this is where we need to classify Indian ideology into two phases: orthodox ideology and critical ideology, popularly known as the heterodox ideology. As our friend Morning has referred to the idea of heterodox school of thought. So now the point is that when Ambedkar was always reminded as an untouchable within the Indian space, but the moment he landed in London or Columbia, he was referred as a person of equality. He was treated as an equal. So though he belonged to a different color, a non-white color, but still he was treated as equal. So that's where one can understand the paradigm shift. The notion, it is the idea of approach to the humanity, or is approaching the individual. Approaching the individual, it primarily shaped the ideas of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. So according to my reading informs me that Ambedkar's idea of India and Ambedkar's idea of, let's say, a Western thought, it primarily represents the pedagogy of humiliation versus the pedagogy of equality. At least the theoretical equality or equality in the public space. So whatever he has deprived within the Indian landscape was primarily let's say, was elevated in the context of, let's say, America and Britain. So therefore, Ambedkar's life itself represents the pedagogy of lived experience. I think that's where people like Guru, he was trying to, let's say, derive the meanings from the ideas of Mahatma Phule and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's notion of lived experience. So experience as epistemology. Don't know the radical feminist scholar trying to climb the idea of experience as epistemology, but if you go into the deeper insights of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, Ambedkar was one of the first scholars who was known for representing problematizing or using experience as a methodological tool of analysis. I think that's where most of his writing, every line of his thinking, every line of his speaking primarily represents the pedagogy of experience. So I think that's where, dear friends, what is the fundamental difference between the pedagogy of discrimination and pedagogy of respect? The pedagogy of respect primarily derived from the Western, let's say, modern philosophy, right? That's where I'm sure those who are familiar with sociology readings, we have scholars like Louis Dumo, who primarily argue that modern societies represents equality, whereas traditional society represents, let's say, hierarchy. I think his position at one level is very much true. I think that's what primarily informs from the let's say, the experience of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. I think this is where, dear friends, when I'm trying to look at Dr. B.R. Ambedkar's, the idea of, let's say, hierarchy and equality, the first time in the history of Ambedkar life, he has experienced the meaning of equality, the meaning of liberty, and meaning of fraternity. Because the idea of equality, the equality, liberty, and fraternity were considered as an antithesis of Indian ideology. There is no scope for, let's say, these three principles in the Indian ideology as well as in the everyday life of India during the Ambedkar times. That means the public life of the Indian society, or the everyday life of the Indian society, was primarily organized on the principles of hierarchy. So the hierarchy was primarily reflected in the form of the everyday forms of humiliation. As our previous speakers rightly said, Ambedkar was not even allowed to sit within the classroom. Of course, that was a phase until 1980s. This was continued in most of the villages in the Indian society. So therefore, my dear friends, for Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the Western education and Western philosophy has become a guiding force. And that's where we need to understand the making of Ambedkar as a global thinker, as a thinker of equality, as a thinker of liberty. So now the point is that when Ambedkar has acquired these kind of meanings, how these meanings were primarily translated into realities. So what was his pedagogy? So that means he found that he was a person who born in the pedagogy of humiliation, but exposed to the pedagogy of liberty in the context of West. So when he came back to India, what was his interrogation? How he navigated between the pedagogy of the oppression and pedagogy of liberation. I think this is where, my dear friends, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar is the second phase of life comes into picture after his coming back to India. So Dr. B.R. Ambedkar has considered, because he's based on his own lived experience, Ambedkar came to a conclusion that education is the only means of empowerment, or education is the only means of liberation. That means for Ambedkar, education means multiple things. Education means multiple things. What are these multiple things? The multiple things are primarily from the perspective of instrumental rationalities versus emancipatory rationality. So we are talking about instrumental rationality. Ambedkar's idea of education primarily comes from the idea of material emancipation with reference to education, as well as employment, as well as dignity. And his idea of emancipatory ideology primarily comes from the notion of cultivation of reason. The cultivation of reason. So I think this is where for me, the cultivation of reason is one of the core agendas of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and it also gave a larger life to the legacy of Ambedkar after his death. So now the question is, we're talking about the idea of emancipatory idea of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. For him, education is a symbol of discovery of self and discovery of the history and society. So in a broader sense, here I would like to invoke the ideas of Louis Althusser and this notion of the ideological state apparatus. For Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, education means a critical ideological state apparatus. A critical ideological state apparatus. It primarily informs that the education for education become the sole agenda for the Dalits in particular and the marginal sections of the society in general, because the Shudras, that is the backward Shudras or Atishudras, that such as Dalits, these were the people who are primarily referred as the margin of the margin. They were these landless laborers. They were not treated, let's say, as equal citizens. So therefore, my dear friends, the one and only hope for the margins of the margin was the education. At least for the Sudras, the Sat Sudras, if I quote, let's say, people like G.S. Gure, Sat Sudras, at least the land was available. But for most of the backward classes and scheduled castes, even they were deprived of the land. For them, the one and only source of hope was education. So that's where For Ambedkar, education means an anticipatory, emancipatory project, an anticipatory, emancipatory project. So because he himself has realized the significance of education, especially higher education. So therefore, dear friends, for Ambedkar, education means anticipatory emancipation. So that means education has the potential to cultivate the pedagogy of hope. So all of us are familiar with the pedagogy of the oppressed. But for Ambedkar, education is the pedagogy of hope. I think if I take the few lines from our previous speaker, one of the reasons why most of the Dalits, most of the scheduled tribes, some of the scheduled tribes, why they are so much keen to educate their children. Why an agriculture laborer is very much keen to educate their son and daughter. How it was possible for a number of Dalits from Maharashtra to go to DU and JNU, I think 1960s and 70s. It's all because of the outcome of the Ambedkar movement, and Ambedkar has become a symbol of emancipatory identity. I think that's where, my dear friends, higher education, this is where Ambedkar also primarily represents he dealt with the question of primary education at one level and higher education at another level. For him, higher education is primarily a public good, and educating the nation is possible only by educating the margin. So in a sense, educating the margin is a precondition for educating the nation. Because all of us are very much familiar with the idea of education and democracy. In order to create a critical democracy, education is a precondition. So when you're talking about even education, what type of education are you talking about? For Ambedkar, the idea of education primarily comes from the critical education, the informed education. The critical and informed education. The critical and informed education was only possible through the universalization of elementary education. So I think that's where, by taking the clues from people like Mahatma Phule from 1850s onwards, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar advocated vehemently for the universalization of education, or education as a fundamental right. So at the time of the constitutional debates, Ambedkar and his followers were known for advocating declaring education as a fundamental right. But at that time, one section of the constitutional framers have opposed that idea. They felt that if everyone goes to the schools, we are going to work in our fields. That was the major reflection of the one section of the constitutional framers who primarily comes from the dominant sections of the society. So what I want to inform you is that, dear friends, Ambedkar's idea of education, especially the primary education, visualized within the public good. So therefore, education should be declared as a fundamental right. See, Ambedkar's idea of education became a reality in 2009. When the government of India declared education as a fundamental right, then only the Ambedkar's, let's say, dream of education as a fundamental right became a reality in 2010. Now the point is, my dear friends, what is his approach towards the idea of higher education? I think this is where Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, who himself was a person who experienced the great importance of education, or one of the major beneficiaries of the higher education, Ambedkar was very much keen to promote higher education among the marginal sections of the society in general, and women and the Dalits in particular. So why? What is the significance of higher education? Because as scholars, most of the scholars in the field of education, they argue that higher education is the passport of social mobility. Higher education is the passport for social mobility. But how to achieve higher education? Because for Ambedkar, there was a Maharaja, Baroda Maharaja, to support his education. But at that time, higher education was completely a private good. Only the elite of the elite, only the Indian elite were in a position to reach the higher layers of higher education. But how to democratize higher education for the students, for the marginal sections of the society? I think this is where Dr. B.R. Ambedkar has visualized two types of approaches. One approach based on his personal intervention. The second approach was based on the state intervention. So if we go into the details, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was known for pleading the British government to evolve or to institute the fellowship programs, as well as to establish the hostels to the marginal sections of the society. My dear friends, as a students, as a, as a students of school education as well as higher education, all of us were beneficiaries of the hostel. Without hostel, there is no education for the millions of people in India. So I think Ambedkar, for me, is a great visionary. He was far ahead of his times because he was thinking about the holistic idea of education or holistic ecology of knowledge, because he felt that the higher educational institutions are spaces of empowerment, higher educational institutions are spaces of transformation, higher educational institutions are spaces of the mobility. So I think this is where, my dear friends, whatever we are doing with reference to the idea of fellowship scheme, with reference to JRF or SRF, or with reference to the Rajiv Gandhi Fellowship, or you name any fellowship, both at the central government as well as the state government, was basically a visionary understanding of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar almost 100 years ago, if not 100 years, almost 80 years ago. So now the point is, my dear friends, how to understand higher education as a critical space. What kind of meaning Dr. B.R. Ambedkar has attached. So if we go into the deeper levels, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar always advocated for the democratization of governance of higher education. I think this is where the paradox comes into picture. The early part of the 20th century was primarily believed in the autonomy of educational institutions. That means the idea of education was primarily visualized within the framework of absolute autonomy. Absolute autonomy, the governance at the institutional level, or institutional governance at the institutional level. So the role of the state, the role of the other universities or higher educational bodies, both at the state level and the central level, were very much minimal in nature. I think that's where, my dear friends, the democratization of governance is a precondition for democratization of knowledge. Democratization of governance is a precondition for democratization of knowledge system. So there are two types of knowledges. One is from the perspective of accessibility. So because the moment we follow the democratization of governance, the local governing system has the potential to understand what are the unique challenges of the students of a particular region. I think there is a possibility of working with empathy. So now, though is one of the, let's say, if you try to give an example, we're talking about the idea of empathy, though it's one of the best institutes at the global level as well as Indian level, but when Professor Guru was speaking, he was also trying to speak in Marathi. This is called the regional empathy. So this is where the idea of a centralized governance and decentralized governance comes into picture. So my take also, my understanding is that when Ambedkar's idea of education with reference to higher education, he felt that we need to celebrate the idea of the decentralized governance in order to deepen the understanding of knowledge. So now, why higher education? What is the meaning of higher education as a critical space for Ambedkar? Because Ambedkar himself is a product of the university system. It is the critical, it is the ecology of knowledge. If I quote scholars like Shiva Vishwanathan, one of the eminent sociologists, he argues that university represents an ecology of knowledge. So B.R. Ambedkar's exposure to University of London as well as Columbia universities, and also his larger exposure to the world of ideas, has enabled him to visualize the idea of the power and potential of education at the individual level, community level, as well as at the national level. So let me highlight what is the meaning of higher education at the individual level, community level, regional level, and at the national level. If you go into the details, Ambedkar is not only Ambedkar's life itself, or Ambedkar's achievements, or Ambedkar achieving PhD itself is the greatest, let's say, testimony of the power of education with reference to the liberation of knowledge. Higher education has the potential to liberate the person. In a sense, higher education is a means of liberative ideology. First proposition. And secondly, higher education is a means of material emancipation. Because Dalits were basically they were the people who were treated as untouchable, unseeable, and they were primarily reduced to the menial jobs. Some 100 years ago, they were not allowed to even occupy any mainstream position. So at that time, the education in general and higher education in particular was the only hope for Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. Therefore, he has advocated the same to the other sections of the society. I think this is where, my dear friends, because of Ambedkar's exposure to the world of ideas, enabled him to introduce the affirmative action policy in the context of India. It is the affirmative action policy in the higher education, which is primarily transformed millions of students from the first generation background to achieve the sense of social mobility. So if you go into the details, then one can find that a large number of first generation learners, they goes to the best universities, starting from, let's say, Bombay, Pune University to JNU, DU, HCU, you name any university. It's all because it was possible for a first generation learner because of the ecology of knowledge, ecology of institutions. This ecology of institutions, which are ensured by the state policies in the form of reservations in the admissions, reservations in the hostel admission, in the form of fellowship, in the form of free food, all these things, all these mechanisms are enabling mechanism. Is the right word. The enabling mechanisms are, let's say, fulfilled. Our enabling mechanisms are primarily responsible for transforming the children of agricultural laborers as the university professors. So therefore, my dear friends, the point is that higher education is a means for social mobility at the individual level. Now, for me, for Ambedkar, higher education is also a means for community emancipation. What do you mean by this? So if you go into the details, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar was known for advocating the community rights in a systematic sense. And after that of the Ambedkar, my dear friends, look into all the way in which the idea of India is primarily revisualized. The government was not prepared to rename one particular university with Ambedkar name some 30 or 40 years ago. That was 40 years ago. Now, but you see now, after 40 years, every state is competing to name their university after Ambedkar. So it primarily represents an outcome of the pedagogy of protest. The pedagogy of protest he has represented, and the pedagogy and also the pedagogy of the protest, wherein it is the educated Dalits. It is the educated Dalits, to start with the Maharashtra Dalits, who became the torch bearers of the Ambedkarite movement to start with in 1970s, but it became a, let's say, all India phenomena from 1990s onwards. So, my dear friends, if you look at the idea of Ambedkar within the idea of India, we're talking about the idea of India. It's impossible to locate the idea of India without the idea of Ambedkar. So the reason is that. So it is the educated intellectuals. It is educated intellectuals who are primarily responsible for reclaiming the space or naming the world. If I quote Paulo Freire's pedagogy of oppressed, naming the world. These are the people once upon a time, or Ambedkar was primarily reduced as an untouchable leader or referred as a leader of so-and-so community from Maharashtra. But my dear friends, now when as all of us are we are very much aware that the ideas are more powerful. And when Ambedkar ideas are, let's say, going to the common people, the legacy of Ambedkar became very, very popular. So now the point is that the idea of India or the public spaces in India to a large extent shaken by the idea of Ambedkar. So if you go into the deeper level, almost all the governments, like government of Telangana, government of Andhra Pradesh, to Maharashtra, UP, you name anything, starting from Uttar Pradesh to Andhra Pradesh, all the governments are competing for naming the Ambedkar, or naming the institutions, naming the public spaces with Ambedkar. So my position here is that the legacy of Ambedkar is all about reclaiming the space where Ambedkar was referred as an untouchable, or the people of his community were referred as untouchable. So now untouchable space too. The point is that from margin to mainstream. That is the right word. So Ambedkar's epistemology has successfully transformed the margin into the mainstream. The margin into mainstream. I think this is where, dear friends, if we'll try to, let's say, revisit the movies in pre-1990s, we hardly find the image of Ambedkar in any police stations or anywhere. But you look at post-1990s movie, post-1990s TV serials, it's impossible to look at any, let's say, any police station or any public office without the photo of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. It's not only in Maharashtra, but almost all parts of India. So for me, my idea of decoding Ambedkar primarily comes from the idea that how it was possible for a person who was labeled as an untouchable, who was labeled as a representative of untouchable communities, who throughout his life was stigmatized because of his identity, but how his identity was transformed as an emancipatory identity. What was the main, let's say, what was the key behind the transformative identity? For me, the transformative identity primarily comes from his epistemology. Because Ambedkar is living all over the world, in general, India in particular, because of his ideas. Ambedkar means ideas. People are now from feminists, even feminists, some few years, 30 years ago, they were not even willing to refer Ambedkar. No communist leader in India has referred Ambedkar name 30 years ago. You go to any university, JNU, anywhere, not a single scholar was known for referring to Ambedkar, except some of the Dalit scholars, like Professor Thorat or Dandurao. Except these people, no one was willing to even refer his name. So, my dear friends, how it was possible for Ambedkar and what is his legacy? So, for me, Ambedkar represents the language of resistance. Ambedkar represents the language of resistance. Ambedkar represents the transformative agenda. Ambedkar represents the dialectical politics. Ambedkar represents the dialectical politics. And Ambedkar represents, the name Ambedkar itself represents the symbolic form of emancipation. That means Ambedkar is a symbol of emancipation. So let me stop here. I'll be happy to take up questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Nagaraju, for giving a very illuminating lecture on Ambedkar and his thought on education and how much we could learn from his ideas. And his own, not only his ideas, also his life. It's right. His life and his education itself is a new lesson for most of the young learners to understand how he thought about, and through his practices also, these ideas can be evolved and understood different way. Thank you so much. And now this floor is open for discussion. Yeah, quickly we have to wind it up. We thought we'll finish it by 3:40, 3:50. Okay. Arjun, yeah.
Thank you, Nagaraj. This is really an extraordinary. I mean, I was just completely enamored. The last point, I have slight provocation, actually. I just want to take your, I'm in total agreement, actually. The last point is when you said the mainstreaming, from margin to the mainstream. Okay. I mean, this mainstreaming, what is it happening is only as a photo op mainstreaming, actually. So my problem is the selective appropriation of Ambedkar by the state versus the conception of mainstreaming the photograph of Ambedkar. How are you looking at it? Because this mainstream is a dangerous mainstream. Because most of them, for example, now BJP is owning Ambedkar as if they have been together, or our own Dalit brothers are not reading Ambedkar and they are making him as a god, actually. So this kind of reverential approach towards a great man like him, how are you positioning yourself? What could be the way out which you want to tell us? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Professor Raju, for such a nice and inspiring talk. I had the same question that Professor has already asked, but still, I was wondering that as you mentioned the of Ambedkar's statue and his writing, like in Delhi, in the universities that I have studied from, over a period of this 5, 6, and 7 years, the left organizations, the right organizations, the other organizations that are emerging, especially student organizations that are emerging in the university, these all have now posters of Ambedkar in their, in their poster as such, which was not the case like 10 years back. And is also like true about this that appropriation of government by state government. But I was thinking that at the same time, when this appropriation is happening, when this picture of Ambedkar is being drawn to their poster, but at the same time, the more radicalized Hindu so-called ideology is also emerging at the same time in the university spaces as well as the outside of university spaces. For instance, I work in urban slum. Like my ethnographic work is with slum, and this slum is largely migrated people from UP and Bihar. These people are largely from scheduled caste communities, mostly Balmiki communities. And you see, you go with them, you sit with them. This idea of this this extreme use of these communities whenever it comes to by the state government, the central government, is pretty much obvious. For instance, this Pran Pratishthan, when the mandir was opened, all these people are there in the front line who are shouting the slogans and identifying themselves as Hindus. So on the one hand, this appropriation is happening. On the other hand, I am also seeing this the ex-professor already has mentioned that somewhere the critical ideology or the critical pedagogy here today. I mean, where to situate that critical pedagogy? Where actually, because these children are also going to school, and from their schools, they don't like the caste ridden being. Like caste is I'm going to ask them, or I'm asking them, tell me about your experience of caste. You don't have much things to talk about, as if the caste has been invisibilized or there's nothing as such. Like, so how is it happening, or where is the space for the critical pedagogy in order to create that agitation and or organization that we are talking about? Thank you for taking this such.
Yes. Yeah.
So yes, thank you, sir, for such an enlightening engagement with the subject. It also gave a lot of material me to churn about my own topic. So uh, I I just wanted to know your take on the autonomous Dalit institutions or Ambedkarite institutions on fulfilling the larger goal of Ambedkar regarding education. Uh, like in Maharashtra, like we had a kind of post Ambedkar, we saw that there has been a kind of intervention from Dalit autonomous institution, but we see that into a crisis nowadays. So could you throw some light on that dimension, whereby what direction do such institutions require? Yeah, thank you so much.
So I thank and congratulate Professor Nagaraju. Actually, after reading, hailing from the disciplinary background of sociology, reading after Beyond Ambedkar and then decoding Ambedkar, I must congratulate you that a fresh stream of analysis which is present here. And being from this disciplinary background, is it appropriate? This is kind of partial question to ask you that. Is it appropriate what you have argued to see in George Herbert Mead's or Poulet's framework of change in the significant other, and then making it reflexive over Ambedkar's own understanding, and then shifting towards generalized other in terms of what happened during that colonial modernity or the reason which he experienced there? And the second point, which is kind of observation, I again congratulate you when you argued about his multiple meanings on education, and which has been sketched in the text by Ambedkar himself in Ranade, Gandhi, and Jinnah, that who is knowledgeable and how actually it is brought it into the praxis. So congratulations and thank you.
I think thank you.
You know that. You may come the next one. Okay, next. Next one. Okay. So thank you. So friends, thank you very much for brilliant questions. So to start with from margin to mainstream, my reading of the making or the transformation of the margin to mainstream is very much important for climbing the public space as well as the public institutions. Ambedkar as an identity or Ambedkar as an ideologue was primarily restricted to the Dalit households. That too, the educated Dalit households, in that too only in Maharashtra in pre-1990s. Only in the post-1990s, Ambedkar has become an all-India or pan-India phenomena, at least wherein the educated Dalits started appropriating Dr. B.R. Ambedkar from Uttar Pradesh to Andhra Pradesh or from Tripura to Tamil Nadu. It was not possible earlier. I think this is where I also feel the, the role of the political consciousness created by the previous government such as Janata Dal and especially the Kanshirams, BSP played very, very vital role in taking Ambedkar as a public sociologist or a public leader in the mainstream politics. That is my idea. So now the point is, when we come to the core question of the what is the essence, what is the methodological meaning of the mainstreaming of the image, or whether mainstreaming of image or mainstreaming of the idea. I think this is where your primary question comes into picture. So definitely I feel that when you're talking about the any persona and the making of ideal types in a Weberian sense, the idea of the charismatic authority, the Ambedkar represents a kind of a charismatic persona, primarily comes from the legal authority. Legal authority with reference to the idea of a nation, or with reference to Dalit, he represents the pedagogy of protest. He is a protest persona from the perspective of a Dalit. So now my idea here is that when you are going for the mainstreaming of Ambedkar, for the meaning of Ambedkar varies from community to community and region to region. For a Maharashtra Dalit, Ambedkar is a sacred persona, secular persona, and political persona. If I quote T.N. Madan, right? So the Ambedkar is a sacred persona. He is like a god for a Maharashtra Dalit. But Ambedkar is a secular ideologue when he goes to Andhra Pradesh and Telangana. He is not a god because they have different gods. The reason why here Ambedkar became god because there was a spiritual convergence between the Buddhism and Ambedkar. So therefore, as Ambedkar being a Buddhist, the followers of Ambedkar also became Buddhists. But if you go to Tamil Nadu or any south, right, people accept Ambedkar, but they won't accept his religion, his notions on religion. So therefore, we need to understand the Ambedkar in text and context, and time and let's say space. So that means, so my idea is that Ambedkar means multiple meanings. We can't universalize, we can't derive only single meaning of Ambedkar. So therefore, the idea of Ambedkar is holistic with reference to a Maharashtra Dalit space, and Ambedkar is a political meaning in Uttar Pradesh. For Mayawati is a political space. For is a very liberal political parties like for TRS and YSR party in Andhra Pradesh and Telangana, Ambedkar is a symbol of political mobilization. So therefore, they are competing for a statues. So remember, just 30 years ago, Ambedkar statues were only, let's say, used to be, Ambedkar statues were allowed only in the Dalit hamlets. But now, you go to any capital city of any mainstream state. So that's where my idea is that the meaning of Ambedkar is multiple in nature. It is sacred, secular, political, and symbolic. That is my reading. So with reference to our friend, I think that we know that have I referred? Acha. So can you repeat once again? What is your question? Right. So Dalit institution, right. So I think this is where we need to refer to the ideas of scholars like Professor Prahlad Jogdand. Prahlad Jogdand and his take on payback to society. So one section of Dalit, one section of scholarship, or one section of scholars argue that though Dalits are beneficiaries of reservation, they are beneficiaries of Ambedkar politics, but they are not doing anything to the society, at least their own society. This is the popular imagination, popular perceptions, which are primarily circulated both epistemologically and methodologically. But if you look at the lived experience of any Dalit, or any person, for that matter, any tribal community or OBC community, who are basically the first generation learners, or first generation, almost all the first generation employees from the marginal communities were known for giving back to the society. So giving back to the society primarily comes from, let's say, empowering their own family members, empowering their larger family, and sometimes, let's say, even working towards the larger section of their community. So my position is that as a part of, because that's where, because these people are deprived of economic capital. Most of these sections are deprived of the economic capital. So therefore, we can't find any organized institutional spaces like which were started by the peasant community in different parts of the country. Because peasant communities, they have land in their hands. They were in a position to open number of educational institutions, of course, as a part of the public endeavor for the larger good, not for private purpose. But these people, in the case of Dalits, they were known for doing payback to the society at the individual level. So that is my understanding. So now we come to the question, I think our friend Dr. Vinod Arya. So regarding the self and other, I feel some kind of when you're talking about the people from the deprived communities who are victims of the hierarchies, it's very difficult to find the methodological gap between the self and other. Right? So here Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and the community or the marginal communities, because their self is always under humiliation. Their self is a humiliated self. Their self always the self undergoes suffering. If you look at the journey of the life as a Dalit student, the life as a Dalit professor, right? Of course, only some 10 to 20% of the students and faculty members, they are lucky enough to enjoy the autonomy, both as a student, both as a faculty member, because of the cultural capital they acquired from the schooling or college, or because of the economic capital if their parents are employees, right? So I'm talking about the autonomy of Dalit self only limited to 20%, whereas 80% of the students who are known for undergoing the sense of suffering because of their identity, right? And because of their inability to negotiate with the demands of the modernity, if I quote Professor Gopal Guru. So that's one of the reasons why, when you look at the history of the institutions, higher educational institutions, even the so-called top institutions who are known for following one or other form of academic apartheid, wherein only the Dalit professors were forced to guide only Dalit students. I don't want to go further on this point, right? But the spirit of the point here is that because the others, they always think that these people are intellectually incapable because these fellows look ugly. They are not a fair-skinned fellows. So, my dear friends, I think that's where the body and language, if I quote, the language and the body language of these people deprives them the sense of academic, the so-called, deprived the sense of a guru, the so-called ideal guru. I think that's where I think we need to question who are the great intellectuals, what is the moral economy of these intellectuals. Now I would like to problematize my friend's point in the morning. If I go in detail, especially with reference to the so-called celebrity intellectuals of India, what is their moral obligation? Have they done any service to the epistemic liberation of Indian society? Because as a teacher of sociology of education for 20 years in the university, I have noticed that at the end of the day, a majority of the deprived students were guided by the deprived faculty members. Only 10% of the faculty members in the form of, let's say, Professor Jodka in the current generation, or Professor Yogendra Singh in those generation. Otherwise, my dear friend, I'm sorry to say, the so-called two celebrities of Indian sociology, one from DU, one from JNU. I don't want to give their name. You got the point. These are the people, they never ever guided a single student from a marginal community. So therefore, I don't like to, I generally I take, I deny, or I try to, I negate their scholarship because it's a methodologically falsified scholarship. Because they talk about emancipatory ideology. They talk about Ambedkar. They use Dalit as a category for publication, but they never guided a Dalit. Whether you want to reduce Dalit as a publication, whether you want to reduce Ambedkar as a publication, why you are not following following, let's say, Nanduram? I think this is where we need to understand the politics of academia and the notion of academic architecture. The more you deprive, they consider that they are more elite. That is the sense. I think that's fair, my dear friends. I have a different notion of the Indian academia, because here I wish to quote people like Puri Buddhos, the idea of homo academics. Like homo hierarchies, we have homo academics. More or less, they have reproduced the dominant ideology and dominant epistemology, irrespective of right and left. Because now we are talking about right. But until yesterday, the left control the entire educational institutions. But what is the moral economy of the left towards the Dalit epistemic liberation? It's a question mark. So let me stop.
Lecture is highly comprehensive. Thank you so much once again.
Thank you, sir. I would like to ask Professor Suresh Babu, sir, to felicitate Professor G. Nagaraju, sir.
So just friends, before this event, I want to donate my book to the Center for Ambedkar Studies, Symbiosis Institute. I want to donate this book to my friend, Dr. Rajesh Kumar.
Thank you.
Another report. Come on,
Now I invite Dipanshu for vote of thanks for this session.
I would like to express my gratitude to Professor G. Nagaraju sir for delivering such an insightful and thought-provoking lecture. Your expertise and deep understanding of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar and his educational ideas have truly inspired us. Your ability to present complex ideas with clarity and depth has encouraged us and enriched our knowledge. I would also like to extend our sincere thanks to Professor Suresh Babu for chairing this session with such grace and precision. Your insightful observations and thoughtful comments have guided the discussions meaningfully, adding immense value to this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dipanshu. Dipanshu is a research associate in Dr. Ambedkar chair. Okay, now we will proceed for tea break. By 4:30, we will gather here again. Thank you.
कौन होगा कौन बोलेंगे लेकिन आज क्यों बोलेंगे मुझे अभी कहा उन्होंने प्रोफेसर
Shall we begin or? Can we begin or? Okay, welcome back. This is the last session we are heading. They have titled the Education as Marginalized Community. Education and Marginalized Community. My name is Laksh. I am chairing this session for the chair, Ambedkar chair. There are 5 presentations. I'll invite one by one. So Shweta, Shweta is here. Yes. Murali. Murali is not here. He's not here? Okay. Got extra time. Vinod is not here. Avinash, here. Avinash, here. And okay. Shweta and Angel, okay. And what about Avinash, Deepak? Not here. Okay, so only 2 presentations are there. Excellent. So what is like we have almost half an hour or half an hour, right? Or 40 minutes?
20 minutes, 20 minutes and then...
No, the session, the others time also we can give it to them so that we can listen more.
They have more.
Okay. So what I will do is...
They have only one presentation.
Yeah. So what I will do is I'll use the discretionary power of chair. I'll give you 10-15 minutes.
Suggest like those who are presenting tomorrow, if they want to present today.
No. That will disturb you. So what we'll do is we'll spend more time. Actually, I suggest you the first presenter, Shweta and Angel, try to speak less than what is necessary, but make it to open for more discussion. So that we can gather more ideas and debate more. So do not tell how did you do and all, just come to the point without, so that we will have the audience with you, right? So your time starts now. Yeah, please go ahead. 10 minutes, huh? We'll have more discussions.
Hello. Yeah, good evening, everybody. I'm Dr. Shweta Ahire. You can see the title of our paper is Revisiting Ambedkar's Philosophy, Confronting Caste Bias in Skill-Based Education. And this is Angel. She'll be presenting with us. So we'll begin with the quote by Dr. Ambedkar, I think, which captures the essence of what our paper tries to do. And it goes like this. We may forego material benefits. We may forego material benefits of civilization, but we cannot forego our rights and opportunities to reap the benefit of the highest education to the fullest extent. And I think this sets the tone for what we'll be discussing in the paper ahead. Now I'll invite Angel to just talk about NEP 20.
Good evening, everybody. So quickly just talking about, so what our paper aims to do is we are looking at just skill-based education of what NEP 2020 is sort of emphasizing on. And we are arguing the demerits of that particular skill-based education, but I'm also talking on how it also has historical precedence to it. So NEP emphasizes empowering students through increased flexibility and choice in course selection during secondary school. It states that students will have the opportunity to explore a diverse range of subjects, including physical education, art and crafts, and vocational skills, allowing them to design their own academic and life pathways. While this approach promotes freedom and flexibility, it raises critical questions about the support systems available to students, especially those coming from marginalized and disadvantaged communities. Now, for students without a robust support system suppose if you're coming from families who do not have people in academia, people as doctors, engineers, etc., it immediately becomes where research also shows that teachers become their primary point of contact. Although NEP, there is equal emphasis on arts, crafts, mathematics, and science is commendable, though they are trying to balance the both. There is a risk of students gravitating towards what is perceived as easier subjects without considering the long-term implications of it. Now, furthermore, this flexibility might inadvertently reinforce caste hierarchies, because we also know the stereotypes and discrimination that goes behind of which students are capable of doing what, etc., etc. The policy also recommends that every student in grade 6 to 8 undertake a fun course, such as carpentry, electric work, metal work, gardening, or pottery, which is intent to instill respect for human labor and the dignity of all forms of work. Even though they are I'm sort of emphasizing the fact which is fun course without sort of underpinning the caste implications of who's it fun for and for whom there are caste ascribed occupations to this. Now, for example, during such classes, how will schools address and monitor caste-based comments or discriminatory remarks which might serve to remind some students of their place in social hierarchy? Which students will ultimately be pushed to do these fun courses and which students will be out of it?
Now, this brings us to a very interesting concept, that is hidden curriculum. We can trace it to Guruk's, and he says that, there are certain values, certain traditions of the dominant caste, which are implicitly, passed on into the curriculum. And with this and skill education, what can happen is that this skill education will become a tool for reinforcing whatever hierarchies have already been there. And one problem is that this has come through many other researchers also, that many of the times students from deprived classes, they have this lack of informed guidance at home, because it is obvious that their parents might have limited access to education. So this will like become a direct highway for them to go for skill-based education or vocational course. So this hidden curriculum, along with skill-based education, will become one more tool or a medium for instilling docility. Now, this I can give an example. Usually what happens is we visit Jilla Parishad schools. Like I teach in a college based in Thane. And to acquaint our students, we take our students to Jilla Parishad schools. And what I've seen that the students in those schools are like disciplined to an extent which makes us embarrassed, that the teachers will tell them to, go down and clap. And it makes us feel that our students don't do the same thing. So why they are doing that? So that docility and obedience. And we also know that there has been research which shows that many of the times when students are coming from deprived background, they're made to do some work in class, like, clean the benches. This is common, Divya's work. I think she wrote in Caste in Everyday Life. You can refer to that book. And so this is what, then skill-based education will become one more tool for them to instill that kind of a docility and obedience into the students. Now, there is one more historical precedent, and Angel will talk about that.
This scheme is called the Modified Scheme of Elementary Education, which was in place. It was formulated by Madras Presidency in the year 1953. This scheme is important to know from its origin because it sort of changed the political climate of Tamil Nadu at that period. The scheme in question has to be understood from its inception. This is a scheme which threw off Rajaji of his CM. This is also a scheme where, this is the scheme which played a pivotal role in bringing Kamraj as CM, orchestrated by Periyar. And also how the de-Brahminization of Congress party starts, at least very particularly with this particular scheme. So what is this scheme? In the initial months of Rajaji's assumption of office, the purpose of the scheme was that reorganizing elementary education with a shift system. So initially there were 5 hours of school. That 5 hours of school is reduced to 3 hours. The remaining 3 hours, what the scheme proposes to do is to continue parents' education. Parents' occupation. So whatever parents are doing, the children are given the opportunity, so-called opportunity, to continue that in the remaining 3 hours. So reorganizing elementary education with a shift system and training of children in their parental traditional occupation, main components of this scheme. The scheme was also called as Kula Kalvi Thittam by the opposition, which translates to caste-based education scheme. Now, This is an excerpt from Rajaji. I want you to really read this. Those threads of essential labor on which nation's life depends have fortunately been kept unbroken by family tradition. Most children still assist in the work of their father and mother and learn the family tradition. Most children assist in the work of their father and mother and learn the family trade without school or institute and learn it well. The food is grown, the cloth is woven, the sheep are shown, the cows are grazed, the shoes are stitched, the scavenging is done. The cartwheels and plows are built and repaired because, thank God, the respective castes are still there and the homes are homes as well as trade schools. And the parents are parents as well as masters to whom the unaspiring children are automatically apprenticed. There is a book called Half a Day for Caste. Jadika I forgot. It's written by Veera Raghavan. So this excerpt is it's a brilliant. Basically, his MPhil dissertation was converted into a book posthumously. So this is a book that details about the caste and about the scheme. Now next. Now, because there was a lot of opposition for this said scheme, there was a committee formed, which is called as a Parulekar committee, which is easily accessible online. You can just read. You can just write Parulekar committee report, and this comes. So this committee was formed to examine the modified scheme and what is it, why are people opposing so much, etc., etc. And in this scheme, you can also see that compulsory measures were taken up by the government to increase the enrollment rate in schools. Penalties were imposed on parents if the children are not turning up to schools. Midday meals were introduced from 1945 to 47, but then it had to be discontinued because there was no adequate funds. So as I was telling, 5 hours, the school was 5 hours, they reduced it to 3 hours. And they were the same teachers. One more thing is teacher workload is an absolute joke here because the committee people feel that only initially teachers will have this discomfort, but gradually they'll get used to it. So we don't have to worry on that. Once again, reducing school hours will naturally leave children with a lot of time outside school, which will give them a chance to observe and study various useful and productive activities of the community and develop a sense of bodily labor. I would like to stress on the bodily labor part because it's the same term used in NEP where children gets to do fun activities and where they get to embrace bodily labor. But the caste is written all over it very implicitly, NEP as well as in this 1953 scheme. And the difference between so the shift system has been there in other states also. Soviet Union had a shift system, Travancore presidencies. There are other, even the current time also, there are shift systems happening, but Madras scheme stands out exceptionally because only Madras scheme prescribed what can be done in the remaining hours, which is to go and do your parents' occupation. The report complements the scheme for its novelty as it does not only focus on book education because it combines with a fair amount of opportunity to participate in life and work of the community in which the child lives. There's also the concept called wastage. So first to second standard, second to third standard, till the child goes till fifth standard is where you're called permanent literacy. If the child is dropping out, it's called wastage. So what they feel the scheme really does is to reduce the wastage because it's like currently when I'm talking, we are in 2024 and we feel, okay, child labor is such a horrible thing and we have acts on it. But this scheme, it also stands out because they don't condemn child labor, but they sort of formulate school timings so that children can continue going and working. This is the exact line. The 3-hour schooling will help to lessen wastage and adjust itself to the conditions of child labor and all children who have to work for their childhood. There are also few suggestions which are laid out what can children do during out of school hours. They are encouraged to do tree planting, care for domestic animals, to study the extent of cultivable and waste land in the village. The idea is that children may become land, tree, crop minded, although there is no mention of caste and how it would play out differently with children who come from non-land owning caste. For girls, the committee reports that there are these dying arts and that girls could assist their mothers and sisters in learning how to do needlework, encouraging girls to learn the art of pickling, preservation of food items. So that's the emphasis for girls' education. in this particular scheme. So I would, now we also try to look at the contemporary scenario on caste and skill-based education. Research also shows that NEP's failure to explicitly mention the word caste and caste-based discrimination in the policy document, it fails to address the history of tribes, caste, and the division of labor based on the Varna system. Bazaz and Akram's, they talk on this informal vocational training, which are basically skills provided informally and experienced through personal networking. It is an important pathway through which people, especially from a marginalized background, prepare themselves for the future job market. Vocational training also reproduces the class system because children somehow end up doing the same trade as their parents do. Their empirical study, Bazaz and Akram's empirical study, found that the professional courses such as engineering, medicine are largely opted by people who have accumulated social, culture, and economic capital. Yeah, I would like to ask Shweta to continue.
Can you?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Angel. So yeah, like Angel said that what might happen, and then there is also this provision in NEP that says that there will be introduction of vocational education after class 6. Now this is extremely risky because, you know, like I said earlier also, that children from marginalized background, they don't, and it is also, they don't get informed guidance at home, and most of the time their skills are associated with the caste also. Like I'll give one more example here. We had a conference on sustainability and sustainable production, and the resource person just asked the students ki in Marathi, like dive kon banavta, who makes diyas, and the students just said kumbhar. And you know, even though it's a occupation, it's also a caste. So linking of caste and occupation has been ever since, and this vocational thing is going to reinforce that. And many of the times, like I said, you know, this will become like the most practical and accessible route. And Angel has already said that because they lack that kind of an cultural and economic capital, they will prefer going for these kind of courses. So that is also one risk. Right? Now we move on to straight away, since we are lacking time, I'll straight away go to intervention through Ambedkarite philosophy. Huh. Now, what Rajaji or Rajgopalachari had said, I think Ambedkar completely contrasts that, because he says that they should not be doing the same traditional occupation. And he looked at education as more than a source of livelihood. And if you see, he says that it's a means of empowerment, and it is both a tool and a goal in itself. Now, it is a tool to dismantle the hierarchies, dismantle the power system. And that is very clearly reflected in the code that he says that the disparity in social position between the Brahmin and the non-Brahmin can be removed only by adopting a policy of education whereby some non-Brahmins will be so highly educated that they will destroy the monopoly of strategic posts which Brahmins now have. So, like Sir had already mentioned, that education had an emancipatory role. It was to challenge the hegemony, it was to challenge the power structure of that time. So that is very clear through Ambedkarite philosophy. And he also says that education should not only impart skills, but also encourage independent thinking and an understanding of social justice. And therefore, he wanted to create a knowledge society. And he said that intellectual slavery is the root of all forms of slavery. And the solution to intellectual slavery comes through education. And that education should have independent critical thinking and self-awareness. Therefore, the idea of education is very comprehensive, very modern, very secular, and not traditional, dogmatic, or linked through, you know, traditional caste occupation. Yeah, so in this sense, skill education then becomes a ploy to keep the Dalits away from key decision-making processes. And what might happen is it might just put them into intellectual slavery. Now, one more thing is that because of immediate job prospect, students will opt for these courses, especially from marginalized background, because for them, it is a question of survival. So they might just end up taking these courses because they will get a job easily, and that will help them to overcome their compelling economic circumstances. So this can also lead to pinning them into lower paying employment opportunities. Because if you see, clearly we can understand that jobs that come through skill courses are mainly in the, what we can say, blue collar jobs. And leadership and managerial positions are white collar jobs. So in a way, what are we doing? We are pinning them into lower paying employment positions. So this is also one problem which can solidify economic oppression. And he also criticized professional learning that will produce workers with a clerical mindset. Now, this is obvious. Somebody who wants a knowledge society will not want people to just have a clerical mindset. And sir was also talking about academic labor, and I could so resonate that most of the time they want us to do our heads into some examination work, some, all kind of clerical work, and teaching and research is somewhere, getting a backseat in this kind of attitude. So it very well resonated there. So this is what even Ambedkar is saying. And he says that the sort of education, sir, half an hour you said. I'll read this quote because
discussion. You want to speak. We want to discuss more. So yes.
Yeah, I'll by all due respect to the chairperson, I'll just read this quote. The sort of education which the scheduled, now this has come in his manifesto of SCF, Scheduled Caste Federation. So this is important because see, politically also he was talking about education. So this is, I think, very distinctive. He says that the sort of education which the Scheduled Caste Federation has in mind with regard to these classes is not primary education, not even secondary education. What it has in its mind is advanced education of such higher order, both in this country and outside, which will enable these classes to fit themselves for taking hold of administration. I think those who come from Marathi background, they know this very well, that he had said ki shasan karti zaman bana. Okay, so go into the administration. So I think this is one way of putting it. And yeah. So yes, I think I'll skip that due to paucity of time. But he was also concerned about how higher education institutions should function. And this is one more excerpt. Now, this excerpt is very important because what it says towards the end. That he says that, any university should not be justified in just giving degrees or granting degrees or conducting examination, but it should also, think of upliftment of, as upliftment of the backward communities. And therefore, he says that as a corollary, the backward community should have some control in university affairs. So here he's talking about a social metamorphosis where, and which is very beneficial. Now, again, we can relate it with what is happening in IITs, with suicide. And I think that resonates with what he has suggested here, that the number of scheduled caste or scheduled tribe professors in IIT is very marginal. And therefore, these kind of things might happen. That we can also say that here. And yeah, so then he talks about a socialist kind of education inspired by Buddhist ideology. By Buddhist ideology means liberty, equality, justice, fraternity here. And he said that if education is shaped by global capitalist forces, it might further perpetuate inequality. And yeah, I will skip all this because I've already said that education is seen as a equalizing force. So in conclusion, we can say that Ambedkar had recognized this, that traditional caste system, skill education was often tied to caste-based occupation. I've explained this. He did not want the Dalits to be intellectual slave laborers in the modern world too. This is very important. And therefore, it is important to have critical type of vocational education designed to keep the Dalits. It is very critical that the skill-based education should be in such a form that even the Dalits will occupy decision-making positions. And it should not keep them into low status, menial, or prevent them from higher education opportunities. So that should not be there. And also we see that when education is becoming highly unaffordable, it is a possibility that marginalized section may offer skill-based education. Yeah. Can you change the slide? Another concern is relating to the quality and intention of this program, because it may so happen that, like I said earlier, that those coming from the deprived classes might be taught the same kind of skills. So quality and intention of this program is very important. And yeah, I think I should wrap up here. The chairperson is looking at me. Okay. Yeah, I think Angel that does it. Okay, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. So what we can do is, since it is the last session, we may forget the arguments. So please stay there. We'll have a discussion immediately before I invite the next presenter. What the real intention is actually, since this is a draft, we are planning for a book because if you need to get the insight from all the experienced people who are at the audience. So that's the real strategy. So the moment when chair says stop, immediately we should stop that. Because what happens, then we can generate more ideas and test our, anyhow, it's fine. So let me open this with a few remarks. One is actually, the previous generation when we were talking, it was looking like always like a conspiracy theory. Like when our professors, when they were saying about, no, this is how privatization happens, this is how they are going to. So as a student, I never believed in that. That's what I mentioned in the morning also about Anil Suragopal. But actually speaking, when you were correlating about the Kulakalvi system, that is the Rajaji's ideas into NEP, it was an eye-opening for me personally because during the NEP formation year, this is a personal anecdote, so you can vouch for, I can vouch for it. I mean, I got a call from a very senior official in NITI Aayog, a friend of mine. He was holding a very big portfolio and I was in Delhi for 8 years. Now I'm in Pune. He was telling me that boss, wouldn't we work on operationalizing this idea of Kulakalvi in terms of providing a new education reforms and all. Although I'm a Tamilian, I never understood all these things because my historical reading is very limited. So when I'm actually looking at the problematic aspects which you rightly mentioned, then I understand the broader politics. So when you connect the dots on a retrospective side, then you understand how the larger political invisible hands are playing in our life. Right? So on that merit, I'm really, really impressed. Actually, I'm glad that actually I'm getting this opportunity to observe this in person. Actually, so so it's a very, very. In fact, because I have been in the education field for quite some years, I have not seen such a work which is connecting this dots, which are really. Only thing is that we need to be really, really crafted in your argument. And it should be like cut the slice proper, not like repeating the same one. So that's the only comment I want. Because I think we were discussing it somewhere in the previous presenter, because also, I mean, the problem with this NEP is actually it's a notoriously well-written document. Those are, no, such way, I mean it. It's a very, very well-written document. Nobody can contest it. But the problem is it's notorious because it is not even mentioned and not even a word about caste system in the national education policy.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a stupid positionality. So, so it is notorious, but it's well written because corporate invisible hands worked on it. As in when Wipro did it. So, I mean, what we need to do is we need to take up these kind of operationalizable critique from Baba Sahib's idea. How can we look at this NEP as a document, standing document, and what is the potential pitfall on which these guys are actually going for Nepal-like situation to create this country into a hellish heaven is the point we need to operationalize. So on that note, I'm really, really glad that this is a wonderful chapter you allowed us to present here. I'm thanking the chair. So I open the session for question answer. Please, floor is yours.
Had a very interesting debate in JNU also. One thing is that look at this. Certainly, vocational education is a US model, right? Uh, there is a crowd in higher education, right? And then now higher education is also puzzled how to deal with this crowd. Fine. So one of the strategy to handle this crowd in to expand the space for vocational education, so that you can somehow control higher education. This entire population shifting to higher education, and then we are not producing skills, no. And then look at the data set and the social background of the students. All are going to social sciences, right? And this crowd in creating a different kind of a politics in the campuses. Fine. One way of looking at this, how to manage this entire crowd into the higher education to shift to vocational education. Perhaps that's one of the agenda, a very progressive agenda, I would say, right? The other one, why don't you look at the other dynamics to it? I think there is a ray of hope here also, in the sense that once midwifery role, it was completely done by the untouchables, and those who are doing it is also polluted. Right. Those times, 99% of the delivery happens at home. Right? You need a midwife. I don't know what terms you use, what kind of women are engaged in these kind of activities. Look at the data today. Perhaps 100% of delivery takes place in the hospital. Right? Who would do that? And this is also equally polluted job, right? So here my questions are different.
True.
Fine, world is changing. Technology is also shifting. Institutions are also coming in. Are we talking still skill or a dignity?
True.
I think this is a question of livelihood as also, I think we need to redefine it. I think we should also push, because changing, world is changing. We are into the age of AI, right? So what extent the technological, this thing, and also because the ideas are very important, right? The dignity question, it's not a it's not merely labor and it's a dignity. Any job, look at other, even how midwifery role, for example, nurses from South India, especially in Kerala, they are going abroad. Most of them may be doing it, and they are from middle class families, upper class. They do not find much of a problem when they go abroad and do the same kind of job, right? That symbolic value attached with this particular job, right? So how do you look at these possibilities also, I would say? Although certainly I would say that this is a very tricky business, but I think there is a ray of hope into looking at how technological change is happening, whether the dignity of labor is one of the concern. Certainly, I think there is an interesting area also to my mind. That's what. Sorry.
True.
Professor Suresh, so when you look at the caste and education and caste and occupations, so we need to understand the time and space of the times, right? Like 1950s and 2020s. So when at the time of Rajaji, definitely we need to have a critical outlook about their idea of education. Definitely it was mostly the caste-based occupations were very much entrenched at that time. But please understand that when you look at the colonial modernity, which produced the Dalit nurses, Dalit nurses have become the mediators of modernity. Their children became doctors, their children became professors. So what I mean to say is that these are the same, the most impure occupations. At that time, the women were not supposed to touch the body of the other men, especially the polluted person, because the sickness is considered as a pollution. But the same sickness has become an opportunity for an untouchable woman, right? She became part of the modernity project. So therefore, when we are talking about the 2020s, wherein the entire idea of work got secularized, and also it is that which the work is primarily technological assisted, we need to revisit the idea of particular this debate, whether is it right to understand the vocational education within the sacred notions? Or is there a way to understand secular education from a, let's say, modern contemporary times? That is my point. Because we should not close the debate. That is my point here.
Yeah, it's really, initially I was thinking that so where is going this paper after looking at NEP 2020, and I surprised. But again, it comes to my hopes actually. In addition to your commitments or justification to your NEP against 2020, as there are number of courses which are introduced, but what are the levels of the courses? Yeah, and again, already there are the systems of the schools or the class or classes of the means hierarchy of the schools actually, like private schools, higher level of the schools, and there are the government schools which are going to close. Almost they are going to close. But what happened? Definitely, the people, the backward people or the marginalized section people, where they are going to enroll themselves. Definitely in the government or Jilla Parishad schools or corporation schools. But additionally, the people, those who are the students, those who are pursuing the education higher institute in sense mean the rich education, like Poda, whatever, is it? Elite school, you can say. And in that schools, the courses will be different. Maybe the NEP will be implemented. Maybe, as sir suggested, like AI will be there, IIT will be there, CSE will be there, and definitely they have a lot of windows of opportunities. And these people will stay there down in their own space. That is my addition. Thank you.
Just in addition to what you were saying, sir, so there is no trace of like the that book Half a Day for Caste. If you could go through it, there's this brilliant analysis of, because this scheme was just not a scheme where they could trash, because if political climate change, people are moving in, his political career ended, everything is happening. So in that they say there's no, you don't know, all the legislative assemblies are saying just one day this is passed. They're trying to see where did these meetings happen. People in the ministry, in the cabinet also, they are not aware of how did this take place, where was the inception, etc. In 1935, so once he had mentioned this, Rajaji had mentioned it some assembly, and people had opposed. So he made it as his, it was his personal goal to sort of implement this scheme. And in 1935, in one Thaluk school in Madurai, they had implemented, and the same scheme they implemented. They before they did it across the entire state, they implemented in one school just to see what is the effect. Of course, dropout rates were high. And again, they brought in 1953 because this man just wouldn't let go, and he just wanted to keep pushing it and pushing it. So, and finally, it cost it his downfall. So, yeah. So that's just one comment I want to make.
And to respond to what sir said about the variation in quality, I think we've included that we have to look into the quality and intention. Like in the schools, like in Mumbai, we have this Dhirubhai Ambani school. So obviously, it will be implemented in a different manner there than in a Jilla Parishad school. So we've got into that.
Caveat for the chapter is you have to have a lot of information within this particular scheme of addressing and the lot of information basis very, very careful. Because we debated a lot of political commitment. So you need to be really extraordinarily disciplined, extraordinarily careful. Like, for example, Ambedkar is actually giving a good statement about the order of the nation and the private skills mapping that should go into a good note within the law system. So you have to prove a point where we are actually indicating a logic into Rashtra is on the way, and this is what it is. So your data, your facts, your empirical feel like a really small. Then actually the reader will enjoy. Thank you, very well done. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Next I invite you Dr. Avinash. Yes.
Thank you, sir. My name is Avinash Puljale, and title of paper is Baba Saheb Ambedkar's idea on education and role in addressing barrier to the education to marginalized community, review and relevance. My co-author is Dr. Vidya Chorpagar. She is not present here. With the permission of chair, I want to put my word in Hindi. Yeah, thank you. बाबा साहब का शिक्षा का विचार अगर हम उनको जानना है तो बाबा साहब ने बहिष्कृत हितकानी सभा का जो गठन किया था उस अहवाल में बखूबी उन्होंने रखा है। यानी बहिष्कृत हितकानी सभा यानी 1924 to 1937 establishment of labor independent labor party। डॉक्टर अंबेडकर इसमें एजुकेशन के साथ साथ दो चीजों का एजुकेशन के साथ में हॉस्टल भी चाहिए एजुकेशन के साथ और स्कॉलरशिप भी चाहिए। ये तीनों चीजें रेज करती है। ये क्यों करती है? क्योंकि डिप्रेस क्लास के पास में एजुकेशन लेने के लिए ना पैसा है ना रहने के लिए हॉस्टल है, तो इनके लिए हॉस्टल भी चाहिए। अगर अच्छा एजुकेशन चाहिए तो हॉस्टल भी चाहिए और उसके साथ साथ में स्कॉलरशिप भी चाहिए। और इसमें डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ये कहते हैं कि स्किल एजुकेशन चाहिए। और वो मैगजीन भी निकालते हैं बहिष्कृत हितकानी सभा के, इसमें एक ग्रंथालय भी निकालते हैं, हॉस्टल भी निकालते हैं। सोलापुर में फर्स्ट हॉस्टल बहिष्कृत हितकानी सभा निकालती है। तो एक कारवा एक सिलसिला चालू होता है हॉस्टल का, और फंडिंग समाज से फंडिंग आती है और फंडिंग से ये सब हॉस्टल्स आते हैं। यानी डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर का ये दृष्टिकोण है कि शिक्षा के साथ साथ अगर इन डिफरेंस क्लासेस को अगर आगे बढ़ना है तो शिक्षा के साथ साथ उनको हॉस्टल भी चाहिए और स्कॉलरशिप भी चाहिए। ये तीन आर्गुमेंट हमेशा इसमें रखते हैं और स्किल एजुकेशन के बारे में वो बोलते हैं। और जब 1928 को जब एक बहिष्कृत हितकानी सभा के तरफ से एक डेलीगेशन देते हैं साउथबुरी कमीशन को, तो वो एडवोकेसी करते हैं और पूरा का पूरा डाटा निकाल के लाते हैं। कितनी वो मेहनत करते हैं। 1823 से 1854 तक वो पूरा डाटा निकालता है कि शेड्यूल कास्ट और अनटचेबल लोगों का एजुकेशन की कैसी कैसी स्थिति थी। ये सब क्यों निकालते हैं डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर? क्यों निकालना उनको जरूरी लगा? क्योंकि ब्रिटिश लोग लिबरल है, वो हमेशा इक्वलिटी को प्रमोट करते हैं, वो हमेशा सबको समान अधिकार देते हैं। ऐसा नहीं था भारत में, क्योंकि पहले एजुकेशन पॉलिसी जब इंग्लैंड ब्रिटिश ने बनाई तो दलितों को एक्सक्लूड किया था, उनको इंक्लूड ही नहीं किया था। 1854 में पहली बार उनको लाना पड़ा। और जब मैकेले ने एजुकेशन सिस्टम बनाई थी तो मैकेले ने ये कहा था कि ये जो ऊपर वाला तबका है, ऊपर वाला तबका नीचे वाले तबकों को एजुकेट करेगा। मराठीत आपण म्हणतो की झरपण्याचा सिद्धांत। पानी धीरे 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 जैसे पर्कुलेट होता है, नीचे नीचे आता है, वैसे एजुकेशन भी ऊपर से नीचे आएगा। लेकिन वो इतना अपर समाज इतना हार्ड रॉक था कि उन्होंने एजुकेशन नीचे वाले तबके को आने ही नहीं दिया। इसलिए 1854 में जब ये प्रोविजन थी तो डॉक्टर बाबा कहते हैं कि एक अनटचेबल के पास में पैसे थे या वो अमीर था, उसने कोर्ट में केस डाला कि मुझे एजुकेशन चाहिए, मेरे पास में पैसे हैं, तो केस जीत गया। इसलिए नाइलाजन उसको एजुकेशन में देना पड़ा और ये सब शिक्षा नीति चेंज करनी पड़ी। और 1854 से फिर महात्मा फुले आए। महात्मा फुले ने पुणे में ही फर्स्ट स्कूल निकाला और इस एजुकेशन का कारवा शुरू होते 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 डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर के तरफ आ गया। लेकिन डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर अपने कम्युनिटी के ऊपर भी दोष डाल देते हैं। वो 1927 में एक अपने जनसभा में कहते हैं कि हमारे पूर्वज ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट में बड़े बड़े मिलिट्री के पोस्ट पे थे। 1854 से एजुकेशन स्टार्ट हुआ सबको। 1892 में 92 में बैन आ गया अनटचेबल को मिलिट्री में नहीं आने देने का बैन आ गया। लेकिन वो जो बीच का पीरियड था उसमें अनटचेबल के लोग अच्छे अच्छे ओहदे पे थे, लेकिन वो अपने ओहदे का फायदा नहीं कर सके, अपने बच्चों को नहीं पढ़ा सके। अपने अगर बच्चों को अगर पढ़ा सकते थे तो एक छाया वृक्ष समान हम उनके नीचे में रहते थे, हमको एजुकेशन मिलता था। लेकिन हमको एजुकेशन क्यों नहीं मिला? तो हमारे जो पूर्वज है जो ब्रिटिश गवर्नमेंट में बड़े बड़े पोस्ट पे थे, उन्होंने ख्याल नहीं किया। इसलिए डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर प्राइमरी एजुकेशन को ज्यादा तरजीह नहीं देते हैं। वो बोलते हैं कि हमारे समाज में ऐसे कितने मिलेंगे प्राइमरी एजुकेशन, हमको चाहिए बीए होना, ग्रेजुएट होना। ऐसे बड़े बड़े लोग अगर मामलतदार तहसीलदार बनेंगे, यानी जो अभी जो बताया है कि हमको शासन गति जमात बनना है, तो 1927 में डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने कह दिया था कि हमको मामलतदार बनना चाहिए, क्योंकि हमको ये करना चाहिए। ये सब चीजें डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर वहां से रखते हैं। लेकिन जब 1942 के बाद में डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का एजुकेशन के बारे में व्यू चेंज होता। डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर स्किल एजुकेशन एंड प्राइमरी एजुकेशन के ज्यादा वो हायर एजुकेशन के तरफ बढ़ते हैं। अभी श्वेता और एंजल ने कहा है, वो बोलते हैं कि हायर एजुकेशन चाहिए। और सिर्फ एंड सिर्फ 1952 के अगर आपने शेड्यूल कास्ट फेडरेशन का इलेक्शन मैनिफेस्टो अगर पढ़ा तो उसमें क्लियर कट मेंशन है कि हायर एजुकेशन के बारे में वो क्या क्या कहते हैं। इसलिए डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर हायर एजुकेशन को ज्यादा तरजीह देते हैं और वो खुद अपना एक संस्थान, अपना एक खुद एजुकेशन संस्थान निर्माण करते हैं। और मराठवाड़ा जहाँ पे एजुकेशन लिटरेसी एकदम नीचे तबके पे थी, वहां पे कॉलेज खुलते हैं। और मिलिन कॉलेज ने ये महाराष्ट्र के मैक्सिमम जनरेशन को बनाया है। उसमें से मैं एक हूँ। मेरे पिताजी मिलिन कॉलेज में पढ़े थे और मिलिन कॉलेज में पढ़ने के लिए वहां पे क्यों फैसिलिटी, एक अच्छी फैसिलिटी थी कि हर महीने स्कॉलरशिप मिलती थी। हर महीने स्कॉलरशिप मिलती थी, इसलिए मेरे पिताजी वहां पे पढ़ने के लिए गए। वो पढ़े करके हमको पढ़ाया। ये जो बदलाव है, ये बदलाव डॉक्टर बाबा साहेब आम्बेडकर ने जो सोचा था उस विचार से ये सब हुआ है। अगर अपन आगे बढ़ते हैं और डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर हायर एजुकेशन के बारे में जो सब बातें की है, 1944 में डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ने मद्रास में एक भाषण दिया था। वो भाषण पॉलिटिकल था, लेकिन वो एजुकेशन के संदर्भ में बहुत फिट है। 1944 में डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर ने कहा कि हमारे देश में दो विचारधारा है और दो विचारधाराओं में हमेशा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट चालू है। एक है बुद्धिज्म और दूसरा है ब्राह्मणिज्म। उन्होंने हिंदुज्म नहीं कहा, उन्होंने ब्राह्मणिज्म कहा। और तभी वो कहते हैं 1944 में कि ये काउंटर रिवॉल्यूशन का पीरियड है। और वो काउंटर रिवॉल्यूशन का पीरियड अभी तक चालू है, क्योंकि बुद्धिज्म में समानता का अंगीकार किया था, ब्राह्मणिज्म ने मोनोपोली पैदा की थी। और आज अगर अपन देखते हैं तो खुद ब खुद मैंने अभी एक प्रोजेक्ट सबमिट किया है एजुकेशन के ऊपर नहीं है, लेकिन श्वेता और एंजल ने जो कास्ट एंड एजुकेशन ये जो बातें बताई है, वो पूरे के पूरे, अगर आपने मनुस्मृति अगर पढ़ी तो मनुस्मृति में वो सब चीजें दी हुई है। छोटी छोटी जमात की उन्होंने कौन सा व्यवसाय करना चाहिए, ये सब चीजें उन्होंने मनुस्मृति में अपने को देखने को मिलती है। वही चीजें स्किल एजुकेशन, अगर उसको अलग ढंग से इंटरप्रेट किया जाए तो अपने को दिखता है कि स्किल एजुकेशन वही स्किल एजुकेशन है। तो वही स्किल एजुकेशन अभी ज्यादा फोकस में है कि बच्चों को स्किल एजुकेशन देना चाहिए। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि अभी एजुकेशन के बारे में अगर सोचा जाए, डॉक्टर बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर ने एजुकेशन के बारे में जो 3 चीजें बताई थी, एक तो हॉस्टल चाहिए, हॉस्टल के बारे में कोई गवर्नमेंट देखती ही नहीं है। स्कॉलरशिप के बारे में 2-2 साल से स्कॉलरशिप स्टूडेंट को मिलती ही नहीं है, क्यों देते हैं पता नहीं, और उसका पर्पज अभी क्या है देने का पता नहीं, क्योंकि वो जब शिक्षा लेते हैं तब उसका फायदा ही नहीं होता, तो उस स्कॉलरशिप का क्या फायदा। और तीसरी बात है, महत्वपूर्ण बात है, वो ये है कि हमें ये जो नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है, इन नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में जो स्किल के ऊपर उन्होंने ज्यादा भर दिया है, लेकिन आज ज्यादा से ज्यादा प्राइवेटाइजेशन हो गया है। मुझे अगर कुछ स्किल प्राप्त करना है तो मुझे कम से कम 1 लाख रुपए फीस देना पड़ेगा, तो ही मुझे कोई स्किल मिलेंगी। नहीं तो पहले क्या, प्लम्बरिंग, इलेक्ट्रिशियन, ये सब अभी चीजें आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट होती जा रही है, अपने आईटीआई आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट होते जा रहे हैं। अभी बहुत सी चीजें आ रही है, लेकिन वो स्किल एजुकेशन हमारे छोटे छोटे दलित तबकों के लोगों को मिलना भी नहीं गवार हो रहा, क्योंकि पैसा ही नहीं है, कहाँ पढ़ेंगे, कहाँ से स्किल आएंगे। तो ये सब चीजें अगर अपने को फिर से नई बुनियाद को अगर रखना है, तो डॉक्टर बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर की जो फिलॉसफी है एजुकेशन के बारे में, अपलिफ्टमेंट के बारे में, समानता के बारे में, वो सब अपने को नए सिरे से वो अपने एजुकेशन के द्वारा ही अपन पर्कुलेट कर सकते हैं। और यही हमारा इसका पेपर का निचोड़ है, थीम है। थैंक यू।
अविनाश सर, आपका प्रेजेंटेशन बहुत अच्छा रहा। बेसिकली आई एम आल्सो फ्रॉम द नागपुर। ये जो हम बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर जो आइडिया ऑफ एजुकेशन और रोल ऑफ एड्रेसिंग के बारे में हम जब बोलते हैं, बेसिकली क्या होता है, आपने 2-4 पॉइंट्स बहुत अच्छे रखे, जैसे स्किल इंडिया वाला की आपने बात की। अब क्या होता है स्किल की बारे में, मैं एक पॉइंट ही ऐड करना चाहता हूँ, मेरा कोई क्वेश्चन नहीं है। बहुत सारे स्कीम जो है, जैसे हमने सुना है दीनदयाल उपाध्याय ग्रामीण कौशल योजना, प्रधानमंत्री कौशल योजना। अब क्या होता है, अगर शेड्यूल कास्ट का पॉपुलेशन देखे, अगर हर रूरल भाग में 7% एंड 5% समथिंग कुछ है, तो वो बंदे उस स्किल में आने के लिए उनको आने के लिए बहुत तकलीफ होती है, क्योंकि वो बच्चे आ ही नहीं पा रहे, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी पॉपुलेशन कम है। सो दैट्स व्हाई दे आर नॉट टेकिंग द स्किल एजुकेशन। ये हम एक यानी मैं खुद काम किया हूँ, इसलिए मुझे ये चीज़ मालूम है। सेकंड बात मैं ये बोलना चाहता था कि जो बैरियर है ना एजुकेशन के बारे में, अब क्या होता है, हॉस्टल फैसिलिटी है, कॉलशिप के बारे में, यहाँ तक कि क्या होता है, ट्रांसपोर्ट जो सिस्टम रहता है रूरल पार्ट में, बहुत सारा बसेस का ट्रांसपोर्टेशन मिलता ही नहीं है। दीज आर ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द बैरियर। सेकंड बात यह है कि स्कॉलरशिप, जैसे मुझे मालूम है कि अगर मैं मेन स्ट्रीम में आया हूँ, मेरा पीयर ग्रुप ऐसा, इफ मैं पुअर बैकग्राउंड से हूँ लेकिन मेरा पीयर ग्रुप बहुत अच्छा रहा एजुकेशन, तो मुझे स्कॉलरशिप के बारे में पता है, मुझे बाबा साहब आम्बेडकर रिसर्च एंड ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट बाल्टी के बारे में पता है, मुझे टाटा इंस्टीट्यूट के बारे में पता है, मुझे आईएपीएस के बारे में पता है, या मुझे या जो जो हाई इंस्टीट्यूट है मुझे पता है, और मुझे वो स्कीम भी पता है, तो मैं उसको एक्सप्लोर करूंगा। लेकिन जो बच्चे वही तक है, उनको वो अवेयरनेस ही नहीं है। एक एक चीज हम देखें रूरल पार्ट की बात, नॉट रूरल, अर्बन में भी यही हो रहा है, ये एक बैरियर हम देखते हैं। तो अर्बन और रूरल में सेम बैरियर है। सेम चीज हम ये क्या देखते हैं एजुकेशन के इसमें, हॉस्टल फैसिलिटी के बारे में, क्योंकि मैं खुद विक्टिम रहा हूँ हॉस्टल फैसिलिटी का। जब मैं नागपुर में पढ़ने के लिए गया तो मुझे मालूम ही नहीं था हॉस्टल है करके, मागा सुर्खी का बाबा साहब का हॉस्टल है करके। और मैं जब गया तब मुझे पता चला, मैं लेट हो गया, एक चीज। दूसरी बात ये चीज हो गई, तो परसेंटेज अनुसार मेरिट अनुसार उसके लिस्ट लगने लगे, उसके लिए भी मुझे फाइट करनी पड़ी। तो देखो ये अवेयरनेस का भी पार्ट, और खुद के लोगों में भी एक कंपटीशन, ये भी एक बैरियर तैयार हो चुका है। तो ये मेरा सब ऐड करना था। थैंक यू।
I would like to thank Professor Laksh Venkataraman for chairing this session. I would like to thank the participants who shared their research with us. Uh, Thank you all for attending the first day of this conference and making this a success. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.